Hello and welcome to Mythic Dungeon International, Day 3 of Group A here. It's the Great Push. I'm your host, Doa. Don't mind the child crying in the background because she's just sad that we have to send a team home today. That's right. But on the flip side, be joyful because 3 teams are going on to the Global Finals. It is going to be a great day of WoW Esports. Your host, Doa, here along with Zyronic, Nagura, and Tettles, and Dratnos as always. And apparently most of us got the memo to wear red today, but Zyronic and Nagura missed that one. I don't know. It's This was not planned. It's just how it is. But we got a lot to get through today. We got 5 hours of dungeon pushing. It's going to be great. Let's take a look at how we got here. That's right. We had the Proving Grounds a little bit earlier in June. Today we are going through the final day of Group A. As I mentioned, we began the weekend with 6 teams, but only 3 will move on to the Global Finals and a chance at that chunk of $200,000 US dollars a little bit later this month. Group B next week. Meanwhile, our tournament format is as you have kind of gotten used to here. We're trying to push the highest keys possible. You get points based on those keys that you complete in time. 5 hours of gameplay with 20 minutes of break time mandated throughout the day at some point, because you got to get up and stretch, right, at some point, right? We are changing up the rules a little bit this year. Dungeons are revealed based on the 3-2-1 schedule rather than the 4-1-1 we did before. So we will see that final dungeon revealed today. I like it. It's been a little bit more high key pushing each day. It's been a lot of fun. And we've locked the group compositions to the classic of 1 tank, 1 healer, and 3 DPS as well. And we have streamers out there, at least 1 per team, sharing their POV gameplay. So if you really want to, see it from the perspective of the player, there are streams out there to do that. 4 of them going at the moment. A bunch of them starting soon. And more out there as well if you go investigate. Otherwise, we'll be watching all the teams from the bird's eye view throughout the day, of course. But let's talk about our leaderboard right now, because it's been a crazy couple days of games. Everything's been very close, it feels like, in day 1 and day 2. Nagura, looking at our scores so far, what's your main takeaway?
Yeah, well, mandatory on rank 1 is something that I guess most people expected, because of course they also came in as the leading team into this weekend, but they performed just so incredibly well. They had so many 2 chests coming into Saturday from Friday already. They already performed really well on Friday, but yesterday again they were just going in, one-shotting those keys, barely having to reset any of the keys compared to the other teams. So really just incredible performance by them. One team that did surprise me personally a lot was Shinra. Shinra actually played incredibly well yesterday.
Yeah.
Very similar to mandatory, just going into those keys, one-shotting a lot of them, even the high keys, getting some 21s on the board, as you can see right here, ending up with the same score as mandatory at the end of the day. So really nicely done by Shinra. And then, of course, we do have Match and Pedros, only 1 point behind compared to mandatory and Shinra. So, yeah, anything can happen, especially because we're already on such high key levels now across the board. Only 1 additional dungeon is going to get announced today compared to the 3 on the first day and 2 on the second day, which means they only have to play that last key up, and then we're going to see some really high key pushing going on today.
Yeah, so speaking of the dungeons that got released yesterday, we had Alakthar Academy and Brackenhide Hollow. Dratnos, looking across the scores here, we do see 21s in both of those for Shinra Tensei, but looking at time-wise overall, are you surprised about what you saw? What do you expect to see today? Kind of give me your thoughts on those 2 dungeons.
Yeah, so let's start off by talking about Alakthar Academy. Yesterday, this was one of the 2 dungeons that was revealed, and you can see here, looking at these timers in the 21, the 22 is maybe in the realm of possibility just in terms of pure timer, right? Mandatory 28:48, the timer in this dungeon, 32 minutes. So they had 3 minutes and 12 seconds to spare. That scales up potentially to mean that this is maybe a stretch goal 22 dungeon. We may see teams return here if they finish all of the lower hanging fruit today. But looking at the splits between the teams, you can kind of see the story, right? Like, there's only a minute separating Shinra, Pedros and Madge basically across all their runs in this place. These teams are very, very evenly matched. And then you do have mandatory a little bit ahead, right? A little bit better. Although notably that it's that first boss split is not where they're gaining that time. It was Perplexed actually yesterday that had the cleanest start of the dungeon. It's mandatory, just they're gaining that time later in the dungeon, right? These middle splits in the place, particularly that last boss split as well, looking really, really clean and quick for them. So there are also deaths in all these runs, right? You look at the side of the board, every single run that we had yesterday in the 21, there were deaths abound. So that further, I think, reinforces the idea that there may be a 22 potential in this dungeon. Although I suspect that Azure Vault would be the first 22 we would see attempted. It's definitely a nasty dungeon. The other dungeon we had revealed yesterday was Brackenhide Hollow. That was only timed on 21 by one team, which was Shinra Tensei. That was one of the very impressive. They're the only team to have done that. Very strong point on their scorecard. Looking at these other runs, though, you can see that Mandatory actually crossed the 2-chest threshold in the plus 20. That means they have access to the 22 if they want to. Now, they had a lot of 2 chests on their scorecard yesterday, and what they decided to do was basically go into each of those dungeons as if they didn't have access to that 2 chest, right? They went into a bunch of 21s where they could have tried the 22, or they went into the 20 Halls of Infusion when they could have tried the 21 because they'd earned access with that 2 chest. I bet we'll probably see the same move out of them in Brackenhide today. I think that's going to be one of their early orders of business, is just putting up a 21 Brackenhide for a relatively easy +1 on their scorecard compared to the other options.
Right. So, as far as the conversation goes between plus 21 and plus 22, if you've heard people say, 21 is doable in a lot of dungeons, 22 is going to be tough. And I wanted to take a look at just why that is. And we talked about it a little bit yesterday while the casters were all talking about it. Tettles especially, I believe you were mentioning this too, where the scaling is exponential, right? You look at the 21 and you look at the plus damage and plus health at 573%, all the way up to 640% to 22. And then 23, 714. So it gets much bigger, much faster, doesn't it?
Yeah, and they're also affected by the fortified and tyrannical modifiers. And so this is a situation where, especially tyrannical, it just starts taking away so much of your timer, because tyrannical and bosses in general and in plus are probably about 40% of what you're going to be fighting. And so it's really easy for one of these bosses to be over 5 minutes, even be up to 5:30 in some aspects, depending on the encounter. And so then that makes the 21 to 22 range possible in some dungeons, but not even that likely. And then the 22 to 23 is only doable in very specific circumstances, like an Azure Vault that has a lot of leniency with the timer.
Yeah, that's right. So looking forward to seeing that as we go throughout the day. I'd love to see a 22 done. Maybe we'll be able to see that in a couple dungeons here, but it's going to be very, very difficult. Of course, we're getting started about 5 minutes before we got to do that. We got 5 plays to take a look at. That's right, another top 5 plays coming in. We're going to go back to Tettles to break it down and tell us what impressed you. I mean, it kind of came from all of us, really, but you will be our guide through this epic journey of top 5 plays from yesterday.
All right, welcome to Tettle's top 5 moments from yesterday. And first and foremost, we have Madge rooting this branch inside of the Overgrown Ancient. It's called Modern Technology. You see the group, they're stacked up, they get that branch out off to the side, and then they're going to landslide root it. What this allows them to do is then they're going to be dwarfing and cauterizing all of those bleeds off of their players, and that will allow them to then cleanse their bleeds to where they're able to do a lot more boss damage later on and just cleave down the future branches. Next up, we have rooting hyenas. So the hyena is not actually attached to that hunter in this Brackenhide pack. And so that allows all of these teams, and we saw it first from Perplexed yesterday, where they were able to drag those hyenas into Gutshot. Next up, for top 5 moments, we have Mandatory in the 21 Halls of Infusion mode, able to do 820k HPS sustained. But unfortunately, this dungeon kind of came down to the wire. Skylark ends up dying to the waterlogged ground debuff, and then everybody getting undertowed, wiping Mandatory's 21 Halls of Infusion. Was this dungeon timeable? It looks like the answer was probably yes, but it was going to be very close. On top of that as well, we have a lot of cool snaps in Algothar Academy. I think there was a lot of interesting tech in Alg. Right here we have on screen Ashine jumping the gap with hover and slow fall. Then he's going to time spiral and then double hover Wernstone back to the platform. What this is going to allow this team to do is then snap all of the birds onto the platform with all of the Vile Lashers, and that Guardian Sentry is going to be the main priority target, but it's going to be a super large time save over the course of the entire dungeon, especially whenever the timer is that tight. The other final moment that we have is Mandatory timing this 21 Noku defensive. them and Shinra Tensei were the only teams that had that 19-2 chest of Nokud. Shinra Tensei, of course, went to that 20 on day 1. But however, Mandatory being able to actualize some of that potential time saved by being able to go and do that on a 21, they did take a little bit of attempts at getting the dungeon set up. I think they wiped the first pull a couple of times, but it was fine. They were able to get that dealt with, and they're going to have a large time advantage coming into day 3.
Yeah, very cool stuff. I think that Althar tech, the snapping lashers between platforms, is just like such a great example of how much preparation goes into these runs by these teams. Like, sometimes you think, oh, they're just really, really good. They just go in there and they just push the keys. No, there is so much strategizing and planning that goes into every single pull in these runs. And I think that's a great example of like seeing that, where obviously that's not something you do on the fly or naturally. That is tested. That is like reiterated. That is, there's a lot that goes into it. So, as we get ready to jump into the matches for today, we still have a player to take a look at, Zyronic. Let's talk about Hopeful a little bit here. Our new addition to Mandatory. What's up with Hopeful?
Yeah, Hopeful is actually a really interesting person to talk about in general, because when it comes to the MDI and TGP, as casters, we tend to talk a lot about the veteran players of the game, the people that have been around for a long time. So it's cool to shine a spotlight on the opposite of that. Hopeful's a relatively new player to the game, really only picked up World of Warcraft a couple of years ago. So he doesn't have a lot of accolades to his name as of yet, but in those 2 years, his rise has been pretty meteoric, right? He was a collegiate League of Legends player, he got a full ride scholarship doing that, picked up WoW, started playing Holy Paladin, really only picked up Mage this expansion, joined Instant Dollars as a mage, from there went into Echo, and while he was leveling and playing his characters in Echo, he started playing with Mandatory and joined them as a squad. He did play on a couple previous teams. He was on Legendary with Lapon for a little while, he played with Boar for a little while as well, but the dude is just a world-class mage, and, he's one of the reasons that those times in these dungeons are so quick.
Yeah, super cool, and a big part of helping Mandatory be in first place. Now, will they remain in first place over the course of the weekend? That remains to be seen. We'll find out, I guess, by the end of the day, won't we? But it's time to take a look, I believe, very soon, as our final dungeon will be revealed for the day. Normally we take this moment to talk about predictions, but I feel like that's something we can skip today. Where, there's no real changes that would impact any of us, any of our predictions, Nagura, that, we wouldn't want to maybe put on the screen right now. So I think we can just go right into the dungeon reveal in a moment. That's just my opinion, but okay, you agree. Okay, I'm glad you agree with me. Yeah, let's check out the dungeon. Hey, look, it's Ruby Life Pools. Filled enough time, yes. Starting on plus 16 today, Tyrannical Storming, Raging. First thoughts, what do we think?
I think Raging can be an affix that could potentially cause issues in Ruby Life Pools. But of course they are playing the Evoker, so that should be fine. I mean, Tyrannical is always a problem in Ruby because the bosses are so dangerous. But I think that is one of the, it's definitely a doable dungeon, and starting on 16 as well, I do think we're going to see some +3s early on as well.
Well, here we go.
I just want to add in, I think the big thing to watch out for is the second boss on Tyran. That boss becomes incredibly problematic with how much HP it has.
That's right. Well, as you can see, the dungeon runs are underway, so let's get things started, see if Mandatory can stay on top, see if Shinra Tensei can punch their way to number 1, and most importantly, see what 3 teams move on to the Global Finals.
Absolutely. It does look like we're having a little bit of a disagreement between the teams about what the best thing to start with is. Madge have decided that it is going to be that Ruby Life Pool 16. I like this. I like just heading to the new dungeon, getting it on the board, right? It's the lowest key available, right? So it's the one that you're most likely to succeed quickly at. It is a 16 key level. Now, we've seen the 14s 3-chested. We've seen the 15s mostly 3-chested. I wonder what the success rate on 3-chesting a 16, Ruby in particular, is, because Ruby is one of those, it's only a 30-minute dungeon, which means that the 3-chest timer is 18 minutes. That's not a lot of time to do, 3 tyrannical bosses, right? There's a lot of trash in this dungeon. It does look like everybody has gone here except for Pedro's. Pedro's have decided they want to start with the 21 Brackenhide instead, so that would tie them up with Shinra and Mandatory if they were able to put this on the board. I think I like going to the Ruby first, but sometimes it's nice to go to one of the dungeons from yesterday because you can just be fully planned to be going there, right?
Yeah, so I think that's the reason why Pedros maybe decided to go to the 21, because they could, before the tournament even starts, they can say, you know what, we're just going to go to 21 no matter which dungeon is going to be revealed today. We just do that, and while we maybe do that 21, we can discuss whatever we're doing in the dungeon that gets revealed. Now, Ruby is definitely a dungeon that the teams have practiced, of course, so they do have a plan. And I think the affixes that we have revealed are also not necessarily affixes that change your strategy or your route a lot at all. Of course, Tyrannical and Fortified is going to make a difference in route, but outside of that, Stormy and Raging I don't think is going to have too much of an impact for the teams, so they should be okay going there. But yeah, Pedros did have to reset their key once already, as they did have a wipe on that first pool. Really doesn't matter that much, though. That first pool is the one that you can reset very often, and you're not going to be losing out on too much time. We do see a death here on Crims, but it looks like they are not resetting because it was towards the end of the pool, so they didn't lose out on too much damage here.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna try and keep this one going. I agree, though, that you should reset pretty aggressively at the start of this dungeon. You know, if it is a death after your cooldowns, it's probably okay to keep it going, though. Does look like Pedros do want to continue this dungeon. No town portals being cast just yet. Meanwhile, our Ruby Life Pools teams, Mandatory were able to get their key started fast. Actually, Shinra have the shortest timer on their key right now, but maybe that was a reset dungeon, or maybe they just started it a minute later. Mandatory 2 minutes and 34 into the dungeon. And they already have the first boss, almost to half health here. This is look at this as well. They're not kicking that Frost Overload. This is a pretty common strategy you can use, especially with a Resto Druid. Resto Druid healing works out so well against that ticking damage from the Frost Overload on the whole group. You know, you got hots on everybody. They're all standing in the F-low. It's kind of better to not kick, because then you don't have to move. You don't have to dodge these hailstorms. You don't have to drop the chill storms, right? You can just kind of focus on damaging the boss and just never interrupt that Frost Overload. So I like that out of Mandatory. Let's see if Madge do it as well. Nope, they're going to kick up in the top left. So a little bit of a difference in strategy on the boss.
Interesting, yeah. I like that strategy. We'll see if the other teams maybe adjust to that as well on the higher key levels, if that works out better with defensive cooldowns as well, possibly. But yeah, there we go. We do see Pedros per hour. Oh, Crims. Oh. Okay, they're resetting, it looks like.
We do have an interesting composition difference here between Madge and Mandatory and Shinra. Madge is playing the Frost Mage here. Dr. J specking Frost for Ruby Life Pools, whereas Mandatory and Shinra are not. Frost is, I think, a little bit weaker overall in this dungeon, but there are a couple of really strong points for it, particularly the last two bosses. Both of those feature these like 2-target moments, and Frost is so good, right? Glacial Spike 2 targets at the same time. Incredible amounts of damage in those spots, and also on the second boss in particular, you know, the prio that it can do to kill that add off really quickly. So I think that's a cool decision for that. It also works out pretty well in this fight as well. You can see all those mobs in those blizzards, those frozen orbs getting spammed out here. So an interesting decision. You know, if you look at the damage meters here, it definitely is competing with those fire mages, and I think that's going to be doing a decent chunk of single target as well to Meladressa. So we'll have to check in and see how that goes. One thing that I don't like is losing the Cauterize. Cauterize is such a nice safety net to have on that mage.
Yeah, for sure. And of course the damage meter also a little bit misleading, I would say, on the first boss here, just because the most important thing, of course, being that boss damage. The Whelplings, not really that important for them to die super quickly, and a lot of the damage is going to be from that AoE. So they're actually going down there at the very end of Meladrosa for a match. They did use the Battle Rest, but not sure if Soda is actually accepting it. Looks like he's not. They declined the Battle Rest. They decided that they don't need the extra damage, rather go with the safety net of having that Battle Rest available in case something happens later on. But yeah, Mandatory just so fast in comparison to the other teams. 4 minutes 42 split for that first boss here, match being 1 minute slower, and Shinra also 10%, already 4 minutes 58. So yeah, Mandatory definitely setting an incredible time here, as they're already gathering up those Destroyer packs as well. But yeah, the 3 chest timer is 18 minutes in this dungeon. Yeah, we're gonna have to take a look at that. The boss, of course, are gonna be taking so much time for them, and getting through these Destroyer packs also takes quite a lot of time, because it's very difficult to gather 2 Destroyers up. That is something we do see in the MDI, but outside of an MDI setting, it's just very risky to pull 2 destroyers together.
Yeah, especially with these dragons as well, right? Like, they're just in the way, and if you pull one of those dragons, that's generally pretty bad as well. We're going to see the teams probably try to avoid all dragons. Even though it's tyrannical and not fortified, they're not particularly efficient, right? Like, you can't really fight them with all that much other stuff, and as the skill level goes up to like 20, 21, even without fortified being active, those dragons are going to start to be a serious problem.
Yeah, definitely. Meters per hour did manage to finish off that first pull now on the bottom right side after having to reset that key twice, and now they're going to be able to continue. So getting through that first pull, definitely one of the more difficult tasks in this dungeon, so good on them that they managed to finish that off. Yeah, Pedro's one of the teams that is maybe a little bit in danger of not making it into top 3 today. Of course, top 3 is the goal for these teams, like the main goal. Of course, they want to win, but top 3 means that they're going to make it to the globals, to the final, which is, of course, the goal for these teams because it has a much bigger prize pool. And yeah, so Pedros per hour on the low side of the leaderboard right now. They do have to catch up a little bit. So seeing some depletes at the start, some resets, not ideal for them. But of course today, so many hours left, and we're going to see a lot of high key pushing here, which means that the other teams are going to be seeing some resets as well later on.
Yeah, an important variable here is not just timing this 21, but timing it quickly, right? Putting a good timer on the board as well, because there's a decent chance that 21 Brackenhide is going to be on the final scorecard for almost everybody, right? Like, we've discussed it maybe being one of the dungeons where a 22 is possible, but realistically, particularly for the difference between 3rd and 4th place, which is the difference between qualifying to global finals and not, the biggest deal might not be whether you have a 22 in this dungeon. It might just be, is your 21, how fast did you do that 21? Because it may well come down to time tiebreakers, right? We saw day 1 come down to time tiebreakers. Day 2 almost came down to time tiebreakers as well. So if you're Pedros per hour, keeping this run 0 death and clean and getting it to be, say, a 31-minute timer instead of a 34-minute timer, that could be a big deal, especially because right now Pedros have some pretty bad times across the dungeons. They have the slowest 20 Nokud. They have actually a pretty quick 21 Azure Vault. They have a slow 20 Halls of Infusion. They have a slow 21 Algathar. So this Bracken becoming a fast point on their scorecard could be pretty important because, like you said, we're going to get to the end of the day and there's going to be key pushing to do. There might also be time pushing to do it. We haven't really thought about it too much, but we might get to the end of the day and teams might be in a position, Pedro's in particular, where they're looking at their scorecard and it's like, okay, we either need to get 1 point or 3 minutes, right? And we have to decide which of those is more realistic. And also, if we go for the 3 minutes and another team gets a point, we're just dead, right?
Yeah, that's definitely something those teams have to worry about. And I do kind of expect some of the teams to go back to a key that they already timed and try to just increase or decrease the time in there, just get a better timer. But we'll see later on. We do see Pedros per hour did manage to reach the boss now in their 21 run. We also saw the tech that these teams are doing. This is very common, also used in live service as well, where the priest goes around with Mind Soothe and with Fate to open these cages. But what we also saw was Sang on the Devoker using the Sleepwalk to walk past that trash pack that is standing in front of the entrance of this boss, because they're going to be pulling in it later into the boss to just be more efficient with that trash. And Sleepwalk actually a truce to see, right, Rajas? The same as you explain.
It's the same as Sap and Imprison in that the mobs don't get in combat with you unless you walk like right on top of it as it's sleepwalked. So it lets you walk past the pack, and then if you use another CC in that spot, like if you use something like Polymorph, for instance, the mob would actually get in combat with you when you walked past it, and then when the Polymorph broke, the whole pack would get in combat with you. We do sometimes see that used, and then we see people, like we see Sigil of Misery, for instance, being used on packs, and then, sure, the DH gets in combat with all the mobs, but then they shadow meld and drop combat. But typically, if you can use Sleepwalk or Sap or Imprison, those are better because those mean you don't have to commit a meld or something to walk past them. It is sometimes you got to be a little bit careful though. You got to know what you're doing because the rest of the pack also is still there. So that's where Mind Soothe comes in to make sure that the rest of the pack also doesn't see you as you walk past. But it's really nice on this boss because you can focus down Trick Totem, right? That can just be what you do primary damage to. Once Trick Totem is dead, there's not too much happening on this fight, and then you can efficiently cleave the bosses with that pack. So Pedros per hour, having killed Trick Totem, are going to immediately Yoda jumping over and add that pack into this pull. Makes a lot of sense. So start of the dungeon looking pretty good for Pedros. Meanwhile, our Ruby life pools, all 3 of our teams are working on the second boss right now. It is mandatory in the lead by, I would say, a moderate amount, maybe a minute or so. They also did start their dungeon first, so they are ahead by a little bit less than it looks, but still certainly ahead. And this is, of course, they're playing the Fire Mage. It's Madge up in the top right, playing the Frost Mage instead. This is one of those bosses that I think is one of the reasons to play Frost, is just the being able to Glacial Spike both of these targets helps you just nuke down that ad without losing much boss damage at all.
Alright, so let's take a look at the timer again for these Ruby life pools. We did say that the 3 chest timer that they have to beat is 18 minutes. With Mandatory finishing off the boss now, they have a little bit less than 6 minutes, which I do think is doable. One thing to note as well is that they are sitting on their bloodlust. While both Match and Shinra decided to use their last for Kokia, Mandatory decided, you know what, we're only getting 1 more last in this dungeon. We're gonna save it. And that might mean they're doing a really big pull here. That they use the lust for, maybe even with the mini-boss, to get that 3 chests. So let's see what they're doing. And yeah, that is what they're doing. Alright, that's going to be a very difficult pull for them. Maybe they're even saving Bloodlust? Oh no, there it is.
Yeah, all right, here we go. Yeah, on Tyrannical, there's it's compelling to try and save your lust for the boss, right? But not something that they are going to do here as they work their way now through the mini-boss and the Tempest Channeler. So that's 2 mobs that both will cast that nasty AoE damage storm. And they also have some Flame Channelers that need to get interrupted. Hopeful also needs to make sure not to spell steal them. Do not spell steal a Flame Channeler. That will kill you. It has they give themselves a haste buff, but it does a bunch of damage as well. And if you spell steal it, it scales with the key level and just one-shots you. So Hopeful doing a good job not accidentally clicking his spell steal button. They've gotten through this pack in very, very quick time. Basically just as long as Bloodlust lasted, so excellent work. They're going to kill off a couple of these side ads, keep in combat, and get those resources generated. And they'll be pulling the boss here with 4.5 minutes on the 2 chest timer. They are hard jilling on that 3 chest rather. So extremely good work so far for Mandatory, as long as they don't choke on this last boss.
Alright, so Match deciding to not immediately engage that mini-boss on their side. They also didn't have that last available. While Shinra, on the other hand, on the bottom left side, also decided to do that same big pull that Mandatory did, but without the Bloodlust available to them. So Shinra maybe still has a chance to actually also get that 3 chests on their side as well, if they get through this mini-boss as fast as possible. But they have a little bit of an issue gathering up the trash on the mini-boss, it looks like. So they might be a little bit slower on this pull. But Mandatory definitely very, very strong on that timer. And they're already fighting that last boss. Obviously, they're trying to min-max the DPS on both of them, or evening out the DPS on both of the bosses as much as they can to make sure that the second phase is not triggered through percentage by one of the bosses being much lower than the other. And of course, they also want to have Kiraka lower, because that's the boss that casts those circles on the players in the last phase that just do so much damage. So that's something that they want to get rid of as fast as possible.
Shinra Tensei actually have a bit of a secret weapon on this big pull. They didn't have Lust for it, but they do have an extra Blood Elf. Nerf is actually playing Blood Elf instead of Night Elf on that tank, which means they have an Arcane Torrent, and that can be used on these little ads to just remove their shield. Not a huge deal normally, but against that mini-boss, the mini-boss like siphons all the ad shields and puts it on herself. So if you have a Blood Elf or an MD, you can just take out all those shields and save a bunch of time. Shinra are going to be getting this boss pulled with 3 minutes and 20 seconds on their 3 chest timer. Without Lust available, this is going to be a very, very tight push for them, even at this plus 16 level with Tyrannical going. But I think it is definitely within the realm of possibility. I think that you're looking at maybe a 2-minute, 30-second boss if everything goes well without Lust. So it's going to be, I think, in range for Shinra. Mandatory also looking pretty good. They're definitely going to be putting up that 3 chest timer. Madge, 2 minutes left on the boss now. They're only a quarter of the way through as well. So Madge are going to have the closest 3 chest timer. I think they are slightly ahead of what they need right now, though. I think they are also still in range here.
Wow, there we go. 15:53 for mandatory on that finish. And while we were talking about the rubies, unfortunately, Pedros did have to reset their 21. So they are doing that first pull again, and hopefully they managed to get through there. Did not quite see what happened. Maybe we can get a replay at some point, or maybe they also like had a smaller issue, were just slow and decided to go again because of what we talked about earlier with the timer. Either way, match now in that phase 2 in just a moment as well. There we go. Kiraka is landing, and if they right, so they have 1 minute and 10 seconds left, which I mean, it's doable, but it's going to be very close. They're going to have to nuke those 2 bosses insanely quickly.
Yeah, we are going to get back to Power Infusion right at the end of the 3 chest timer. So Power Infusion, Void Form. I don't know what the Icy Vein situation is, but it's probably synced up with that Power Infusion as well. So it might be doable here. This is one of those spots as well where you got 2 nice targets to Glacial Spike right next to each other. So Frost looks pretty good at this moment in the fight too, as long as they can keep the 2 target going. Kind of need to even cleave here rather than focus down Kairaka just to keep that damage efficiency going. 30 seconds left on that 3 chest timer. Now 20% on Urquhart. Kairaka is going to die first here. That Cloudburst nearly takes out Dr. J, but a good mass barrier is going to save not just himself, but much of the damage on the rest of the group. Now 15 seconds left here. 7% on Urquhart. This is going to be so close.
Breath. The breath shell? Okay,
it's okay.
I guess it doesn't explode anyway.
All
there
good.
we go. 17:51 for a match. But yeah, I mean, okay, so 3 chesting this key, definitely a lot harder than what we've seen from the 15 and the 14s from the previous 2 days, but very doable. This means, Yoda does, that's the replay. All right, so Yoda went down on one of those bigger pulls after the first boss, unfortunately, and then it just went out of control, of course, with all of those oak trees and all of these mobs just running around, probably even snapping on some players because they're standing on these rocks to make sure their lashes aren't jumping, and then it's going to be very difficult for them to avoid deaths here. So yeah, unfortunate for Pedros. Mandatory immediately walking into that 19 after 3 chesting the 16, which I believe the other 2 teams that are in Ruby are also going to do as well.
Yeah, mandatory, you know, they 3 chested the 16, but so did everybody else. So they only got like those 2 extra minutes of time, right? The difference between the 15 and the 17 there was the only advantage they really gained. But now we're in a 19, so the 3 chest is off the table. That's not at all realistic. Is the 2 chest off the table? Can you 2 chest a 19 Ruby and then take and then go straight to the 21? I mean, Ruby Life Pools was one of our time trial dungeons. Teams did complete this dungeon on 21, although, you know, most teams I don't think one-shot it or anything close, but they've certainly got a lot of practice in this dungeon now. Ruby, one of those dungeons that just every team had to practice because it was a time trial dungeon. There was kind of no avoiding that. A stove down to one of those swirlies from the mini boss there. They're going to land the battle res, it looks like, here and use it and accept it here, too. So accepting a battle res here makes me think... Well, I guess... So the problem is that you can't release because there's a mob at the start of the dungeon you've skipped, right? So you got to just take the res.
But a priest would be able to go past, right?
Okay, yeah.
Oh, no. I'm not sure, actually.
I feel like it's too big for you to fade past, but maybe it's not. I'm not a priest scientist. You can fade past it. Okay. Cool. So then, yeah, just go. They were saving, 20 seconds by sending the battle res there, which makes me think that they do plan to 2 chest and they think it's a tight timer. Oh, mode down to that excavating blast. I wonder if you just reset this thing at this point.
All right, so not resetting. Mode can, of course, go back with stealth. But yeah, at this point, I also think, now that 2 deaths, I think the 2 chest timer either is easy enough for them to say we can still do it with 2 deaths, or it's like out of their reach to say, hey, we can't do it either way, but we're definitely going to be timing it still with the 2 deaths. It's one of those 2 things. I'm not sure which one. I do think it's going to be, I definitely think it is 2 chestable from what I've seen from the 16, especially with the mandatory route. Skylark
down. All right, easy. We get the easy reset now. Yeah, nice. That makes the decision for us. Nice. Thank you, Melodressa, for helping us solve this conundrum, removing the uncertainty there. Meanwhile, Madge are going to be... They're maneuvering towards the boss room here. They do a slightly different pull, right? They don't have the Defiler in quite as quickly as Mandatory do. So they kind of do 2 trash bowls instead of 1 in this area, but they're sort of inching towards Melodressa. I wonder if that will be getting pulled once some of this gets cleaned up here, or maybe just once they get the mobs grouped up nice and tight there towards where the boss is actually fightable. Meanwhile, Shinra also in the 19, also walking into the boss room, so all of our teams very much at the same spot here, except of course for Pedros per hour, who are chilling in this Brackenhide, still trying to put that on the board. Pretty important for Pedros per hour that they can do this quickly. It doesn't have to be right away, but if they spend 2 hours and don't get a timer on the board, that's gonna be very, very, very bad news for their chances of making it to Global Finals.
Yep, definitely. We do see Shinra now engaging Melodressa on the top right side of the screen, and yeah, they're really fast getting to the boss. I believe Mandatory probably has like the riskiest route in that 19, and I'm not sure if they're going to be changing that later on. I kind of assume so, because doing that pull in at 21 seems incredibly risky, but I took a look at the timers from the time trials, and they actually had a much faster time compared to the other teams, Mandatory that is. So maybe they are actually doing this pull at 21 as well, and they're just going all in there. Because sometimes doing a big pull seems scary, but if you have all cooldowns available, then it's better to do one big pull than to divide it into 2 pulls, because then you won't have anything ready for the second pull. So sometimes doing a bigger pull actually is easier than doing 2 smaller pulls.
Yeah, especially if it's the first pull of the dungeon, if it doesn't work out, you can just reset. Even if it only has like a 30% success rate, when it does work, you've generated 2 extra minutes or something that you can then use for the rest of the dungeon. That's really valuable. It's not really a feasible strategy if it's a pull at the end of the dungeon to try and make use of that, because of course it's going to cost you 25 minutes every time that you attempt it, right? But if it's the first pull of the dungeon, it only costs you 2 minutes per attempt. You can afford to pay a few minutes each attempt, or each time you try a dungeon, to actually get started, and then you know that when it does work, you are now getting started with a nice advantage. So I love seeing teams going aggressive at the start of the dungeon, although it does look like Mode going to go down and instantly release for Mandatory to that charge from the Defier. Going to have to stealth back, rejoin the group later. It's all good, though. It's just a healer death. That's usually the least problematic death, unless you need your healer. But if you don't, then you're just losing a tiny bit of damage, and everybody else... Usually if you know your healer's gone, everybody else can actually live, They can look at their health bar, and they can health bot and stuff, and Vampiric Embrace, of course, a very powerful cooldown that this group has access to, although those are often, planned out when they'll be, especially in a dungeon like this that has almost all the bosses do a bunch of AoE damage, so VE to help get through some of those is certainly choreographed, not being used reactively.
Yeah, definitely. This time around, they also have a lot less issues on their side getting to that boss with death. Oh yeah, it was the mode death, right? With the instant release, but not having to use a battle rest there, really good for them. Shinra, though, on the top right, didn't have any issues on their side, with their 0 deaths still on the board, having that 41% enemy force as well, dealing with this very, very quickly. Looks like they were even like slightly faster in their 19 compared to their 60. I mean, not faster, just faster in comparison. Of course, they're still going to be slower because it's 3 levels higher, which means that the boss has a lot more HP. But they did play very cleanly on their side. Pedro's now on the bottom left side, again done with their first boss, and they're moving into this pool where Yoda did die before. So let's see if they can get this pool done without a tank death, because that one can be super, super dangerous, especially while you gather up all of this trash. And yeah, Yoda needing to use his defenses perfectly here to make sure he can survive.
Yeah, it's a very, very sketchy pull on Fortified. I mean, this is there's so much danger here as well. It's the bleeds as well. All of those little lashers putting out those bleeds is just such a scary part of the dungeon. So, not to mention the fact as well that there are some patrolling rot hexers around that you really need to make sure you don't pull as well. So you're fighting in a pretty narrow area. Normally that's not that big of a problem, but you have Storming bouncing you around as well as the tank here, and if you get Storming to knocked up, then you can get hit in the back, and it's just it's all bad. You need to make sure you're not fighting the pack too close to the group as well, because then the Stormings will, swirl into your casters and they'll get mad at you. It's a thankless job, I would say, is tanking a pull like this, because it seems like you should be able to live it, but there's actually so much that you have to juggle to make sure that works. And you're also losing threat on half of these things, especially with a Frost Mage, right? Fired Up is playing Frost in Brackenhide. Brackenhide, usually we do see the Frost Mages for those totems on the last boss. Frost in particular, whatever they're glacial spiking, you are losing threat on, so very important to keep track of that. We're seeing tanks playing for damage so that they can actually partially for damage for speed, but it's also just nice for threat to be doing a little bit more damage. You can see Yoda nearly doing 1 million DPS on this pull. Very high damage numbers, of course, a lot of mobs as well.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. We do see Shinra now done with Melidros on the top right side. Match as well, following up with that kill. They did have a death on Dr. J. Did use a battle res at the end of the fight there to make sure they can finish off the boss. So that means they don't have that safety net for a little while. But with some of the trash before Kokia, they might be able to get a rest back up for that boss as well, because that one is going to be pretty dangerous on a 19 Tyrannical. One thing to note as well about the second boss in Ruby is on a higher key level, you get more adds to spawn. Now, the adds don't actually scale with Tyrannical. They don't scale with Tyrannical or Fortified when it comes to the HP. So the HP is going to be the same. But, of course, on 19, the boss has more HP, which means you're going to get more adds that spawn. And then the boss exponentially just takes longer. So we'll see how long that boss is going to take them on the 19. We did talk about the 2 chests maybe being possible for this 19 Ruby, and we're gonna have a closer look once they get to that boss, because that one is probably gonna make or break the key timer, in my opinion at least. But yeah, Shinra doing really, really well there, about to finish off that first destroyer pool as well.
Yeah, it's a really good point that the second boss in this dungeon in particular is one of those that double dips with the key going up in terms of how much time it takes, right? You think about a normal boss and it's like, okay, we're adding 10% health to this thing. But yeah, like you said, Kokia in Ruby Life pools, Decatriarch Rathai in Brackenhide are examples of bosses where the boss lives for longer, so it summons more adds. Those adds also have more health, so you're focusing more damage into them. It's costing you more globals, so you switch back to the boss with less time, and then it summons even more, and you sort of get this massive triple whammy increase there, as Shinra do have a death come out. They are going to land that battle res. Another one will be available for them in 30 seconds here, so the run looking a little bit less clean for Shinra there. Nerf actually playing Manic Grief Torch in this dungeon as well, so the death does have a little bit of upside to it. Resets that Grief Torch. Grief Torch really nice for getting those ads killed as well on Kokia. Very, very nice little bit of value there. Although if your tank is channeling Grief Torch on that fight, it is a little bit sketchy, because that's one of those fights that also just does a bunch of tank damage.
Yeah, definitely. We do see now all 3 teams that are in Ruby are done with that first boss, and we can take a little bit of a look at the splits. Now, I do think that all of these teams are going to be easily in range of timing the key, but it's mainly going to be the +2 that we are worried about here. And Match being a little bit behind compared to the other 2 teams. They are 30 seconds behind to Shinra approximately. So that might or might not be an issue later on. We will see. But yeah, Shinra just playing so clean. Even though they did have this death on Fu, on their Shadow Priest, they're still just incredibly fast. Mandatory is catching up to them as well. They obviously had to reset the key earlier on that first boss because they had a bunch of deaths earlier, and then no rest available for Skylark once he did go down on that boss pool. But yeah, still doing well. They do have a cauterized proc here. There's so much damage coming in on that +19 for these destroyer pools. And again, we have raging, so once these mobs are low HP, they're gonna get that raging affix on them, which means they're not CCable anymore. But they do have that evoker that are using Oppressive Roar to dispel the raging effect on the casters mainly, because of course on the destroyer it's not going to be anything that really matters, because the destroyer can't be interrupted either way.
So let's think a little bit about the 2 chest timer that we're looking at in this dungeon. It's 24 minutes that they need to beat if they want to put a +2 on the board. How long is the very last area of the dungeon going to take? I feel like 7 minutes is enough maybe for the end of the dungeon, maybe 8. So maybe if we have Kokia down at like 16, 17 minutes. That's probably what we're looking for to be on pace here for the Ruby. You can see those last boss splits. Well, it was only 3 minutes 45 for mandatory in their plus 16. So if they can keep the strategy of pulling all that trash together, hitting Lust and killing it, if that works in the 19 as well, then maybe they only need like 5.5, 6 minutes for the end of the dungeon. But I kind of think that pull might not survive the key level going up. That pull looked very, very, very sketchy.
Yeah.
We'll see if they hit Lust as well here, because in theory, you can get 3 Lusts in a 24-minute timer, right? So maybe that changes the strategy. You could only fit 2 Lusts into the 3 chest timer.
Yeah, it's interesting, because Shinra is not lusting just yet. They're 12 minutes in, so they did last the first pull, so that means Lust has been available for a little while, and they're not pressing it. They still have 1 minute and 30 to press their Lust, to still get another Lust within that 24-minute timer, which is the 2 chest timer, as Dreadnought mentioned just now. But yeah, then they have to press it very soon. I don't think they will at this point, because they would be lusting either air or like at the end of this destroyer pool. So I think they're probably going to be saving it either for Kokia or for that big pool afterwards. But they didn't save it on the 15, so on the 16, so I doubt they're doing it here. Mandatory, on the other hand, is just getting Lust up in 4 seconds, so we'll see what their decision is. Match also holding on to their Lust as well on the top left. But yeah, that is a very interesting decision. I do think that that is some, like, the Lust timers in particular, I don't think most teams really adjusted their Lust timings according to key level or according to like 2 chesting and 3 chesting, at least from what I've seen like the last 2 days. There's some teams that had a little bit of a difference in Lust timing going up key levels, but most teams just kind of stuck to their Lust timings.
There it goes.
Even if oh yeah, Shinra using it for Kokia. Yeah, and
so they pressed it 13:25. Yeah, pressing it at 13:25 means you do get it at the end of the you'll get to get it again at 23:25, and you'll get it for almost all of the time before the 2 chest timer expires. Although every player death that they have from here is going to cost them 5 seconds of Lust at the end of the dungeon, so very important that they keep it clean. Madge hitting that Lust as well. Mandatory, like you said, kind of lusting air there almost.
Yeah, but it's very interesting that Mandatory decided, like, I think Mandatory is very well aware that they are going to be 2 chesting this, and that's why they saw, okay, we're 10 minutes into the dungeon, or like it was like 10:30, and they're like, you know what, we're lasting this to make sure we get that last, because Shinra and Match, they will get another last, but it will be at the very end of the boss fight, right? Well, Mandatory will get it in a much better position where they probably are using their cooldowns once they're pushing the Dragon Kiraka into last phase. So I do think that Mandatory will have a better last, while Match and Shinra has a better last on this boss, but then on the last boss it's going to be a little bit awkward for them probably.
Yeah, because you think about lusting at the end of the boss, it's like, okay, this is good, we're getting to press Lust here, but it's not actually, you're not in any danger of dying, and you're also only fighting 1 target at the end of Kairaka, right? The part where you're fighting 2 targets is also the part where you're in the most danger of dying, so Lust is helping you defensively, and it's helping you offensively, and it's helping you escape the dangerous part of the fight faster, so it's a much more valuable Lust to press it at, say, 50% on the boss than it is to press it once Kairaka dies and you're just fighting Urquhart. So I agree. I think it's also just Mandatory. They're not thinking that they're going to barely 2 chest, right? They're thinking like, okay, we're going to do this dungeon in 21 minutes or something. So the only way we get a 3rd Lust is if we hit it right now. And that, I think, makes perfect sense from the pace that they're setting in this dungeon. It is a very interesting point, though, like you said, like, how much time, if you're one of these teams, do you spend thinking about, okay, what if we get sent to a Ruby plus 17? What if we get sent to a plus 18? What if we get sent to a plus 19, right? Like, where are the breakpoints where we should move our lusts around? Where are we playing for a 3 chest versus a safe 2 chest versus playing for the 2 chest versus playing for just a safe timer? And all of these sorts of decision-making points, because teams spend a lot of time practicing the 21s in these dungeons, right? Like, if you could spy on teams in Tournament Realm, most of the time you would see teams working on getting that 21, getting it consistent, maybe trying to push the 22, see if they can make it work. But for the way that our tournament's structured, being able to quickly do the lower keys in your first attempt and also being able to reliably get that 2 or 3 chest when it's available is almost more important than whether you can actually end up doing the 22 on the Sunday. I mean, of course, that might be important today as well, and that'll be very important in the global finals if your plan is to win the entire thing. But these medium keys as well are part of that pushing process as well, and it's something that how to optimize that strategically and how to use your practice to do that is, I think, a really interesting thing about this tournament that isn't really talked about much.
Yeah, and I think that the teams really evolved in that regard too. I do think like the early few seasons of TGP, we saw teams struggle a lot on like the lower key levels. They didn't like change their comps around or their strategies around. They just played like the highest highest key strat in the low keys as well. And then a lot of the teams ended up missing a 3 chest here, missing a 2 chest there, not resetting a key either after having a mistake, and then missing out on a 3 chest. And now they definitely shifted their strategies and the way they're thinking about these, like pushing the dungeons up, which, as you said, is just as important, if not more important than being able to do the high keys, right? Because if you're missing out on a 3 chest early on, that might mean you get eliminated the first day, and then you can't even show your high key strats at all, which is what you've practiced. But we do see a death on Shella here for match, and Nerf went down as well for Shinra actually on the skip.
Okay.
Oh, and they need Shella for Soda to be able to get.
Yeah, exactly. He's the Wernstone target. So they've got to res Shelly before Soda can then Wernstone. Soda does now Wernstone. They do get their pull started. So Madge, we're still okay. We've got 6 minutes now to resolve the end of the dungeon and still put a 2 chest on the board. Same for Shinra here. Although, as mentioned, that death for them is going to cost them 5 seconds of lust at the end of their run here. So might be a little bit sketchy. Both teams as well have backed off of pulling the mini-boss with this Tempest Channeler at this plus 19 key level. Meanwhile, Mandatory a few minutes behind because they had to restart their dungeon, but they are a few minutes faster, or maybe not a few minutes, but they're certainly having a nice and quick run in this dungeon. Although, of course, all 3 of our teams do have 2 deaths on the board, so perfection does elude all of our teams here. Let's see if that costs any of them that potential 2 chest.
Yeah, and I'm gonna take a look at the splits for Match and Shinra here, because even though Match was 30 seconds slower than Shinra on the first boss, they were faster on the second boss. So Match doing a lot better between the first and second compared to Shinra here. Very interesting, because the amount of trash they played was the same, so the pulls were similar, but Match just executing it a little bit better in this run compared to Shinra. But yeah, looking good. Both of the teams decided to pull the end of the trash pull into the mini-boss, so they didn't pull everything all at once. They just pulled all of the casters and the warriors first, and then once they were a little bit lower, they did pull it into the mini-boss, making sure that they don't have that channelers and the mini-boss cast AoEs at the same time, which can be super deadly on such a high key level.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very, very, very dangerous dungeon as it goes up. I want to quickly check in with Pedro's per hour in the bottom left, because they are making their way through this Brackenhide 21, and it looks like things are going quite well for them. They've gotten that third boss down, and they're working towards the end of the dungeon. They have 0 deaths on their board as well, with a 21-47 gut shot split as well. I wonder if we could look maybe also at the Brackenhide timers as well. I wonder if we have that being something we could pull up somewhere. I guess we don't want to miss necessarily any of these rubies. Maybe we got a little bit of time that we could put it up on one of their screens, just so that we can kind of compare how Pedro's 21 is looking and whether they're on pace here to really add an impressive run to their scorecard, right? Something that would be a strong tiebreaker for them, because that is something that Pedro's are hurting for. Pedro's tiebreakers right now are not looking all of that phenomenal. You can see in the 20, they were one of the slower teams, right? Of the remaining teams in our bracket, they had the slowest 20. But now they're making good pace here. I think they're going to be faster than Shinra by quite a bit here, looking at this timer, maybe about the same time as Shinra in this Brackenhide. So as long as they clutch the ending here, that's going to be important to watch for Pedro's. All of our teams now reaching the clutch moments of the dungeon. Mandatory pulling the end of this pull into the mini-boss. Both Shinra and Madge working on the last boss. 3 minutes left on that 2 chest timer. Can they kill this boss in 3 minutes is the question. I think the answer is yes. They are going to get another set of 2-minute cooldowns, but only one more set of 2-minute cooldowns each. Shinra and Madge, they'll both get a lust at the very end of this as well. I kind of think maybe they have to even cleave Kairaka and Urquhart once they get sub 50%, because that's more dangerous to do that, but you do get more damage, right? The longer you can keep it 2 targets, the more DPS you do.
Yeah, and that's going to be dangerous on a 19 tyrannical. Like, of course, the healers can heal a 19 tyrannical phase 2 Kairaka, but still, having that boss alive for a long time, just getting so many Inferno cores going out into the group can be super dangerous, especially if the same people get targeted multiple times in a row, running out of defensive cooldowns, having the fire everywhere. That can cause a lot of issues. And it might also just like reduce your DPS as well. That is something to, like, even though they are, of course, incredible players, I do think the more defensive you have to play and the more you have to move around, you're just inevitably losing out on some of your damage. So maybe it's not actually that big of a damage gain to just fully double cleave. I think focusing Kairaka a little bit and then just trying to maximize the cleave onto Urquhart does make sense. But yeah, there we are. We are in phase 2 now for Madge and Shinra as well on the top left and top right side of your screen. And as we talked about, 24 minutes is the timer for the 2 chests here. It's going to be incredibly close for both the teams, I believe.
Yeah,
the last timer coming up really late too.
It's going to be coming up. They're not going to get the full extent of the lust as well in this dungeon. Madge are going to get 10 seconds of lust at the very end of this 2 chest timer. Shinra are going to get a little bit more. They're going to get about 30 seconds of lust, but it's not ideal, and it's not going to line up with 2s, right? They sent their 2-minute CDs already. Kairaka 8% now for Madge. Ooh, Soda goes down. That's another 5 seconds as well off of the clock here. So now they just have 40 seconds to deal with this last 26% of Urquhart's HP. Shinra also at that 40-second mark. Oh, but Soda down again to another Inferno core there. That's going to be another 5 seconds gone. Now they just have 25 seconds for 22%. The battle res does land on Soda, but now they're not going to even get any bloodlust within this timer. I don't think they're doing 1% a second here. No, they are not. So Madge have tragically missed that 2 chest. Meanwhile, Shinra, they are in their lust. 16% on the boss, 14 seconds left. I think they're also in trouble.
Yeah, I don't think Shinra's making it either. So I think that Madge actually had it if they didn't have those 2 deaths on Soda. Of course, they did also lose the PI as well on Soda as he went down there. So very, very unfortunate death timing. They're not even pressing Bloodlust at this point for Madge anymore because they know they missed that timer. So the only team left that actually still has a chance to get the 2 chests here is Mandatory, and of course Pedro's once they're in there. But yeah, Mandatory in the bottom right, they're now in phase 2, and they have so much time left, and look at their Bloodlust, it's ready now. They get such a good Bloodlust timing now. I think the decision from Mandatory to send the Bloodlust basically on cooldown on trash was such a good decision. They're now immediately pressing it as they're in phase 2 of this boss. Breath is being deployed as well by Maysteen, and we soon have PI and Combustion ready for Mandatory. I do think Mandatory is going to be able to push this. They have 2 minutes left on the board, and it's looking very good for them.
Yeah, comfortable looking final boss for Mandatory here, and a comfortable time to maybe bring Tettles back in. We got a little bit of time. We got a little breathing room here, and I don't mean Dragon's Breath. I mean just, relaxation time, right, Tettles? This is a relaxing thing we're seeing on the screen right now. These plus 19s, plus 21s, just chilling, right?
Yeah. How big is it that Mandatory is going to be able to teach us this boss?
I think it's huge.
It's huge now.
The 21 Ruby is very possible, right? Like, we know that's a dungeon that is possible. Of course, it is a tyrannical 21, so it'll be hard. But the teams have basically done this in time trials, right? Like, I guess it was fortified in time trials, right? In this dungeon. So then maybe it'll be a different challenge, but I suspect that it is doable.
I think this key caps at 21. I don't think you're ever seeing a 22, especially if you didn't see it during time trials. I don't think there's any world where you're seeing it during the cup. Mandatory, though, had 4 minutes whenever they pulled this boss, where the other teams only had like 3:30. But even with that being the case, that more optimal Bloodlust timing, they just killed that final boss in 3 minutes and 5 seconds? What?
Yep, that was pretty good out of Mandatory. That's some extra time save. So they kind of basically earned themselves an extra 30 minutes by getting that 2 chest instead of the 1 chest. We are going to now watch pagers per hour as they attempt to put this 21 Brackenhide on the board. We only have one other team that has a 21 Brackenhide. It's Shinra, and their Brackenhide was 32-22. Pedro's here. are on track for about the same result, maybe a little bit faster here, as they are doing some very nice damage. They are going to get another set of 2s here. Actually, the breath probably coming out as this totem is dying. Breath of Beyond's really awkward on this fight, actually, right? Because you kind of use 2 minutes to kill totems, but Breath of Beyond's never helps you kill a totem before it explodes because of how long it takes to pop, right? So you sort of have to breath the boss.
Yeah, it's for Evan Might uptime mostly. It's for Evan Might uptime and like Chrono Ward shielding for this decaying strength AoE. Those are the big things and the big reasons that you would actually be using that.
Yeah, I mean, it does also just add some nice boss damage. You kind of want to use it at a time when people are actually able to hit the boss as well, which is not a whole lot of this fight. As the key level goes up, you are spending less and less time hitting the boss and more time hitting these totems. So, luckily with the Frost Mage works out really nicely at basically getting to do damage to both with those Glacial Spike Splitting Ice Cleaves. And also just anytime you have a Ray of Frost ready, you are able to just take out those totems with swiftness. So Fired Up actually sending his personal lust as well for this set. Zephyr coming out for this big decaying strength cast. Not too long left in this fight here. I think they're going to be able to get the 32 minutes or so. Nice work by Pedro so far.
Yeah, they run a much different route than Shinra Tensei does. Whenever you guys were looking at splits earlier, Pedros per hour was actually the same time in their 21 for Brackenhide as they were in their 20, which is crazy for the gut shot split, especially whenever you're going to key level up.
Yeah, absolutely. It is impressive for sure. I mean, this run has just been so clean for Pedro's. You can see it on the death timer, right? 0 deaths for Pedro's per hour in this 21. Brackenhide, although the boss still just takes so long. It does die at 5%, so at some point they may be able to just commit to the boss and stop killing totems, but it's not going to be this one. It might be the next one or the one after where they can make that call. Ray of Frost again coming out from Fired Up to just send that totem away.
I think he sent the boss here. Oh yeah,
Breath is out.
This is dead.
Yeah, boss time. Ignore the next totem. All good here. So this is going to be a 32-minute Brackenhide. Pedro's really did need this run to be fast, and this is going to be big for them that they're going to be able to add this here, because that's going to help them set up tiebreakers for later. A fast 21 Bracken. Very valuable for Pedro's per hour. It did take them 48 minutes today to get this key finish, so they did have to reset a couple times at the very start, once after the first boss as well. But honestly, we take these. If you're a Pedro's per hour fan, you are happy with this turn of events.
You have about 3.5 hours worth of leniency today for pushing the highest level of keys as well, so it kind of makes sense. So, either Pedro's per hour, they would have liked to have done, this dungeon the first shot, like one-shot this Brackenhide. I think that, two-shotting the Brackenhide with only a minor 10-minute hiccup in the middle of it is more or less fine.
Yeah, absolutely. It is fine, and now they probably need to head over to that Ruby. But the good news is, you're heading to the Ruby later. You actually have some knowledge, right? Like, you can see, for instance, why did Madge and Shinra not 2-chest the 19, and why did Mandatory succeed there? You can see the difference in where they activated Bloodlust, for instance, and maybe think, like, okay, is that something we can do as well? Of course, you don't want to, try and just change your plan to what you see another team do and do it without any practice, depending on what you've practiced in that dungeon, but it might be something, in particular, if you haven't spent a whole lot of time thinking about every single key level and what all the implications are of the 18 versus the 19 versus the 17, right? All those different things. So that'll be the next order of business, I suspect, for Pedro's per hour. You gotta get into that Ruby life pools at some point, and I think now is the best time for it. All of our other teams also in the Ruby, of course, in the 21 for Mandatory that they unlocked with that 2-chest. They're getting their run started right now. Still going for this massive pull at the start of the dungeon, too. So, really, really dangerous pull. Probably going to not be a very high success rate at this 21 keystone level. But when it does work, it is going to save them so much time.
All right, so speaking of Mandatory, while I was on break, I made a meme, Dratnus.
That's great.
You know the GIF where this is my first RLP of the season, you see in the bottom right. Skylark did his first RLP of the season impression and getting frigid sharded while the boss melees you. It's a dynamic duo, and many of tanks have died to the first frigid shard.
Yep, absolutely. That's very hard to live. Especially you're playing DH, right? You're running in. DHs rely on, in a lot of cases, you're talenting into Soul Crush and Frailty, so you rely on getting these stacks on the single target to allow you to take less damage from them, right? Like every time you Spirit Bomb, you put a stack on them. Every time you Soul Cleave, you put 2 stacks on them, and those are reducing your damage taken from that mob. You've also, you're just kind of getting your sigil.
Your first
flame
global's
on the
like
mobs.
brand, right? Like to where you don't get meleeed and frigid sharded at the exact same time.
Yeah, if you don't put a fiery brand up first, but the problem is even if you do put a fiery brand up first, then you don't have a sigil. The sigils are giving you magic DR when you put them on targets. So there's a lot of different priorities that you kind of need to get your defenses rolling. I agree. Like you want something like fiery brand, meta, Feldev to be one of your first like 2 globals on Meladressa.
Mandatory
you have another
wiping
wipe
again.
coming out for mandatory. That's fine. Again, like this poll, we expect to be high failure rate because they're trying the 21, right? It's not the 20. They need this dungeon to be really, really perfect to actually time the 21 in here. This is a serious push key, but because it's Sunday, there's no point in just putting the 20 up, right? Because you don't need to live through tomorrow anymore, nothing like that, right? You are playing for the win, for the end of the day, rather than just trying to live to tomorrow.
Well, even if this first pull, takes mandatory 3 or 4 attempts, they still skipped that 20, right? Like Shinra, Tensei, and Madge, both on the top portions of the screen, are in that 20. Where mandatory, they'll be able to save 30 minutes on that entire key if they're able to get that 21, even if that first pull does take them a couple attempts. And that first pull is probably one of the hardest parts of this dungeon, especially with how large you have to go. On Tyrant, there's a question as well: do you have to pull Defiler Drogo into that first pull? Or are you going to be able to just kind of squeeze out the timer without pulling him into it?
Yeah, exactly. That is indeed the question. There's potentially some value as well to, the 20 as a practice tool for the 21, right? As a warm-up
These teams have already practiced this dungeon, though, right? Probably.
That's true. I mean, this dungeon was one of the time trial dungeons, so it is among the most practiced of our keystones, right? Although, again, I think it was fortified. Was it fortified in this dungeon on the
I'm pulling
time
it up
trials?
right now.
Because was it a tyrannical Bracken or was it a fortified Bracken? It was
Bracken was sanguine volcanic, which means that I think it had to be Tyrant, right?
Okay, so then I think that we probably did the opposite for the other time trial dungeon. So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely a difference in texture between tyrannical and fortified in every dungeon. Although Ruby in particular, tyrannical isn't that much slower than fortified because there's only 3 bosses, right?
It was fortified, storming, bursting.
Okay, so they're used to the storming. And then raging and bursting. Raging is definitely nastier than bursting for high-level keys, but because every group is playing an augmentation evoker, those evokers have access to Overawe, which makes it so that their pressing roar clears things. And there it is. There's the 20. Ruby.
Maybe 21's not doable. Oh my gosh.
Well, I think that this might be. So we were talking about this earlier, like, you're playing for the end of the day, right? You're just playing to win the tournament, though, those kind of things. But
21's the chase, right? 21's the chase key.
Yeah, exactly. Like, as soon as you put the 20 up, now you're secure, right? Like, I don't know. I mean, mandatory have such a lead that they've built up as well. I think they could afford to throw some time at a 21, but we can see from Madge wiping in the 20 that even the 20 is not particularly easy by any stretch, right? The 20 is also very hard. So this is going to be like the 3rd or 4th dungeon that mandatory have had a 2 chest that they haven't used in. That's kind of crazy.
Dude, some teams actually were like 4 minutes under on a tyrannical 20 on live. That is on live, right? So
yeah.
It makes me wonder if the 21's doable, but then again, it's about like, would we rather do this on a 21 and spend a ton of time doing this on a 21, or would we rather go to something that's maybe a little bit easier like Brackenhide or Azure Vault? And unfortunately, Madge wiping to the first boss here. The first boss, like every single boss in this dungeon is incredibly deadly. I think that we're starting to get to a point where, and you're kind of lucky that it's Tyrant as opposed to Fortified because the Destroyer is going to be a little bit easier. But the first pull of the dungeon, with how large you have to go with Draghar, and then every single boss is liable to completely wipe your group.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a dangerous dungeon all the way through. I feel like the first boss is maybe the most dangerous, though, especially with the way that trash gets pulled into it, something that you can't really do on the 2nd and 3rd bosses as well, right? Like, and the way that you're coming in with no cooldowns because of how dangerous those first pulls are. So I do think that it is a front-loaded dungeon, especially if you're doing the pull that Mandatory does at the start.
I mean, you could wipe to those destroyers at any given moment too. Those mobs are. This is just a really hard dungeon. I think it's like, while it is the shortest dungeon that we're going to see this weekend, I would say it's the most intense with pain points scattered throughout.
Yeah, it is difficult for the entire 30 minutes. It's only 30 minutes, but
Shinra
it is the entire 30 minutes.
Shinra Tensei top left have actually gotten through the first boss and are on that 20. If they keep slowly chugging away and don't fail a key for the first hour and a half, that would actually set them up really well to go for some of those chase keys that they need to make sure that they're secure.
You know, we were talking about Mandatory getting an edge over the field with the 2 chest. That ceases to be true if Mandatory just put up this 20 like they're trying right now. So Shinra will have had as good or better of a first hour than Mandatory. Shinra, you know, in most teams, the most important thing today is don't be fourth, right? The top 3 teams at the end of our day make it through to Global Finals. The 4th team doesn't. But there's still prize to be played for, prize and glory for getting, say, first instead of second, or second instead of third. Yeah. And Shinra they're playing in such a way where they're going to stay competitive for first. If they time this, if they one-shot this plus 20, basically, that is really, really good for them. They're going to advance to the to the top of our leaderboard right now. One problem for Shinra versus Mandatory is
their time.
So right now, right now the 2 teams have every single dungeon at the same key level timed, and Mandatory have almost 10 minutes better.
That's crazy, by the way.
6 dungeons. Which, I mean, if you think about it, that's like 1 minute and 40 seconds per dungeon, right? So it's not like a huge amount per dungeon, but it just adds up, and the consistency is the problem as well, right? Like, it's every single dungeon, except for the no-cood. Mandatory are faster in every dungeon than Shinra, and in the bracket in particular, they are I guess the Bracken was a different key, so the no-cood and the Bracken are different keys between the 2 teams, so I expect that will get resolved by the end of the day as well. Mandatory will put a Bracken on the board, Shinra will put a no-cood on the board, and even after that happens, though, I think Shinra are still looking at like 8 minutes worse across the rest of the keystones.
I started looking at some calcs because I was trying to figure out like how doable 21 Tyran is, and without avoidance, 21 Tyran, I think that living this is going to be a monumental feat. Like I don't know how reasonable it is without avoidance. Obviously, a bunch of people are running wards of Faceless Ire and rotating through the defenses really well, but it is very, very difficult. And you like see it on screen right here. Shinra Tensei, even on the part that should be easy, which is like the trash mobs, it's like the destroyer, not having that additional defensive value from like a bunch of avoidance makes these destroyers hit you so hard whenever they're AoEing, and that kind of goes hand in hand with not only the first boss, but the second boss, all of that AoE not being affected by avoidance, or not having a ton of avoidance to be able to mitigate that is a big deal.
Yeah, it is very sketchy. It does look like Shinra are actually going to hold the battle res here as well, so that's going to be an extra bit of, I guess, safety that they'll preserve for the rest of this dungeon at least, being able to finish off that pull without committing that battle res. That is nice, although, you know, the run now, I think the timer is probably still safe as well, is the thing, right? Like, it's a 20 and not a 21, so you probably don't need to squeeze every single second out of this timer. You probably don't need to send that battle res if you're still safe on getting through that pull.
Well, you probably do if you don't want to be 1 minute and 40 seconds behind a team at every single dungeon.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
That is an insane time, by the way, now that I'm thinking about it a bit more.
If your goal is to beat Mandatory on the time tiebreakers, we've got a problem, right? Like that. Yes. I think at this point that's basically already not happening for Shinra. I mean, it could happen, right? Like, particularly if both teams upgrade a bunch of keys and Shinra does them with fast keystones and Mandatory does them with slow keystones, it could still happen. But I think realistically, the best path for Shinra Tensei to overall victory this weekend, not just to survival, say, but if they wanted to beat Mandatory, it's probably by having an extra point, right, at this point, or a higher key, right, the better high key tiebreaker, right? Maybe putting up a 22 Azure Vault and Mandatory being unable to do that, for instance, would be the kind of thing that I think is Shinra's best path. And the way that you make that happen is you just win every key when you do it, right? Like, you one-shot the key, Mandatory don't. Mandatory are spending an hour per keystone, you're spending 30 minutes. You just have more time in your day then as a result. So sure. I think that is Shinra's best pathway to the #1 spot here, because at this point Shinra, you got to be feeling pretty, I don't want to say comfortable, but you know that if you don't have a catastrophe, I think 4th place is well within your reach to avoid, right? You're probably going to put Madge and
Madge and Pedros are definitely Madge and Pedros are definitely the most likely candidates to go out today in 4th place. Just coming into the day.
That being said, you know, we still have 4 hours left in our day, and we're running out of easy keys to do, right? Like, once these Ruby 16s and 19s and stuff, or 20s are all done, we're running out of keys that teams are going to be able to expect to succeed within their first couple of attempts. So that means even if you're feeling confident, you know, you're going to get to a point where you're spending, say, an hour trying to put a new key on the board. If Madge and Pedros just do that successfully and one-shot those keys, and Shinra and Mandatory don't, all of this jockeying for advantage that we've seen over the first few days really only ends up adding up to like 1 or 2 points. That can easily disappear if Madge and Pedros clutch some keys, and if Shinra and Mandatory fail to do so once we get to those really, really high push levels in the next hour or so.
I'm kind of interested in Shinra, like if Shinra's going to be able to do this dungeon on a 21, because that would be a big point of contention between the teams.
Absolutely.
If Shinra does this dungeon on a 20 and is able to pull it off, and then they go into a 21 and are able to time it as well, that would be huge for them, whereas Mandatory are sticking to that 20. Look at what Shinra's doing right here with their movement. So a lot of teams don't optimize their movement this hard, but none of the TGP level teams are going to be playing either Flame Gullet or Thunderhead. And so whenever you're not playing those dragons, you have to really optimize where you're dropping these adds and optimizing the space from the boulders. And so then these teams are going to be placing these adds in very specific points. Additionally, there's a specific kick lockout rotation that you want on these adds that matters a lot for the Inferno cast. And that lockout rotation goes, basically you use 2 short lockouts and you insta-kick the first cast of the Firestorm. And then that will allow you to get a 3rd cast of the Firestorm. You let that go as long as possible. Then you use your longest lockout, which in this case is counterspell for all of the teams, and you counterspell the ad. Then that will give you the longest period of duration between the casts of Inferno and let you do more, not only boss damage, but more damage to the ad and make it more reliable. As you see Shinra Tensei in the top left, they locked that Firestorm ad out as late as possible, but now they're going to be summoning a new one because they're kind of on the back foot. This is why this key level is so difficult, and especially at 21, is because killing off those ads in a timely manner to where you can do some damage to the boss becomes problematic. And so every single key level you go up on Tyran, it just gets exponentially harder.
Yeah, exactly. You're spending more time killing each ad, which means you then get less time dealing damage to the boss.
Exactly.
And also the ads are more likely to get a second Inferno cast off, which if that happens at level 21, you're probably dead, right? You're already using all your defensives to survive the unavoidable ones. You can't have any extra ones.
And then you have the space. You have the space question. Like, let's look at where Shinra Tensei is going to finish this fight, because they're the team that is progressing this 21st.
To Flame Goulet here. Yeah, you can see
they still have that left side ramp, but like beyond that, they don't have a ton more space, so they can probably afford like 4 more ads, if I had to guess.
Yeah, and if they were a key level higher, they could maybe be baiting a little bit more conservatively. You can sometimes even set it up where you sort of do a loop and you come back on the opposite side of the pathway, but it is sketchy to try and set that sort of thing up. They also did leave a little bit of space. Like, they could have headed towards the Thunder Dragon first instead if they wanted to for a little bit, and then done a U-turn. So, you know, if they need it, they could get more space here. But yeah, you can definitely see that you don't have infinite space, and it's very important that you bait these boulders.
Oh my god, they got the nice direction. No. There's so much. Okay, so the issue is, like, there's terrain here that sometimes will clip a boulder and make it explode instantly. And Shinra Tensei getting that, oh my gosh, right as the Inferno cast goes off, and they're going to wipe to it.
Brutal. Yeah, those boulders, if they hit something, they do explode, and there are some pebbles that you got to try and avoid baiting onto there.
My god.
That is something that we saw in it was season 1 MDI as well, right? That happened to like Echo in one of their runs. These things happen. That's one of the things that this boss loves to do to you.
DXM and Dax were just like a hair too close too. They weren't even like that close to where the boulder exploded. They were just, it might have been 2 or 3 yards.
In the swirly, right?
Exactly.
And so that counts, unfortunately. So that's going to be minus 20 minutes off of Shinra Tensei's day.
They were going to kill the boss too. Like, dude,
they were looking good. They were chilling.
Oh,
that's
Okay.
that's bad news.
Again-
And all of a sudden, we go from discussing Shinra Tensei fighting between first and second to now being back in that dangerous spot of fourth place being back on the table for everybody. As Madge, Lamike going down actually to the burnout from the destroyer, unable to escape. Maybe a storming incident, if I had to guess.
It
I
had
didn't
to be.
quite
It
see
had to be.
but that's usually what happens if you're dying to that as a tank. Is you're infernal striking out at the last second. You don't see a storming. You get interrupted. Not good. You tell everybody lag.
That is definitely a lag moment. All right,
Yeah,
so
always call lag. Anytime you die, whether it was lag or not, that's the strategy I use to avoid blame.
okay, we kind of talk about how bad that was for Shinra Tensei, but I will say that you kind of need to.
He was actually. It was not a storming. It was just standing at the edge there of the
Where is he?
burnout
Oh, I
circle.
see him.
He's off over to the right now, and you can see he's just fighting some mobs right there.
Oh, he just takes a
small
half step
forward.
up. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's probably a cat walks on the W key of your keyboard is what I would be blaming for that sort of thing there.
Come here. Anyhow, we were talking about how bad that was for Shinra Tensei wiping to Kokia, especially when Kokia is at 20% HP. But in reality, across the entire day, it's not like the end of the world. You have 3 hours for chase keys, and that 20, we think it's likely to stand. There is a chance that 21 is the level that you want to be able to put up to be secure in this weekend. But it seems like it's going to be 20, especially with mandatory bailing on that 21 and going 20 instead.
Right. That I think is the biggest piece of evidence here is how quickly mandatory gave up on the 21. It's probably a pretty low success rate. It means that mandatory think it's a pretty low success rate key at that level. And if it's a low success rate key for mandatory, it's a low success rate key for everybody, right? Like that team has been looking so strong this weekend. So yeah, I agree. There's a pretty good chance that 20 Ruby life pools will stand. I think the 21 is possible, but is it more possible than the 22 Brackenhide, the 21 Halls of Infusion, the 22 Azure Vault in particular? I think the 22 Azure Vault has two things going for it. First of all, it's likely to be probably even easier than the 21 Ruby. And also, it gives you a better tiebreaker, right? Because our first tiebreaker is just highest key level done. So if you can ever get a 22 instead of a 21, that is big value.
I have good news. I just pulled up some of the co-streams, and I was looking at...
Match.
Oh my gosh, did Match just accidentally pull Thunderhead?
They did indeed, it looks like. It looks like they're keeping the dungeon going as well.
So
Not
that's what I was about to say. I pulled up Nerf's stream because we have basically every single team has a mandatory required. I don't say mandatory. They have a required co-streamer, and one of the things that the co-streamers have typically is like split times. And
There it is,
with
the dragon.
How did they pull it? Oh, they pulled it with the pack. The pack accidentally walked through it as it was flying over.
Can we get that replay one more time and see how that one? Yeah. You can see Dr. J started the town portal, and then maybe the call was made. No, keep it going. Okay, so where is Thunderhead? There's a Scorchling off over to the side there. Shelly runs forward, tags the next pack, and then Thunderhead flies by. So that's
Thunderhead
how it
global
happens.
combats you. Yeah, Thunderhead global combats you. So
Shelly
it's like
tries to die to it so that it doesn't get the rest of the group in combat, but like you said, it is global combat. Yeah, and then that Storm Breath instantly just comes in and breaks them. But even with 5 deaths on the board and a full reset on that pull, Madge electing to continue this run, not hearthing out. It's a aggressive strategy here, but I think I like it. I think they did have a few minutes of wiggle room here. It does mean if that 20 Ruby stands, theirs is going to be slow, right? We're going to be seeing like a 29-30 out of them at best at this point, probably on their timer. So if other teams put up, say, a 27-minute, a 28-minute run, Madge are going to be losing time tie breaks as a result of continuing this run rather than starting a new one.
Okay, so circling back to what I was saying about the co-streaming, I'm looking at Lamike's splits. So all the teams basically use this weak order. This is like a pretty universal timer for a lot of high-end key pushers. And what it actually has functionality for is like showing your previous best splits for like tyrannical keys on this level. And for Madge, their best time during practice was a 26-minute, 42-second run, which means that even with the 5 deaths, the key is still doable.
Exactly.
They were actually 42 seconds under on their Meladrissa split from their previous best in this dungeon. So
maybe they're even still on pace for like a 28 or something.
But
I
think
suspect it's like
they're
a
pretty
29.
fast.
I mean, with a full wipe like that, running back, plus 25 seconds of death timer, I think that it's probably... I think it is probably going to be close. It's probably going to be in that 29 range, but we will see. If they can keep it clean from here, maybe they can gain some time in the remainder of this dungeon.
They need Kokia killed off by, it looks like about 21 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we're still on pace for that, but not by a lot because there is still trash to take care of. I think this is their last destroyer pull, though, so they're nearly ready to pull the boss. On a 20 Tyrannical, though, that Kokia fight lasts quite a while because, like we said,
that is a very long
more
fight,
ads,
yes.
That you have to kill more total ads, and each ad has more health, so it's a double-dipping increase in time, every increase in key level on fights like that.
I gotta start using that more where I go look at the team splits that they have for those dungeons during practice.
That's nice. That works out well. Mandatory working on Kokia here up in the top left. They're on pace here to get Kokia dead around that 20-minute mark. That's going to be nice for them. They are definitely on pace for putting this 20 on the board. 0 deaths for them so far. Just got to avoid any Molten Boulder instant explosion incidents.
It is... It's really easy to blow them up, especially whenever you're maximizing your space.
Ooh, they had to rock through the fire a little bit there as well. Mode ends up
rescue.
taking a tick of that ground. Yeah, the rescue is going to save their Evoker and Priest. Mode has to enter a bit of an early tree form. Another early boulder
really close.
explosion. Yeah.
They're getting really close to Flame Goulet here. Oh.
Well, look at this, though. They can U-turn. They've left the right-hand side of the path clear, so they can actually start heading back towards where the boss spawned.
Oh, good boulder.
Heading back towards where the boss spawned is actually really nice because then when the boss dies, you're closer to where you want to be, right? They've left themselves a channel to walk through here, so that is going to be nice if they can avoid pulling those Thundercasters. If you pull one of those Thundercasters, it is all over. Those mobs are they are slow, they're annoying. You got to kick them. They do like a knockback or something as well. They've got that unlucky strike, which I think is a curse dispel, so you could actually clear it with Cauterizing Flame. But
no, you don't pull those mobs. Do not pull those mobs.
We're gonna try our best to avoid it. Is what I'm saying here. So they've got to make sure that they thread the needle here.
Wait,
as they flee. Oh, they're just gonna leave that ad over there. It looks like maybe. Oh, no,
they changed the ads to have the fire despawn this season? I actually didn't know that. So in Season 1, the fire didn't despawn at all. But the dungeons have apparently been slightly updated since then. That's... Okay.
Yeah, either that or they started the boss by pulling it all the way over to the side, which I didn't see, but...
No, there's
I
no
think
way.
You're
The
probably
boss is at 11%, right?
Yeah, the fire is just eventually despawning, which is nice. That again, look at this U-turn as well, getting back towards where they started. This is one of those things that the best teams in the world do almost instinctively, is you just think about, where do I want to be when this fight ends, right? I want to be right where that firewall is. I want to be right ready to go into the rest of the dungeon. And then you kind of work backwards from there and engineer that being the reality. And that's exactly what's going to happen here for Mandatory. They're going to get this boss killed off, and they are right where they want to be. No running required. Whereas other teams, sometimes you kill far away and you have to walk all the way back there. With
this kill time, I think they're probably going to be posturing for like a 27-30 maybe run of this dungeon, assuming that they have no mistakes here with their skips. Which, it's really easy to have mistakes with your skips.
Certainly true. We've seen this area, we've seen deaths on that skip quite a bit for a few different teams. Mandatory, though, executing it not just cleanly, but quickly as well. No delay as they wait for a Wernstone or anything like that. They just get it instantly. Meanwhile, Madge in the top right, they are on pace to finish Kokia right about at that 21-minute marker.
We need 21 minutes. That is the time that we were looking for you to be okay.
Their run is still live, but it's not safe. It is, they are in the danger zone here, our Madge. Meanwhile, Shinra on another restart of their dungeon, 8 minutes in now with a 7:42 Melodressa split. We like that. That's nice and quick. And they are now starting their upper ring area. And in the bottom left, Pedro's per hour succeeded at 3-chesting that 16. Let's see how well they can do in this 19. There was between the other teams, the drama of whether or not you could 2-chest, which ends up maybe not mattering because maybe you don't do the 21 anyways, so maybe not a big deal after all. It's just a question of saving a few minutes here or there rather than saving you an entire dungeon run. Unless Pedro's, one way that Pedro's could say, you know what, we're not getting eliminated today, is 2-chest the 19 and then time the 21. You do that, and you are basically locking yourself into the Global Finals. All right, Melodressa nearly dead for Pedro's per hour. Meanwhile, Mandatory up in the top left, getting this mini-boss pulled. It's going okay for them so far. They also have swapped Skylark, I believe, onto the Blood Elf. I think he played Night Elf in the 16, although maybe I'm mistaken on that. But this Blood Elf does come in pretty clutch in this area in particular. You save a lot of time because you don't get all those shields absorbed onto the mini-boss.
Not only is it really good for here, but it's also good for the first pull of the dungeon. Whenever you have all those Chill Weavers, whenever they cast a shield, particularly on like the Earth Shapers, the Earth Shapers can't be interrupted or stopped on like their Seismic Slam, and so you actually need the purge for that too. So it makes sense as well. You're not
and
really
also the Flame Dance as well, right? Those mobs that go out in a blaze of glory, you could just hit the Blood Elf and they'll instantly die.
Typically, you have like Priest or Mage Purge. I don't know if they're talented into that for this dungeon, but in theory, yeah, it would be also good for that.
Yeah, it is a nice dungeon for the offensive dispels. So
you're not melding anything as a tank
nice
in
bit
here.
Of value.
Yeah, we're not doing the budget shroud double misery meld thing in this dungeon. So it's mostly fine to just be playing Torrent.
Yeah, although Madge, you can see Lamike still on that Night Elf. Same with Pedro's Yoda there. So it's not a unanimous decision by any stretch, but I prefer the Blood Elf in this dungeon as well. I think it makes the most sense here, too.
It's just a small gain.
It is a minor optimization for sure, especially because you've already got Mass Dispel available and Spell Steal and Purge offensively, too. So it's not giving you access to a unique resource. It's just a nice, extra cheap AoE Dispel.
All right, so mandatory onto the final boss here.
I mean, look how much time they have here as well. They got 7 minutes to deal with this fight. This fight's going to take probably 5.
I was thinking 4:30
available as well. Yeah.
It was like 3:20 for them on a 19.
Okay, yeah, so maybe 4 even. And they do have the Lust. The Lust is going to line up with 2s once the way that you do this fight for safety. And for efficiency, actually, is you lust 50%, right? Because that is a 2-target moment. You get full uptime on 2-target DPS, and it's also the time where you're in the most danger, while both Urquhart and Kairaka are blasting you at the same time.
Not only is it important to press it at 50%, but it's also important for Kairaka to land at 50% as well, because Kairaka won't cancel the breath cast like right after they land. And so like if they start doing that roaring fire breath, and then you push them to 50%, either Urquhart or Kairaka, then you're able to get that full breath before the boss mounts. And then you can also potentially queue Urquhart's Storm Slash up as well, and then even get a longer duration before they'll mount and start doing that Flame Spit. Because the Flame Spit casts what's it called? Inferno Core, maybe?
Yeah,
maybe the dot's called Inferno Core. Doesn't really matter. Whenever you get that debuff on you, you're like really scared. And you're also really scared whenever they're like overlaps, because you get the interrupting shout at the same time that you have that dot on you. You could actually just like die 100-0 if you don't press disperse or block or have Defy Fate available.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where it's not just a defensive. You need a good defensive going.
You need like an immunity. Yeah, all buttons are being pressed. Ward Me is called too. Like you're pressing.
Okay, here goes. Lust, Breath of Eons, all the 2s coming out for mandatory.
It's with the breath
Power Infusion
at 50%. Yeah.
Void Torrent. Yep, we are blasting. Kairaka being the primary target here. This is safety, right? As soon as Kairaka dies, we are chilling. We can't wipe, but we need to kill that dragon as quickly as possible. On some of the lower key levels, you would do some more even cleave for a little bit more efficiency. At this key level, every single person is putting every single global into Kairaka. Urquhart getting cleaves a little bit for free is fine, but no damage is primary targeting Urquhart for sure.
They have good spell queuing as well. The interrupting Cloudburst cast from Urquhart is coming out probably about 15 seconds after that Inferno Core dot fades off the players. And so that means that there's no real way for a player to get one-shot 100-0. Kairaka actually goes down before that Flame Spit cast going off, and Mandatory is going to be able to do this dungeon in 15-ish. That's really good for them. And now that calls into question, like, were they supposed to be doing the 21?
Yeah, this is a timer that definitely shows that the time side of this dungeon could work on the 21, although the danger, they had 0 deaths in this run, but how many times did they drop to 10% health? Anytime you dropped to 10% health in a 21, or in a 20, you were dead in the 21, right? So yeah. It is a sketchy proposition. This is nice for mandatory, though. This is going to put them at 123 points, and they still have a Bracken they can go and improve. I wonder if I think you probably do flee the Ruby Life Pools at this point. I think that Bracken and then the Azure Vault should be the next orders of business.
No avoidance just makes the first boss super tough.
Yeah,
brutal.
Really, there it is, 26-24. Nice work by Mandatory.
That's an insane time tiebreaker.
Yeah, they are setting themselves up for an incredible amount of success here. And yeah, it's just a question of where that green dot travels to next. And you could say in Ruby as well, right? You've been in Ruby for the past hour and 20 minutes. You are used to it. You're warmed up in it. You know, everybody's muscle memory is set for Ruby. I wouldn't hate staying in Ruby for a couple of attempts on the 21 as well, now that you've put the 20 on the board.
But now
I
we're
think
done,
I would
right?
be heading to Bracken. Yeah.
But we're done with the homework keys of the day, right? Now we're starting to look at chase keys for like, okay, what is our next point? What is our next easiest point coming from? And then you start working top down from like the easiest and then go to the hardest. And it might be something as simple as like Azure Vault 22, which would be kind of weird.
So the Azure Vault 22 it's not necessarily the easiest.
It's Brack 22.
Yeah, Bracken 21 even I think is another option. I wouldn't be surprised given how Mandatory have played if they just choose to slot the 21 in instead of the 22.
Well, they have so much time to even try the 22 if they think it's doable.
Yeah, but I think that their philosophy so far has been, let's just get this 1 point at a time, right? Let's just put them on the board. Let's not spend time with potential on our scorecard that we might not realize, right? Let's just do the 21 and then come back later. Maybe one attempt at the 22, and then as soon as you wipe, go 21. That's basically what they've been doing in the Halls of Infusion. That's what they did in the Ruby as well. So I agree with you. I would be tempted to put in the 22, but I think that their perspective is like, if we get this 21 done, we are...
Maybe this is the
really
last homework
to just
key,
do whatever
right?
we want, right? Yeah, I mean, it's not really a homework key at 21.
The 21 is the
timed
homework
by other teams, but it is still really hard.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to say is the 21 would be the homework key, whereas the 22 would be the chase. The 21 halls would be the chase type of thing.
Yeah, I think 22 Azure Vault is the 22 I would like to see teams attempt first as well. Like, that key is it's really nice because it's also
look at this. You were right about the tiebreaker.
Yeah, Mandatory. I mean, they've been playing this way pretty much all weekend. They've had these two chests, and then they haven't tried to capitalize on them, and they've instead chosen to just, put the guaranteed points on the board. Let's take a look at Mandatory, or at Madge rather, though, the other team that starts with MA, as
they're the 5 deaths
slamming the lust. Yeah, that was the wipe, right? They wiped to pulling the Thunder Dragon. And they are going to hit the lust on Urquhart and Kairaka. That's right. A dragon of many different names.
Yeah,
but yeah.
Yes, I do that. You like started pausing. I was like, where's he going with this?
Kairaka getting just a beat up here by Madge, but Soda also in some danger there. Angelic Bulwark proccing, keeping him alive. Kairaka maybe going to get one more flame spit out. As long as they can finish Kairaka here, they are chilling on the timer,
dude,
even with that full wipe. They're actually so fast in here because think about how much time that wipes cost them, and then consider that Mandatory have a 26-24 in here. Madge are only going to be like a minute and a half slower with 5 deaths of death timer plus the time it took to run back after that wipe. Madge are really fast, but the downside of this is even if your potential in this dungeon is fast, you didn't actually put that on the board, right? And if you're going to leave this 20 here, that means your time tiebreak is just going to have this blemish on it forever.
But Madge in general has had insane time tiebreaker over teams like Pedro's Per Hour and Shinra Tensei. Madge has been putting up incredibly impressive times. They're not putting up mandatory level times, but they are, in terms of like total time, they are the second place team by a significant amount. And I think that they can even afford this, what you describe as a blemish, which it's still them timing this 20.
Yeah, I mean, it's still great, of course. It's still good. It's just, if we're in that world of it coming down to time tiebreakers, it is definitely a disadvantage, and you can see it in the splits there, that extra minute and a half that they have in this dungeon. Of course, for that to be a disadvantage, it's going to rely on Shinra and Pedro's to actually put up a clean 20, which Shinra up in the top left are most of the way through their 20 right now. They have Kokia in the danger zone here. There's a couple of pebbles they got to watch out for in this particular part of terrain, so hopefully they can avoid another incident over here as they bait those molten boulders. Pedro's also in this part of the dungeon working on the 19 rather than the 20, so let's see how that works out. And of course in the bottom right we do have Mandatory that have entered the Brackenhide 21, so they basically have sequenced the opposite order as Pedro's did the start of their day.
Yeah, I was doing some research on this Brackenhide before the day started. Mandatory plays by far the least amount of trash in this area. A lot of teams were going for like 2 to 3 beach pulls, where Mandatory was only doing like 1 pull in this area, then immediately pulling the boss and then grabbing that basically free trash into the boss after a trick totem goes down. it's kind of interesting to see just how different the route is. And I think that you said it best yesterday when you were like, there's a lot of trash that you can pull in this dungeon. There's not necessarily a lot of trash that you want to pull in here, but it makes routing in here pretty unique because there is just so much that you can potentially pull.
Yeah, it is a very interesting dungeon here. There are some dungeons where pretty much everybody agrees on what you're supposed to pull and when, and then there are some where we see the disagreements, and it's pretty cool in TGP as well because usually teams will stick with their strategy for the whole weekend, right? You won't try and learn something another team is doing because even if it's better, it's only a little better and you have the practice on your strat. Sometimes we see some really impressive stuff, though, as Fired Up does go down for Pedro's at the end of that boss encounter to the dot that was left behind by that last ad. Not a big deal. Looks like Pedro's are setting up a different pull here, though, than most teams. Actually not going to be skipping. Yeah,
wow.
So they need to do an extra pull here. They're going to be fighting an extra Tempest Channeler pull. These things are kind of sketchy, but mostly they're slow.
So most teams come into this area at about 78% enemy forces. That way you can skip the first two warriors and this Tempest Channeler. And the reason that the Tempest Channeler is slow, like Dratnos was pointing out, is because you can't really pull it with any other mobs. Like you can't pull two Tempest Channelers together, for example, because they'll just wipe you. I guess the question now comes down to, like, is Pedro's per hour going to be able to two-chest this dungeon? They need 24 minutes. We know the last boss is about 3:30-ish is what you want for that final encounter. I think they're going to be okay to be able to do that, but they're going to have to get these final couple of pulls dealt with rapidly.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. I think that's I think it'll be okay. We can see those splits in the bottom left there, and there's wiggle room. And again, it doesn't really matter whether you two or three or one chest the 19 as well, right? So there's really the full 12 minutes here for Pedro's up in the top right.
Yeah, I was gonna say the splits are also gonna be a little bit different because in theory Pedro should have a shorter first boss split than all the other teams, mostly due to the fact that they're just pulling less trash
there.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, Shinra up in the top left, also nearing the end of their dungeon here. They are looking solid for the timer too. They're just on this mini boss, and then they'll be going into the boss, so potentially in a position to put up, say, a 26, 27 minute Ruby as well if that boss goes cleanly for them. Lust is going to be coming up for them right about when the 50% marker gets reached too. So efficient Lust for Shinra Tensei.
Yeah, that's good.
This is going to put them at if they time this key, that's going to tie them back up with mandatory, put them in a position once again to be losing the time tiebreaker by 10 minutes, of course. But still, a good place for Shinra to be, keeping pace ahead of Madge and Pedro's, which means they'll have more time to work on those stretch goal keystones. Really, after they put this 20 on the board,
they need a 21 no-coup.
I guess 21 no-coup is the non-stretch goal keystone. It's the keystone that somebody else has timed, although only mandatory has put a 21 no-coup on the board, so it's not an easy key, right?
I mean, Shinra two-chested the 19 on day one, and then looked like they were going to try the 21 before having to bail on it to, go for the safe play to not get eliminated on day one. But like after having seen them like at least even try that 21 no-coup for a little bit, it seemed like it's in their wheelhouse timer-wise to be able to get it dealt with. Of course, it's going to be a bit challenging because that no-coup is sanguine, but it's definitely doable for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I think that the question is, like, I feel like there's some merit to be heading to a 22 Azure Vault soon as well. I think even if you spend more time putting a 22 Azure Vault on the board than, say, a 21 Halls of Infusion, a 21 Ruby, even a 21 no-coup, that 22 Azure Vault does give you a tiebreaker, right? Like, our first tiebreaker isn't time, it's highest key level done.
Exactly.
And so getting a 22 on the board means that maybe you can be in a position where you can actually beat mandatory at the same points as them if they're spending their time working on 21 Halls of Infusion, for instance, that they almost timed, and you instead put a 22 Azure Vault up. So I think I think there's an argument to be made there. The question is, how feasible do you think that 22 Azure Vault is? And that's the thing that we are speculating on, and the teams the teams actually know, right? They know how reliable their 22 Vault is with those affixes. That's something that they have practiced and thought about.
It's so interesting how close all of these teams really are together in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, 3 of the teams are going to the Global Finals, but today is kind of trying to distinguish who the 4th place team is that's going to be eliminated. It's not even, but on top of that, it's also like who's going to be the most consistent with their chase keys, that kind of thing. And those are going to be the big differentiators for who's going to be able to make it to Global Finals, and unfortunately, who is going to be eliminated.
Yeah, this is getting very intense here as we now have Pedro's and Shinra both working on their last boss, about to make it to that push. Lust is going to be available for Shinra right on this push. For Pedro's, it's actually not going to be. Pedro's are going to have to press this Lust a little bit later than they'd like, I think, on this encounter. Potentially
yeah,
something.
we'll find out if that's the case or not, but we'll also find out what Ironic has to say, because it's time for him to jump back onto the cast. Time for Dratanos to get a much-needed break. Go, take a rest. Well done. And now your watch is ended. Well, for a little while anyway, but we'll see you later. But meanwhile, welcome, Zyronic.
Welcome, Zyronic.
Thank you. It's been fun to watch the teams push up Ruby life pools. It's, one of the faster-paced keys that we have available, and of course, giving them a tyrannical Ruby life pools, while it may seem like it's kind of nice for that upper ring section of the dungeon, makes the bosses take forever, makes them that much more dangerous, which is why we're kind of seeing them go for the 20 instead of go for the 21 that, Mandatory potentially could have gone with their 2 chest on the 19.
Ooh, top right-hand corner of the screen, pages per hour. Crims just rips his Void Eruption and PI without Lust, even though Lust is coming up in 40 seconds here. It does make sense because it's like 2-target cleave, but at the same point, you really do want that with the Bloodlust, because they should, in theory, be getting the entire Bloodlust within the 2-chest timer.
I can see an argument for either way. At this point, if you wait for the Bloodlust to pop the 2 minutes here, that means you'll just be hitting Karaka with nothing up, and you'll probably get an extra set of Flame Spits. They just wanted to burn down this dragon as quickly as possible.
But we just lost the Eons too, right? Like, I don't know.
I don't think it's really that big of a deal. Because, he's still in the Void Eruption, or he was when the Eons was active for the most part. It's not the biggest optimization problem. Like, again, they're just looking to time the key here. The 2 chests shouldn't be that big of a deal unless they think the 21 is possible. Even then, they have more than enough time to get the 2 chest off anyways.
I think that I was Dragon and I were kind of talking about the dungeons that are potentially doable today for chase keys. I'm thinking it's like 22 Azure Vault, 21 Halls of Infusion, and the rest are pretty steep challenges.
Based off of the timers that we saw yesterday, and maybe extrapolating out that Mandatory has been so much faster than the other teams, I could potentially see Mandatory being able to take down a 22 Brackenhide. Obviously, we're seeing them go into the 21 now just because we saw that's what Shinra Tensei did. But
I don't know if they're gonna be able to kill the totems on a 22. Is also part of it.
I think they can though. So
those totems are beefy.
They are, but when we've seen teams go into the 21, usually the mark of whether or not the totems are killable on a key level higher kind of comes down to that last GCD on the totem before that goes off. And usually they're frost mages, they're trying to get at least 2 big glacial spikes into the totem, right? And they've been casting those second glacial spikes at the last second, and they've been heavily overkilling the totems with them. So I think it might actually be possible. The timer definitely suggests that they can get it done. Yeah. It's just a matter of whether or not that's what they want to spend their time doing, because we're very, very rapidly, reaching the point where, like you said just now, there's no easy keys left, really. After, the teams kind of get their 1 key that they're in done right now, all of the remaining keys are going to be difficult and take some progression to get through, especially with, the low levels of tertiaries that they have available to them.
We had a keystone scaling graphic for the top of show, and I hope we could show it again as well. Dude, Macine is separating out this shaper to where... Yeah. That was actually interesting tech with the Sleepwalk. That's basically +1 mob for free that doesn't really do anything. And oh wow, he Warnstone ports up to it, so that shaper is going to patrol around. Oh, it even snaps. Even better. It doesn't even have to walk up the wall. I thought I was going to walk up the wall to him, but it snaps to him.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that's the shaper that patrols around with the Rod Hexer.
Yeah. But
so
it's
they
not,
really
not
don't want that mob.
Right?
Yeah, they're not attached. So if they need that count just to make their route work, that's some pretty nice tech to just separate it out and get it done. We see that a lot in this key, where there are packs put together that aren't necessarily linked together. So if you can separate them out, you can pull them. We saw that in the highlight on the start of the show with the hyenas in this dungeon.
Yeah, look at the bottom right about the dungeon scaling as well. So that's why this is kind of why 21 is a level that locks a lot of the dungeons down, is because it's like 573% modifier, and then the next modifier for the 22 is 640%. And so unless you have a lot of time available on the key, they just continue to get exponentially harder as you go up in keystone level. And so while the timer might be okay, you're going to start getting one shot at a specific point as well, and that becomes tough. And that's why we see a lot of teams running like Wards of Faceless Ire on many of their players, including even their mages.
Yeah, I mean that's why we the key scaling is 10% per key, and to the average viewer that hasn't really pushed the super high key yet, it might not sound like a lot. 10%'s doesn't seem like a big number, but when it's been multiplied on top of itself, at this point in a level 22 key 22 times.
Math. Big math.
Exponential numbers get up there, man. They get up there. So, yeah, it gets scary. I mean, remember yesterday we were talking about this in the Azure Vault 21 when teams were going into there after seeing mandatory math it out on day one. Those cooldowns work great on a 21. Do they work on a 22? After the Stomp and the Brand both do 10% more damage? Don't know yet. We'll have to see if that actually works on a 22, because that 10% extra damage, that means that you would have had to live every single Brand and Stomp on the 21 with more than 10% of your HP left. And actually, it might even be more than that, because you're not accounting for absorbs at that point either. It's a lot of math that has to be done, maybe a little bit of trial and error that has to be done, and that's only for one of the dungeons. When you look at the dungeons that Mandatory has left, we know that they can do the 21 Halls, we know that they can do the 21 Brackenhide. Once those two are gone, is there even score left on the board for the rest of the day?
I mean, I think it's the Azure Vault, and I think it's probably the Halls of Infusion. We saw them get really close to that Halls of Infusion yesterday on a 21. We're calling it a chase key. It's not something that they're going to be able to do with like insane consistency, but they should be able to do it with a few attempts, right?
Yeah, well, I feel like we're kind of a broken record for saying this all weekend, but Mandatory really has kind of been the standout team, obviously, right? Yes, Shinra Tensei has been putting up a fantastic call and response to even be on the same score as them, but if we were to click on that score on the leaderboard there, you'd see that Mandatory holds an 8.5-minute tiebreaker advantage over them, so they're going at an insane pace throughout the dungeon. But of course, again, one of the conversation points we've had all weekend as well is that these dungeons aren't really gated at the high level by the time in the key. It's gated by whether or not you're able to live it for the most part. That's what the Azure Vault is going to be. That's what the Halls of Infusion was. And that's also kind of what this Brackenhide is going to be as well. Can you kill the totems? Can you live through those AoEs on the last boss?
I don't want to speak too soon,
That's
but
right.
I'm about to speak too soon and say that I think that Mandatory, the way that they've been playing this weekend, they're posturing to actually win the entire TGP. The level of dominance that they've shown against really high-level competition is insanely cool. I don't think that we've ever seen a team that's actually just like blown the other teams out of the water like this.
I can think of one. But
Does it rhyme with Schmecko?
It does. What a coincidence. But hey, guess what? We're back. I brought Dranos with me because some teams are on a break right now. So we decided to take a little break ourselves and play a little game called Whose Spell Is It Anyway? You'll have to try to decipher the spell based on only the information available to you from the tooltip. The tooltip can be from abilities, talents, or items usable within dungeons. So let's see who can assert some dominance and WoW knowledge
I think
here.
Dranos
What
has got to
is
be
it?
the best here at this.
Oh yeah, this is prophetic stone scales. This is this is the death trinket from Dog.
Okay.
Yeah. I can tell you what most of the words are here as well. It's like upon sustaining fatal damage, or something. It heals you for the damage that you took in the last 10 seconds. For the next 12 seconds, your haste is increased.
Dude, he already
and
knew.
the mobs that were responsible for your untimely demise deal 20% less damage to you. This effect can only occur once every 8 minutes. Prophetic stone scales. Bang.
Let's just see it. There it is. Yeah, no question.
Okay.
He had it instantly. Do we have any more? We might have to
one
like
was
make
a
you sit
little
out
bit
of the
too
next
easy.
That
one.
one was a freebie. Oh, which icon is it? It's D, clearly.
D, bottom right.
Clearly, it's D.
Oh,
You can see.
okay.
Look at the Photoshop and see. You can see them adding in those extra
know.
scales that they would never be seen, surely.
I mean, it looks okay. A, you've got kind of a layered thing. B, you've just got kind of a little bit of a color swap going on. Which one is it? What's the right icon here?
That's got to be D.
Yeah.
All right, it's D.
Yep.
It is indeed D.
Dude, Mandatory's doing something cool in the top left. I think I'm trying to get a replay for us in a sec.
Yeah. We'll take a pause from this to take a look at that. Unless
so basically what they were doing is
they were time. Go ahead.
They were pulling a lot of the trash into gut shot. They were jumping over that gap that we saw teams do. I think it was back in season 2, and they were pulling a ton of trash into gut shot. Not to derail this conversation about prophetic stone scale.
Were they using Warren Stone to get back, or was the priest gripping after pulling the trash? Let's see. Actually, we'll get a good point of it here. I'm going to assume that it's...
I think Skylark was Warren Stoning. No, it wasn't even Skylark.
No, they just had gathered it all already. It looks
like.
Oh,
no, they'd already gathered it before this replay started.
I see.
Excellent. Right. This was probably the mastered on those hyenas again as well from that patrol.
They also had the biters.
Oh, they have biters too.
Exactly.
Sweet.
They have biters and rod hexer that's coming in as well. They went over the gap. I didn't see who did it. It has to either be Mason or Skylarked.
You can hover over towards that area where, the Rod Hexer patrol is that you would go to right after this boss anyways, and just tag it with like a ranged spell, probably like a Living Flame, and then just Warrenstone back up to the group. We didn't get a POV of that, I don't think, or maybe it was a little bit earlier on, but that's the tech, like Tettle said, we had that tech used back in Season 2 of the TGP as well, I'm pretty sure. If I'm not mistaken.
I pulled up a VOD of it. Skylark Vengeful glides and then Warrenstone's back after pulling the mobs. So it's the tank that goes and grabs all of this trash. It's really cool.
Very cool.
All right. Well, are we gonna go? Oh, here's another one. Okay. Yeah. So what's this one?
Okay.
What's this one?
It's one of the 4 different bloodlusts in the game.
Imagine they put all the different bloodlusts up, and we don't know.
That's what it's gonna be. 5-minute cooldown.
It's gonna be the Evoker one.
You think it's Fury of the Aspects?
It's gotta be,
it's
right?
exhausted, right? It's exhausted, so it's not temporal. It's not time warp because that's temporal displacement, right?
Yeah.
Sated is bloodlust. Ancient Hysteria. Yep. Which one's Ancient Hysteria?
That's the BM Hunter pet one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Also, that wouldn't cost mana because it's a pet that casts it, right? So
right, it's
Fury
of
the Aspects.
It's gotta be.
Love it. Yeah.
Seems reasonable.
I thought Exhausted was Ancient Hysteria. I thought that was Hunter, but I might be wrong here. I don't think I should go against Dratnos because I feel like this is just a way for me to lose.
Pets can be exhausted. Pets have mana.
Okay, look at the pixels. Enhance.
Look at the pixels.
I like I like Fury of the Aspects. Although I'm a little bit worried. It
looks like there's more than 3 words if it passed that blur on the name of the spell, right? So that would
I'm a little bit worried that it's not that long.
Bloodlust.
Of a title.
Fury of the Aspects would be longer. You're thinking?
I'm a little bit worried of that, but I like Zyro's logic. I'm sticking with Fury of the Aspects.
All right, show it.
You can tell from the pixels and having seen a few Bloodlust abilities in his time, it is Fury of the Aspects. There you go.
F. Incredible. Oh, we maybe could have guessed it from the requires level 60 as well. Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Sure.
Good.
Fair enough. Yeah. Whoops. All right. This one is a little bit tougher. I play Evoker, so I think it's C.
Oh, interesting. I was thinking it was between B and D.
C and B are basically the same thing with like a slightly different brightness shift. What is this?
So I think it's B.
I'm pretty sure it's C.
I think it's C. Yeah.
I like C.
I'm going to
weigh
in on this.
You can do some of the classic test-taking stuff, right, where, like, A is kind of different, right? A is the only one where red's on the right, so it's probably not that one. But then if you have clever test makers, they sometimes make that the right answer. But I think it's... I think I like C as well.
Also, is your monitor color correction good enough to know which one it is between B, C, and D?
Look at the right 2 sections of the wing on B and D. Don't those look kind of photoshopped in?
I agree. That's what I'm thinking too.
It's gonna be really embarrassing if it's one of those 2, but I like C.
It's C. I'm going C with this. Again, I play Evoker. I've played Evoker All Expansion. I should know this.
I'm gonna say D, but I don't feel great about it.
I'm pretty sure the color scheme on A and C are correct, and they're just flipped. Yeah, I think it's just C.
Yeah, it's C. Okay. Oh, relief.
F.
We got
Incredible.
one. Excellent.
What a fun quiz.
That was a fun one. It looks like we have 3 teams running again. I'm not sure if we're going to do any more here or if we're going to jump back into the focusing on the actual teams doing actual
I think
runs.
we should be looking at this mandatory in the top left. We might even want
Fair
to be full
enough, yeah.
screening them. Like, mandatory in the top
We'll
left.
have more of these for later. Yeah, let's do it.
So what they're going to do is they're actually going to maintain combat for the War Scourges for Signet brand damage, and they're also going to be trying to maintain Codex uptime on all of their DPS that are wearing that Codex, like the Razgeth Trinket Codex, not the other one, where they have like really strong on use and like damage effects. So making sure that they maintain combat before
they're
pulling
doing that.
Decay Triarch is huge.
Okay, yeah, that is tech that was talked about during the season, but I didn't see anyone ever actually do it. That's actually
Yeah.
really smart. So that means you get an on-use of the trinket on essentially every single totem if you can stay in combat long enough to keep that cooldown down, right?
Yeah, on top of that as well, people are going to be wearing both Bellarellos and that on-use trinket, so you'll be able to cycle through double strong on-use, and you'll just be like stacking up that Codex over time, and then have a lot more active abilities. Then beyond that, you're just going to be like rotating between Ray of Frost and Void Torrent, alternating which one you're going to be using on each totem. Basically, you have to use like 2 strong abilities per totem, maybe even potentially 3, depending on what you're actually using. The Void Torrent, I think, is a little bit weaker than like Ray of Frost, for example. So there you might have to send something else like a Dreambinder Staff potentially or something weird.
Oh,
like
Ray
that.
is definitely way stronger than Void Torrent. I can
Yeah.
guarantee you that.
The Ray's not soloing it though. Like you need Ray plus Bellarellos or Ray plus Grief Torch or something like that. So everybody's wearing either, it's at least one on use trinket. Skylark is wearing Grief Torch plus Signet brand, and then everybody else is potentially wearing up to 2 on use trinkets for just totem killing.
See, Mode is Bellow plus Tome, so is Hopeful. Yep. Maceine is also Bellow Tome. All of them are Bellow Tome.
Yep, that is
except for, of course, Stove, who's Bellow class trinket. But that makes sense. That's just a really good overall damage trinket in general.
Well, Shadow Priest are the main characters as well, so you can't ask them to do too much for you. But
I'm
again,
surprised they even got him to equip the Bellow, to be honest.
So that tome, that Codex tome, it's that's why you're going to see them pull these War Scourges into the boss. It's to make sure that you're not ever dropping your stacks of either the trinkets, the Signet brand, or the Codex.
Right. Here we go. They're going to bring that last War Scourge in at about as low as they can afford to get it in, pull the boss, then kill it off quickly. And of course, we're going to see quick bursts of damage as all of those tomes go off onto every single totem. And then, like you mentioned, this is really similar to a lot of the other dungeons that we've talked about, where everything kind of happens on a 2-minute cycle, right? They've got their 2-minute cooldowns. Of course, Bellarellos, also 2-minute cooldown. Mana Grief Torch, also 2-minute cooldown, unless someone dies, I guess. Could be lower. If you can get through 2 minutes of this boss, you can theoretically get through as long as you need to go to on the boss. There's the first totem coming out. This is just 2-minute cooldowns. I doubt they used anything other than their tomes on that one. Next one, they'll still have the Void form up, but they probably can pop one of their trinkets onto it. And you have to remember, your Frost Mage is also
Ray.
double glacial spiking everyone. It'll probably be Ray of Frost, yeah, if I had to guess. GS into...
Oh, he's not even...
Where's the Ray?
Ooh, it's just
not
Lust.
even Ray. Just Lust. Okay.
Oh, Void Torrent to the boss even there.
It did.
So it's gonna be
okay.
It's gonna be Ray 1. Okay, so every single totem every single cycle you're getting 2 totems. It's gonna be Ray 1, Void Torrent 2 is what they actually look like they're setting up for.
Okay. Well,
cool.
They're also burning this boss, by the way. It's already below 70% in the space of 2 totems here. This is totem number 3, charging up a Fire Breath as well. I believe I saw one of the bellows go off on it, too, here. And this totem's just getting destroyed.
There's the Ray.
Ray of Frost is almost overkill on that totem there. He could have gotten a second GS off and not had to use it. But, I mean, like, that's the thing, right? They're dealing with these totems so easily on this key level. I see no reason why they wouldn't be able to do this on a 22, man.
Well, they over-kitted themselves to be able to kill, honestly, more totems than they're going to have to. The boss could probably be summoning like 3 totems per phase, and they would be able to kill those because everybody's running those double on use. It's just a ton of upfront damage. It's a really smart decision for mandatory. I don't think that many teams were running double on use in this dungeon, and I heard that there was like a lot of problems with like totem killing and consistency. But mandatory are proving right now that they are incredibly consistent with the totem killing.
And we're rolling back around to the 2-minute cooldowns here, and it's just kind of a reset and go again here from the start of the key. If you can kill the totems to this point, all of your cooldowns should be back up for this totem set here. So 2 minutes onto this one should be very easy. There was a bellow there too.
Right.
And I mean, the thing I also want to point out is they could also pool a lot more for these totems. Stove could easily charge up enough insanity to pop 3 devouring plagues into every single one of these totems. I don't think he's really doing that right now if he doesn't need to. He does have about enough for 2 right now, and he's doing a lot of boss damage as well. But that's the thing, right? They have so much time left. If they have close to amount, I'm assuming they'd have about 3 minutes less at this point in the Kiana 22. If he can just opt to do a little less boss damage to burst off these totems, dude, Hopeful didn't even get to cast a second Glacial Spike on that totem, man.
So, something that's actually kind of hard to notice, but is really smart, is you look at everybody that's getting into melee of this totem. It actually reduces the travel time on things like the Glacial Spike and the Auspicious Spirits from the Shadow Priest. And so you really want to try to get as close to the totem as possible because milliseconds matter. And like if you weren't as close to the boss or to that totem right there, the cast might have gone off.
Yeah, that one was pretty close. That's the closest I think I've seen so far from them. Maybe, bad positioning, maybe late usages there, maybe a trinket was missed. But again, not an issue on the 21. And the thing is as well, on the 22, if they do potentially go for it, one totem going off with how much they're overkilling these isn't necessarily the end of the world. You might have one
really bad.
One assigned. It is really bad. Don't get me wrong. It's bad. It's a lot of damage on the group. But remember, it's fortified, so it's not going to be the thing that kills you. And if you're overkilling every other totem, it'll be okay in the long run. But I mean, that one thing's for sure, Mandatory is going to get through this 21 with plenty of time left on the board. And I doubt 22 is something they're going to go for right away. Right, like we were talking about, they still have the Halls of Infusion to go for.
It's the AV.
That's also within the realm of possibility, too. Do you really think 22 AV is going to be easier than the 21 Halls that they've already shown off? They've gotten to the end of the dungeon and just wiped to their tank dying at an incredibly inopportune time.
Yes, I do think it's easier. I think it's easier because no team is actually trying to optimize Azure Vault 21. No team is actually doing anything impressive pull sizing wise in the first area, which you could, right? If you're going to throw 5 or so attempts at the first area, you can actually do something that's a lot more sketch, less reliable. But in such, you're going to be able to basically ensure that your timer and the key is going to be done in time.
Mandatory or finishing off this Bracken Hide
Shinra
2.5
no
minutes
food,
faster than everyone else, by the way.
Yeah, that's good. That's good for the time tiebreaker. I think that Mandatory, I don't want to say that they're 100% safe to the global finals, but I think that Bracken Hide is probably locking up their global final spot right now.
Yeah. Shinra did go to the Not Good. That makes sense. That's one of the main dungeons that Mandatory has over everyone right now. They're the only one to have gone into that 21 and timed it so far. Shinra did have a great run in this 21 on day 1. They weren't able to finish it off, though. They actually ended up dying in that Tierra and Maruk area here. Unfortunately for Pedro's per hour, Crim's going down to a living bomb. And, kind of just goes to show you, this key level scaling, even though it's tyrannical, every single one of those living destroyers, they do so much damage. Those living bombs do so much single target damage, and if you get a bad overlap with any of the extra bolts from the Cinder Weavers that just don't manage to get stopped, it gets pretty brutal up there. As a matter of fact, I've also seen teams just playing super safe on the trash up there, even on Tyrannical, making sure they're dispelling those burning ambitions so that the Cinder Weavers don't just chain bolts all over the place, just playing it as safe as they possibly can to make sure they can get through that trash cleanly.
Match, you're standing on top of Pride Rock, not able to get targeted by any of those lashers. That's the big point of standing on a bunch of these LOS spots or Z-axis spots inside of Bracken Hide. That's why you see a lot of other teams doing it too, is that you're not able to get jumped on by the lashers. And so these Wilted Oaks spawn a ton of them. And so removing those bleeds off of your players is a massive damage save.
Oh yeah, very, very clean execution from them here.
I'm trying to see if we can show totem damage for that Bracken Hide. I'm not 100% sure if we're allowed to, but I think it would be kind of cool from the Mandatory Bracken Hide because they dealt with those totems perfectly. I thought that was really a masterclass on how to deal with all those totems.
Oh, I'm sure we'll get it. It's just a matter of making sure they get the log clipped for us. We'll be getting it the second they have the available time to do so. Shinra Tensei in the Naka defensive, going for that massive second pull. And it's not going well for them, but, on a 21, fortified, sanguine, it's going to happen.
I mean, yeah, we saw yesterday the only other team that's actually timed this dungeon on a 21, Mandatory, they wiped this first pull 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, it's just a tough pull, man. It's a tough pull. I mean, you're pulling 20 mobs on Fortified. The other thing as well, like one of the things we haven't really talked about because it's been so textbook for most of the teams is there's a lot that goes into making sure that pull is super safe, right? Most of the players do not want to get in combat with anything until the tank has every single available one of the sniper's marks. That way they won't just get focus fired down by the longbows over the duration of the pull.
Dude,
and then really it's kind of just all on the tank to live.
I have Hopeful's stream pulled up on the left side of the screen. You'll never guess where they're going.
22.
22
Yes.
Academy. That's crazy.
22 Academy?
Yeah.
Okay.
That is
All
not
right.
the dungeon I would have ever predicted.
I wouldn't have predicted that to be the easiest one to go for, but based off of their timer, and then again based off of how easy it is to live the certain mechanics in this dungeon, I think it's within the realm of possibility. And the nice thing about this dungeon as well is, we covered this yesterday. When you're going for this crazy first pull that can save you upwards of 2 to 3 minutes in the key, front-loading the difficulty into the first 3 or 4 minutes of the pull, it's pretty efficient. If they can get through this pull, they're on for a good run here. And, most of the Croth mechanics they were able to live through with plenty of HP. We didn't see any super scary moments on Veximus for them. I don't know. It looks like it's possible. Mode even not going down to the Eagles here, that's fantastic. I mean, we kind of just write that off as a healer death every time. If he's able to stay alive and do just a little bit of extra damage, that's great. They got it done on their first
easy
try.
until Vex. It's more just like coming down to like if you can live Vex and make sure that your Croth split is to the point where you're not going to be just owned on the timer. Those are the two big points for being able to time this key. It's a very challenging dungeon. I don't think that I would have selected this. All right, so we have Rot Burst Totem damage in the bottom left, and you see Hopeful actually topping damage on the Rot Burst Totem. Macing on that Aug Evoker actually in second place though, which makes sense. Logs does show damage contribution from the Aug to it, but on top of that, he's running that Bellarellos, he's running the double on-use Trinket, so it has a lot of active abilities to be able to do and contribute a lot of damage to those totems. And so it was honestly a group effort. Mode and Skylart aren't doing a small amount of damage. Mode being above the tank is quite impressive.
And again, that was without Stove really pooling to try to do as much totem damage as they needed, right? They could definitely eke a little bit more out there. But not worried about that right now. They're in the Alcathar, not the Brackenhide 22. This is going to be a full wipe in the middle section of the dungeon here for Madge. Not what you want to see. They're actually just going to have to reset again, and let's find out what happened here. If I had to guess, it's probably just a tank death, and yep, there it is. This pull is pretty brutal for the tank, because not only are they just obviously tanking all of the trash, but all of the leaps from the Lashers can only go on them, right? Your range player standing up on the pole cannot get targeted by those. So there's a lot of focus put on the tank there, and, sometimes they can just go down to that.
Dude, we got so much cool stuff going on. We saw Maystein hover the gap, pull the first pack of Eagles into the group, and now with the re-snap on the Lashers, now we have the second pack of Alpha Eagles. Generally, the comm is going to be on this pull, only focus down the birds, only be focusing down the Alpha Eagle. The Lashers aren't going to be gating you from progressing this dungeon. You want to be doing as much damage to that Alpha Eagle as possible, because that's going to enable you to pull the next pack of Alpha Eagles, which is going to then spawn Croth a little bit faster. And so that's like the important element of doing that pull and doing those snaps.
Now, one of the things I'm curious about is what their Croth strategy is going to be. The typical strategy we see on live is using 2 minutes on the pole and then extending out your second set of 2 minutes in the Croth fight through 5 screeches in order to get 2 minutes on the damage amp with the Fire Orb. However, on live, that's again attributed and able to be lived by just having so much extra avoidance on your gear. They're probably going to have to use a whole bunch of extra wards and externals to live through that, and I'm curious. Let's take a look at Mandatory in the Alcathar Academy here.
You're only going to eat. You're only ever going to eat 4. Like you're never actually going to eat a 5th. You're going to have to LOS at some point.
You can line it. Yeah.
Yeah. So the typical line spots are either on the second one or on the fourth one. Lining on the 5th is actually a bit difficult because the boss can sink the breath into the Sonic Screech a little bit. In a weird way.
Hold on, though. More issues for Madge. First pull of Brackenhide as they get back in there. Another wipe. Just more time lost for them.
We just run it back. It's fine. It's the cost of doing business.
So you were saying about lining, sorry.
Oh, yeah, you're just going to have to line this boss. That was basically that was the end of the thought.
Oh.
2 or 4 are typically the spots where you're going to be lining. Then you're going to, Mass Barrier 3, Zephyr 5. Actually, no, you're probably Zephyr 5, Mass Barrier 3.
The fifth isn't something I'm necessarily worried about, right? Because they have buttons to press for those. They have Disperse, they have Ice Cold. I think you can just line the fifth. I think what I've seen teams mostly do is use like some combination of Rescue plus Mass Barrier on the third and then Zephyr on the fourth.
Lining five is
all of those will work, right? Everything.
Lining 5 is just really sketch because you can sync into 2 different combos, so you don't know exactly when you want to be lining.
Yeah, the fifth one, the boss does sometimes spell Q a breath beforehand, right? The overpowering.
Yeah, and if you get the breath on you while you're LOSing, you're probably dead because how large that cone is just like it's a bit too wide for you to be able to like reliably dodge.
Well, enough guessing. It's time to see them actually do it. Boss is going to be pulled from mandatory in the next 15 seconds or so here as they wait for the RP to spawn the boss, and we'll see just how many of those screeches they're planning on taking.
The other twos on pull, like you were calling out, like the Shadow Priest cooldowns are definitely the important part. And so, like you were saying, you rip those immediately on pull. And that's why you need to go to 5, is because the 2s come back up like right after the 5th set. And so that's why like Shadow Priest pressing everything right now. And then you go to 5.
The timing is actually a little annoying, right? The 2-minute cooldowns come up about, I think it's about 6 seconds before the 6th screech. So you need to really actually time that orb throw very, very well to make sure you don't get hit by a 6-stack screech, which will clearly one-shot you because you're front-loading all your cooldowns to live through 3, 4, and 5 plus whatever lining you're doing. We'll see, though. First 2 shouldn't be too big of an issue. We see a Rescue on Stove there just to make sure he doesn't have to spend any of his GCDs pressing defensive cooldowns instead of just doing damage to the boss. We love taking care of our Shadow Priests in these groups. That was Screech number 2. Screech number 3 will probably see a Mass Barrier or a Zephyr come out to live that.
They're posturing for Zephyr. Yep. I think so. It looks like Zephyr is going to be the button that's pressed. Yeah, Mace Team was like making sure. So it's actually kind of important whenever you're playing Og to like center up on the boss and make sure that everybody's going to be in range of that Zephyr because you have shorter range.
Mm-hmm. And then if they are going to line one, it would likely be either here or on the next one. Like you said, the timing on the 5th is pretty annoying, so we'll probably see it on the 4th if they were going to do it. Here's the Gust. The 4th Screech is going to be right after. We can see Macian and Mode going to the line spot. They won't get the circle on
Stove
them here.
Is also,
that means...
Stove also LOS,
yeah. Perfect.
What's
Perfect
Hopeful have? Oh, Hopeful has Ice Cold. I actually don't think he's going to need to line at all because Mason will just rescue Hopeful here, maybe?
You can also... Well, he has Ice Cold and Greater Invis, right? So he can use one of those on 4, use the other one on 5, plus the rescue, and then he should be fine here no matter what. He even has the Cauterize just in the back pocket, just in case.
Yeah, Major has too many defenses for Omni-C to be able to show everything. It's suffering for success, truly.
He actually just has Ice Block in this dungeon. It's not even Ice Cold, so he's fully immune to this. Not going to take any damage whatsoever. That was it. That was the 5th Screech here. So they're going to be throwing this orb in the next 10 seconds or so. Here you can see the 2 minutes coming off cooldown in 3 or 4 seconds here for Stove here, and we're going to get a big burst of damage on the boss as Skylark throws that orb. Their debuffs will reset, and they get to blast Croth here. This boss is going to go low very, very quickly.
Yeah, you tip. Your Fire Breath as well. Mode's even in cat form convoking the boss. Everybody's just trying to do as much damage as possible. Getting Croth down really low inside of that burn is pivotal, and that's why you see them spike all the way up to 450k DPS, and that's really high for your DPS without Lust on that burn. Typically, like even with Lust coming out of your burn, you won't be as high as 450k DPS. So Mandatory is really optimizing their damage globals to make sure that Croth isn't going to be a problem on this 22 key level. This boss sucks at a super high level, so I'm excited to see how Mandatory is going to be able to deal with like the final little bit of this fight. They need to have this boss killed off about the 10:30 time for their Lust timer. That's the time we're really aiming to see.
Yeah, and because it's such a high key level, right, they really actually haven't gotten the boss as low as I would have expected them to. They're going to have to do yet another 3 or 4 stack here just to make sure they can live through the boss after they reset it one more time. So we're probably going to see another line on the 4th from the 3 players that we saw last time around. And, yeah, we can see Stove already starting to line on this one here. This is the 3rd one, so
you typically
sure they don't get those extra debuffs.
You typically go 5 then 4 for Wave 2. You're not actually trying to line it up with any like offensive CDs. It's normally just like a defensive cooldown allocation. You start to run out of defensives if you're not doing super well. Oh, actually, Mandatory's shipping it on the 3rd with 3 stacks of that debuff there. Now they're getting all those haste buffs. If you actually are pre-planted on top of that haste buff, you can duplicate it to where multiple people are going to be able to get it. It doesn't look like they were doing that. They're going to have to play in this phase for a while. You really want that boss to be below 20% normally whenever you...
I feel like this was either a misfire or they had to do it because people had CDs missing for the next Screech. I mean, look at the 2-minute cooldowns here. They're coming up just now, and it's going to be after the haste buffs from the orbs are gone. I mean, there's just not perfect execution from them, which is, not what we're used to seeing from them this weekend. They still should be fine. The boss will die before they get in any...
Right?
Was it intentional? I don't know.
I think it has to be. It's not typical, but I think it had to be intentional. It might have been with lust or with combustion or something that they were shipping the haste buff.
That's not the main character of the group.
I mean, it can be though. Like you're not gonna go 5 into 5. Like that's not reasonable.
Yeah. Oh, well, they're gonna get the boss down anyways, and they're well past that 10:30 mark that you were talking about. We'll have to see. They're gonna have to do a giant pull here to make up time. It's going to be that double Ravager pull that we've seen other teams try to pull off, and do it on the lower key levels, but do 22 fortified, setting up that pull.
Look at their loss.
Anyone that's in combat early is in danger, for sure.
Yeah, so their loss is coming up in 4 seconds. There's only a 32-minute timer. So basically, they're not going... I guess, are they going to commit to a 3-less strat? Like...
Also, I think it's important to mention, unless my eyes are deceiving me, Hopeful's hands were purple at the end of that boss, which means that he popped his personal time warp at the end of that boss just to make sure it went down. Really trying to make sure they get that lust timer possible. They do have Fear of the Aspects, but he's not going to have double lust for this big AoE pull. They're really trying to make sure their timers are as tight as possible so they can get that fourth lust in on this pull, and then it's really not going to happen for them, right? Look, if they pop this lust even right now while they're gathering, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, you got to press it while you're walking? Like, that sounds terrible. Ooh, Mason.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
That was sick. Okay, that was actually a subtle thing that Mason did, but he spatialed his sleepwalk, and then he spatial sleptwalked the Scepter's cast on that big AoE while Skylark was continuing to just grab double Ravager. And, okay, so they're committed basically to just doing triple lust inside of this dungeon. It makes sense because Mandatory had the fastest time in this dungeon, but a lot of that came down to the fact that they were the only team that has recognized that the Invoker's missiles frontal. Mm-hmm. And so that actually saved them a lot of time on the back end. So this could be something that they're looking to do. But the big point that they need to focus on right now is Living Veximus. I think that Living Veximus is going to be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, I was actually looking at this yesterday, seeing if it was even possible to live through a fortified mana bomb tick plus hit on Veximus, which is usually kind of what you want to look at as the kind of marker that you can live. So like a Shadow Priest with essentially Bis gear and about 3,500 versatility on Tournament Realm, which might even be a little low. That mana bomb, 1 tick plus 1 hit, which is the final tick plus hit of the mana bomb, hits for 2.12 million damage. For a Shadow Priest running Icy Preservation, has Fade up, has your Flash of Light healing DR up, has a Power Word Shield and a fully stacked Mental Fortitude, you live that by 200k HP on 22 fortified. So Shadow Priest can live every single one, as long as they're fully topped.
Assuming that they're topped, right? Yeah.
Yeah, assuming you're topped.
What's
So it's livable.
Hopefully we're running Ward in this dungeon yesterday. Let me look. Is he running Ward?
He's running it again. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So basically the reason that they're running a bunch of wards is to make sure that Stove is able to live. This dungeon is really hard for Shadow Priest to live, particularly like Vex. So, having Skylark, having Hopeful, having Mode all running those wards and being able to use them at will on Stove is nice.
Oh yeah, I mean, we'll have to see, because there's a lot of things that can go wrong for your Shadow Priest, right? If they aren't running Icy Preservation, they're going full damage and they're running the Corrupting Rage Flask. If you get Decay on that Corrupting Rage Flask, it'll eat into your Mental Fortitude shield. If your Trinket procs, if your class Trinket procs, that Decay will also eat into your Mental Fortitude shield, and not having that 10% HP shield can be the thing that keeps you alive on some of these big one-shot mechanics that bosses have.
Yeah, I misspoke. Skylark actually is running double tank Trinket right now, so it's actually just Mode, Hopeful, and Mastein running those wards.
Okay, so it is the triple ward setup. Okay,
it's still triple ward. It's just not from. It's not from their tank. They run it from their tank in Azure Vault. Ooh, Shinra Tensei bottom right, having a couple of deaths here. They had one death a bit earlier, but it's looking like this waterfall pull might be getting the best of them as Fu and DXM have gone down, and now they're going to be dying to the Totemic Overload because DXM not there to be able to top them off.
Unfortunate. This is a wipe that hurts a lot more than the first one we saw on this key, right? You're losing 15 minutes of time here on the final day. And,
that one sucks.
Even though they had a great day yesterday, the gap is closing, man. You want to be top 3 at the end of the day today. You don't want to be that one team left out, because remember, the top 3 are the teams that qualify for the global finals later on this month. So, gonna have to wipe it up, get back in there, go again quickly, because we've already seen they could. They theoretically have this key done, right? They pretty much got all of their trash done on day 1, but they weren't able to finish it off, right? They had issues in that third boss area, and they had to reset and go for the 20 just to stay alive.
Let's play games, Zyro. Do you think Mandatory is going to be able to live Veximus?
I'm
going to go with no. I think they're going to wipe to Veximus this first time.
I'm going to say 50-50. Not only for the bit.
You have to pick yes or no. You're not allowed to pick 50-50.
not only for the bit, because I legitimately feel like, I don't know, it depends on how they play it. Most teams haven't been letting orbs
Depends on how they
to
play.
prevent the overlap. No.
Wait a second here. Wait a second. You can't be like, hey, yes or no, and you're like, oh, I'm 50-50 on it.
They could be doing both.
That's literally not answering the question.
Listen, he's the one who posed the question. I'm just giving him my thought process and what I'm thinking about right now. I think if they play the boss the theoretically perfect way, where you let an orb in early on after the second fissure to make sure you don't get any overlaps, that way they have their major personal cooldowns just to live through an extra mana bomb where they don't have anything, I think yes. I also think if there's any team that's going to do it, it is going to be them. So I'm going to say yes. I'm going to be the foil to you.
Okay,
you
there
say
we go.
No,
you're the love watcher, and apparently I'm the hate watcher of the group.
I had to come in on that one. That was unacceptable. Okay, glad we got an answer there. All right.
Can we full screen this mandatory pull? This is actually pretty big. So they're going to want to send a bomb into the boss around the 1 minute 50-second mark. Whenever you feed the boss a bomb, you're able to omit potentially bad overlaps just by giving the boss a little bit more energy. The downside of that is that you do take the incidental damage from the contacting the boss, but with very specific moments of which they're contacting the boss, it makes this fight a lot easier to live, basically, because you're not going to be having that bomb AoE one-shot situation where you have to burn your disperser, burn your ice block.
Let's look at what buttons they're pressing for these as well. That one was Zephyr. They lived it very, very cleanly. That 20% AoE DR coming in clutch for them. Next set of mana bombs coming out here shortly. There's a slight overlap here where you have time just barely to get healed up before the next fissure once that mana bar at the bottom of the boss reaches 100%. Hope Mode's got everyone topped off. Going to take a quick burst of damage here. And here's the point that you were talking about. Now is when you want to be able to let an orb into the boss. But you can't do it when the health bars are this low. And also, the boss is about to cast another set of mana bombs. So really, it's kind of annoying. You want to let an orb in right after these mana bombs to get a fissure off once again. Hopeful
it's the
blocks
second set of
one off.
It's the second set of orbs here that you actually end up spawning it on. Maestein, I think, is the most likely candidate to be dying on this fight, so he is the person who's probably in the most danger. He does have a lot of buttons that he's able to press, but it's typically going to be active mid. I don't know if he has his Defy Fate available. Just looking at the raid frame, it does look like he has it available.
Tettles, they're not doing it. They're going to get the overlap.
This is the AoE. This is the overlap. You have that bomb going off, and then half a second later, that Arcane Fissure. And Mode able to have everybody topped up. Skylark jumped out of melee range of the boss and dropped the darkness on the entire crew as well. And so that was really well prepared by Mandatory to be able to get through the hardest part of this fight. And Skylark just almost died to the frontal from Vex.
But he's still alive and notably still has the cheat deaths, the prophetic stone scales that we covered in the trivia question earlier today. Quick little alter time right before the bomb goes off to make sure he's completely topped for the explosion, which is the dangerous part of the damage instance, and it looks like Mandatory are going to be able to get through this fight. They're more than 2 minutes into the fight, which means their first set of cooldowns they use for the first set of bombs should be coming back off cooldown, and you can see the Zephyr's off cooldown, probably going to be used on the next set of bombs. Looks like they're going to be able to get through it on the first try, but the question then remains, do they have the time to finish the dungeon off?
I have hopefuls. I have the squad streams pulled up on the side whenever I'm trying to look at something that's specifically happening inside of the dungeons, and I'm looking at hopeful splits. So one of the things with the squad streams is that a bunch of the teams have the splits available, and it looks like Mandatory has timed 22 Fortified Academy before, and their best Veximus time was 20 minutes and 49 seconds. And so this is looking like they're going to improve their previous best Vex split which is going to be under the timer as a whole. And so this is looking very good for Mandatory posturing to be able to time this key. If they're able to one-shot it, I think that locks up this weekend. I think that they're going to be safe moving into the Global Finals. And I don't want to announce them as like, the Cup A champions too early, because that's, they don't have that secured. But I think that they will almost certainly be locked up to go to the Global Finals, which is huge. Like that is big for them. They have been playing out of their absolute minds. And I think a lot of it's come down to the fact that they've been turning it on just as a crew since being signed to Mandatory. I think that having that organizational support for them has really added a lot to this group's play and just to this group's consistently tier in and event out.
100%. I mean, Zerator, the guy who runs Mandatory, the guy who owns the team, he's live right now. It's French. I don't know how to pronounce it, man. I'm just
you say
a
it with an
caster.
accent. Zerator. Yeah, like that.
All good. Yeah, he's live right now, supporting the team on Twitch as well. One of our many co-stream watch parties that's happening at the same time as our official stream here. And yeah, like you said, Mandatory, their best Veximus split was, you said 2050, is that right? 2050?
Yes.
Yeah, they're 40 seconds up on their best split from practice right now. They're coasting.
I think it's really cool. I think that these teams are looking really good. Yeah, okay, so see, this is exactly what I was looking at on the co-screen. So there's a lot of things that are blocked on this screen. They don't want you to be able to, they don't want Echo to be able to take their strats and like see their kicks and who's kicking what. However, if you look to the far right, you see the negative split timer. We don't typically have that on the TGP broadcast because we don't have like previous best splits, but Hopeful does have that negative split on it. And so they were 39 seconds under their previous best Veximus split on a key that they timed. You only get those negative split timers on a key that you have previously timed, and it separates between Tyrannical and Fortified as well.
Okay, so Mandatory are on a hot run right now. We'll have to see if they're able to keep it together. Still difficult portions of the key coming up ahead here. Making sure you get the correct bleed dispels on those branches on this boss is one of the things you can see. They do have that branch. CC landslid off in the corner there. It is going to come out very shortly here, and they're going to be able to dispel the next set of bleeds. We'll have to keep an eye on whether or not they're able to keep that up. But going around the board here, Madge once again in that 21 bracket height. I believe this is their third attempt at the key. And so far, they're on for a good run here. Through that dangerous trash that's been causing them so many issues after the trio, onto Treemouth, and looks like they're on a pretty good pace as well.
Yeah, that's right. We're on a pretty good pace for bringing casters into the proper time. Isn't that right, Nagura?
That is indeed right.
That's right.
Goodbye.
That's right. See you later, Tuttles. Welcome back, Nagura. Mandatory trying to complete this 22. What do you think? Zyronic gave him the yes after a brief discussion on Veximus. Do you feel like they're going to be able to finish it off, though?
Well, they're looking very good right now. They didn't have any major mistakes. They have 0 deaths still, and they for sure think that this is timeable, right? Because otherwise they wouldn't have gone into that 22 Academy. So I think this is actually going to be timed. I mean, obviously, unless they make mistakes later on. But I think most of the difficult parts of this key are already over, right? I do think that Croth and Veximus on such a high key level are incredibly difficult, and a lot of the trash pulls that they have to do are already done too. So we do have one major trash pull still coming in after Overgrown Ancient, where we've seen some of the teams struggle before, but they're holding on to Bloodlust for that pull, presumably. So I do think, that's going to be the make or break it point from here on out.
Yeah, also respecting the boss here, it was in the 20, I believe, that Mandatory didn't pop their second set of 2-minute cooldowns on the Overgrown Ancient. This time around, gonna be using those. Gonna be playing it safe. They need to kill this boss off before it does anything too extra. You really only have enough to live through certain amounts of those bleeds if they are on you for too long. They do have the tech for the branches, though, and of course the Burst Forth is still a big burst of damage here, though. But as long as they're able to finish off that branch right after the next bleed goes out, they're home free, and with this boss so low, they should be good to go. Skylark, though, is having to tank a lot of the melees from these Hungry Lashers here, and you can see that debuff is stacking up. Even though it's getting dispelled essentially on cooldown from Maystein, it still can put Skylark in a scary position. So look at that, Skylark up to 40 stacks of the debuff, gets dispelled once again. They're just burning the boss, though, not even trying to kill off these Hungry Lashers here. Mandatory is going to be able to kill off Overgrown Ancient, and is that a split improvement once again from them? Let's check out the Hopeful POV on my other monitor. 24-44 is their best split. It's a little bit of a time loss compared to the previous split, but still 24 seconds ahead, looking good for them. They have the Bloodlust available for this next pull. They also have the 2 minutes coming off cooldown as well. So, yeah, they're definitely in the running here for a time 22 Algathar Academy. And not only that, but on their first try on the competition this weekend.
That's actually just incredible. Mandatory putting on such a show. There we go. Bloodlust is being used for this huge trash pool. As I've mentioned before, this is one of the most dangerous parts of the dungeon here, as so much trash is being gathered up. And of course, there's lots of casters in there, so lots of interrupts they have to do. So much damage onto Skylark as well on this fortified affix. So everything has to be perfect on this pull. And so far, they managed to gather up everything nicely, which is one of the major difficulties on this pull. And they did manage to do that. So now it's all just about burning it down and interrupting those missiles.
And they're doing a great job of it so far. And one of the things that was called out for earlier on this weekend as well is the way that those Invoker's missiles work, right? They're essentially frontals, right? So if you're behind the mob, they don't actually hit you. And we can see Skylark doing a good job. They do kill the tank, but he's already the one taking the damage. So if you can throw you've got 3 wards, you've got a bunch of healing, toss them on the tank here. No one else should be taking any damage. And also, just to add insult to injury to this pack, you can also see Stove making great use of that Dominate Mind on the Restorer once again to give himself and Hopeful those haste buffs to make the pack die that much more quickly. This pack is taking quite a long time for them, though, and we're just now cresting the 6-minute mark of time left in the key in order to get the time down. It's going to be a close one. On those splits that we saw from Hopeful's POV, they killed this boss off in their practice run at 31:52. That's barely any time left in the key, so the margins are extremely slim here, as they do get to when you get into the 22 key level.
Yeah, another really dangerous pull coming in here because they are engaging Echo of Duragosa, but also the last few trash packs that they need as well. So this is going to be super, super dangerous for them as they have to watch out for the boss's mechanics, but also all of this trash coming in as well. They're line of sighting on the side here, making sure that all of these caster mobs are gathering up onto the boss. And of course, Storf, as you mentioned, is also casting the shield onto all of the players, making sure they get that extra damage buff from the Invoker. There we go. All of the mobs did come in now, but still trying to just finish off the mobs from the previous pack. They had to continue because they knew the timer for the boss is close, so they did not manage to fully finish off the previous pack to use Bloodlust on.
Oh, I love this. Look at what they're doing. Hopeful and Stove are purposefully eating orbs on this encounter to give themselves stacks of the damage buff, just to make sure they can do as much damage as possible to get this boss down. Just popping extra personal cooldowns, getting a buff, going in. That damage buff when it stacks to 3, it's a ton of extra damage.
Yeah, it is. And you have to, it's a timing thing as well, right? Because the shield that you get from the Invoker, once the Absorb is broken, you lose the buff from the Invoker. So you need to make sure you get the buff from the boss first and then get the Invoker shield afterwards to make sure that you're not breaking through that. So really well done by Mandatory here.
Boss down below 75%, little over 4 minutes left on the key. It looks like they are well ahead of schedule here. Just need to not go down to any of the errant missile casts that are left on these final couple of mobs. Make sure you're not getting overlapped by any bomb plus missile combo from the boss, and they're good to go. They do have multiple battle reses stored up here, but if, for instance, Skylark does go down while there's trash still alive, that would almost instantly be a wipe for them. There's no way they'd be able to live through it. One of the trash mobs go down. They've got one extra Spiteful Shade going out. If that happens to be on top of the boss whenever they get pulled in, someone could go down to it. Looks like it's going to decay out before that happens, though.
Yeah, 2 more mobs left alive. They are about to finish them up as well, using their last set of interrupts to make sure that the missiles don't go through onto Skylark. But there we go. 1 more Echo Knight, that last shade spawning that they can see and deal with. And that's it. The trash is that they still have a percentage from the Invoker that is mind control they still need to deal with eventually. But for now, they are utilizing that shield to get the extra damage in. And 55% on a boss. Looking at the time, yeah, I mean, I think it's doable. It's very close, though. This boss just has so much HP in a 22.
They've been in combat now for well over 4 minutes when you count the chain trash into the boss here. 3 minutes left on the boss timer with all of the trash dead and the boss below 50%. They should be well ahead of schedule. Doing a great job, but now it's just a single target encounter, right? Just got to make sure you're playing the mechanics properly. We've been focusing a lot on Mandatory in the last 10 minutes for a couple of different reasons. Number one, It's just the hardest key that's on the board right now, but we should check in on what other teams have gotten done in the meantime. Petros per hour notably did get their 20 Ruby life pools done. Very important for them. Puts them up into second place right now based off of time tiebreak, so huge time for them. Madge are on a run here in this Brackenhide Hollow. This would be a great +1 for them to get as well. Not the fastest run that we've seen out of any of the teams, but it doesn't look like that's going to be too much of an issue for them here. We just want to get the key done, get the +1 on the board so we have time to move to some of the other keys. And then, of course, Shinra Tensei on their third attempt, I believe. Oh, in this not good offensive.
Oh, no.
But DXN goes down to the totemic overload. This is the same thing that happened to them in the last run, almost in the exact same place. It's going to be yet another full team wipe.
Oh no, this is just so bad for Shinra. As you said, this is the exact area, the exact pool where they had issues before. Did not commit Bloodlust for this either. I wonder if that... Oh no, they did, never mind. Sorry, that was just a UI bug where it was not visible while the team was dead. So they did commit Bloodlust, still did not manage to get all of the spells interrupted. They keep dying to the lightning bolts going through, which of course there's so many casts going off, it's hard to gather this pull up initially, and then there's just so many interrupts that you need to do. Some of the mobs also not CCable properly. You can only use direct interrupts. You cannot interrupt with silences or with Incap Wars, Disorients, and so on, which makes it even harder for this pull. But yeah, heartbreaking for Shinra. Mandatory though, down to 4% on the boss, and they have a minute left, so they're doing it. They're going to be timing this key. They have to finish off the Restorer as well, that they now release. And I mean, what a run by Mandatory. 0 deaths, 22. This is actually a world record key. We've never seen this before. Wow, I mean, what a performance by Mandatory. Absolutely incredible.
Love the POV we're getting here as the boss goes down. Very happy moments for the team there.
20-minute break. Yeah.
Huge. Oh, they're taking their entire break timer right now.
They deserve it.
They deserve it. They deserve it for sure. Well done to them. That's our first world record of the weekend here. It took us till day 3 to get there. That's usually not something that's been the case in the past TGPs, but it kind of just goes to show you the gear difference between live and TGP is closer than it's ever been before. Players on live can have the exact same gear, if not actually even better than what the players are running with on the TGP. So getting a world record this time around is a big deal. It's hard to get those in this format now.
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult to get those world record keys done because previously we did have some items that would scale up with the item level scaling that they have in the tournament realm that would give them like a slight advantage on the tournament realm compared to live servers. But I don't think there's like anything like that going on this time around. Plus, as you said, the missing avoidance really causing some issues because of the amount of damage that these keys do on the highest levels. So absolutely crazy by Mandatory. Of course, the practice that they have on Tournament Realm is obviously going to be a lot higher than the practice that the teams can do on live realms in comparison, but still just really, really critical. And first try, I mean, that's just crazy.
There it is. There's that little world record card on the leaderboard there in the Algathar Academy for Mandatory. The first of many, I hope, but of course it's going to be difficult to get it done. They almost got one yesterday, mind you, as well. The 21 Halls of Infusion also would have been a world first, a world record. So we'll have to see if they're going to be able to get that one done. Like Tuttles was saying, though, I think 22 Azure Vault is also something that's definitely doable for them, too.
Yeah, I mean, 22 Azure Vault definitely... I mean, I also would have said that Academy would have been very difficult on 22, so I don't know anymore at this point. But yeah, I do think that 22 Azure Vault might be something to try. We also know that 21 Halls is doable for them, but incredibly close. Because yesterday they did attempt the 21 Halls, did manage to get all the way to the last boss, and ended up wiping because Skylark went down. But even before Skylark went down, the timer was really close. I think it would have been doable, but incredibly close, and they had 0 deaths and a perfect run. So yeah, I think for most of the 22s and the 21 halls that we have left for them to do, it does just require perfect runs.
Yep. I mean, yeah, when you think about it, they had about 1:40 left in the key, and the boss is at about 30% HP, which by all means should have been doable. They had one more set of 2 minutes coming up, which would have been a pretty big burst of damage on the boss, and I think they had their Lust coming off cooldown too. So they had a lot of damage coming out in those last minute and a half of the fight. So, yeah, I mean, what could have been, obviously. But let's focus on the present for now. Madge, in this 21 bracket that's caused them so many headaches over the past hour and a half or so, on to Decatriarch Rathai. And they're doing good so far. Already a minute 40 into the encounter here. Those 2 minutes are going to be coming around in another 20 seconds or so here. And let's see, are they running the same tech that we've been seeing from some of our other teams, where they're running, for instance, from Mandatory, they were running that Tome Trinket from Razageth that you can stack up and stay in combat with and hit it essentially every 30 seconds on every single totem, just for that extra burst of damage to make sure you get them down.
Yeah, I mean, the totems on this boss are just absolutely crazy, especially with that Og Evoker not necessarily being maybe the best class compared to some other class it could be running instead. So the clever ways of how they maximize their totem damage is very cool to see. But yeah, there we go, 51% on Rathai. The boss, of course, dropping very slowly whenever you have to save all of your offensive cooldowns and all of your trinkets and whatnot for these totems. But slowly but surely the boss is dropping, and they have, of course, way more than enough time left in the key. They have a little bit less than 5 minutes, so that is, of course, more than fine. But again, we do have to worry about the timer as we're getting closer to the end of the day, because if there are tiebreakers and the key levels are similar between the teams as well, or the same, then of course the time on how fast you cleared those highest dungeons does matter. And if you're really slow in all of your clears and you go to the end of the timer each time, then it's very unlikely that you're going to be winning a tiebreak against these other good teams.
Yeah, we'll have to see where that tiebreak is after they time this key, because, you know, they spent a lot of time getting this key down. It's allowed Pedros to pass them up, and, you know, Madge really needs to get this done so they can match what Pedros have already done and, you know, line up with Shinra Tensei as well, because Shinra Tensei's been having those issues in this knockhood as well. So, you know, our bottom 3 teams kind of all struggling to get these keys done, and as I mentioned that, more issues for Shinra Tensei on this first pull here. DXOG does go down to one of the cleaving strikes from the Lance Masters, instantly gets battle resed up by DXM, but that's the battle res gone on this pack. That's really been a difficult pull for all the teams to pull off.
Yeah, definitely very difficult. And yeah, I mean, I think Pedros, it's, let me see. What keys could it... Yeah. Oh, they did already do the 21 Bracken Height. Okay, I was for one second I thought that Pedros did skip the Bracken Height and went to the Nokid instead, but they already have that one done. Alright. Yeah, I mean, 21 Nokid, one of the issues with that key as well is that it's just so long, and that the pain points in this dungeon are not necessarily all at the start. We did see Shinra wipe twice to the trash on the Raging Tempest area, and then we know that the trash on Tira and Maruk is also incredibly difficult as well, which is the 3rd trash area, and it's going to take you quite a while to even get there. So yeah, Nokid Offensive, definitely one of those keys where you can waste a lot of time in if things don't go perfectly.
Yeah, I didn't think the Grana split was that bad, though. I think they could have definitely continued in that key. Remains to be seen, though. We'll see. Maybe they just didn't like it from their practice runs. I don't know. And Pedros has had one of the slower knockhood runs as well, so maybe they feel like they need more time in order to get that one timed. Madge, though, have the boss down. It dies at 5%. That's going to be the +1 on the board, and we'll see them on the scoreboard here. Hopefully leap up. Yep, just barely passing up Shinra Tensei, but it's not by much. The time differential between Madge and Shinra Tensei, 7 seconds. 7 seconds between the two. And if you're Shinra Tensei right now, the pressure's on. You need to get this knockhood done.
Yeah, you definitely need to. We do know that they can kill Granith. They already killed this boss twice before they ended up wiping on the next pool. So they're gonna need to make sure. I'm not sure if they have to do something different with their cooldowns on this boss. Maybe like it is possible that maybe they go into that trash pool after Granith without some of their cooldowns available. Maybe that is what's causing their issues. Because yes, of course it's the cast that went through that ended up wiping them, but maybe the cast went through because the trash took too long. Like maybe they're missing some cooldowns, potions, something that they have to commit to that trash pool afterwards. But Granith, of course, also incredibly difficult on that 21 key level. Those shards are doing so much damage as they go out as well. But we do see them seeing the ads already, rooting them in the corner and also controlling them as well. Actually, it's interesting with Incorporeal on this boss, because usually you have that Shadow Priest that can control the ads to just so you can ignore them basically, and you can still click on the ballistas. But if you have Incorporeal, then you kind of want to control the Incorporeal to get the damage reduction onto the boss. It looks like they are controlling the ads either way though, and to seeing the Incorporals with other means.
Yeah, it definitely is kind of questionable that they're not doing the mastery strategy. I guess they are kind of just doing the same thing but in different sections. You can see they're using a combination of fear sigils and other things to keep multiple of them stacked up. It's definitely not as efficient as doing the middle mastery strategy. Maybe DXM just feels like he has to actually use the adaptive swarm to keep his team topped for every single one of the shards and stones. I'm not necessarily sure. We'll have to check in on that later. They are going to get the boss down, and it is significantly faster than the split that we saw from Pedro's per hour in their run, almost a minute and a half faster. Pedro's per hour, more issues though in the knockout offensive. Wipe in the first section of the dungeon for them, going to have to go again. Madge, though, after dealing with that Brackenhide, once again another team going for the 21 knockout offensive. Which of these three teams are going to get it down first and give themselves a massive leg up on the other two?
Yeah, this is incredibly interesting now, because Shinra, Madge, and Pedro's all in that 21 knockout, and we saw how difficult it is for the teams to complete this key. And I think that whichever team manages to complete this key first, as you said, is going to have a massive advantage, because they're going to be able to go get the a higher score in another dungeon, or potentially just improve their times depending on when they get it done. Because we are already pretty far into today, and if it takes them a long time to finish this key, even without resetting it, it's just a long dungeon overall, then maybe afterwards they really are looking to just improve their times here and there, thinking of the tiebreakers, right? While mandatory, of course, already sitting pretty on that first spot with 2 score above the rest. But I do think that these 3 teams that we're looking at right now, like any of them could be eliminated at this point if they don't time this 21 no-cut.
Yeah, and I think this might be another way that we can kind of show the example of how much better Mandatory has been playing this weekend. The team seems like they are just much better prepared for the key level at the highest end compared to the other teams. And I'm not saying the other teams are bad by any stretch of the imagination. They're still some of the best teams in the world. Mandatory has just been playing different, though, right? They're kind of on that level that Echo of the past 4 years have been at right now. This knockout that's been causing headaches for Shinra Tensei, starting to cause headaches for Pedro, and, you know, it might cause some headaches for Madge just as of yet. They two-shot it, man. And it wasn't even like a long wipe on the first one. Their first wipe came on the second pull of the dungeon. They finished this 21 knockout off on their second attempt. And on their first attempt for most of the remainder of the dungeon, right? So they got it done so quickly. And, you know, not to mention one-shotting the Algathar for a world first key. They're just playing lights out right now. And between the rest of these teams, I mean, this is your chance to step up. Remember, top 3 teams make it through to Global Finals, and timing this key will give you a massive leg up on the other 2 teams that you're competing with for those slots.
Yeah, we do see Shinra Tensei down the top left side are now in this Raging Tempest area. This is the area that they've wiped to twice already now. I'm not 100% sure, but it maybe looks like they changed up their pulls a little bit to do another pull before they do the last pull on the waterfall. Not sure if they did this before, but if they changed it up a little bit, maybe just waiting for some cooldowns, some defenses to be available. If they changed up, I like it, but obviously they're not committing Bloodlust for this one here, because that dangerous pull is going to be that waterfall pack that is just a little bit bigger coming in. So yeah, all eyes on Shinra. Let's see if they can execute this. This first pull looking good. They did manage to get all of those interrupts out. But yeah, of course, if any of these Stormbolt casts or any other casts really for that matter go through, especially in combination with one of the totem casts going off, a player is for sure going to die unless they have an immunity available. Or cheat death, I guess.
We'll see if it's going to be an issue. Shinra Tensei on the furthest run so far. But remember, this is the team that's been here for well over an hour at this point, right? They've been here for quite a while. This is the section of the dungeon that's been causing them the most issues. Their previous 2 wipes have been here, and you can see that Sanguine Affix coming into play here on that final unstable Squall.
Oh, no.
And then it actually finishes him off as well. I mean, that's not the worst case scenario death, but it still is going to cost them the 10 seconds or so for him to get rezzed up by the Yogg Evoker. And then they have to rebuff him. He also lost all of his stacks of his Force Set. He lost all of his Insanity. You're hating it right now if you're Fu. Really unfortunate. They still have the waterfall pull left as well. I wonder what the reasoning for saving it until this point was. They're delaying that lust by another 3 minutes. Maybe they just didn't have their 2 minutes up, but here we go. This is the pull that wiped them last time around here. Every single one of those totem overloads does a ton of AoE damage to the team. It does give buffs to your Shadow Priest and to your Fire Mage if they go choose to pick them up. They actually have one off on the left that nobody picked up. Wonder why they're not picking it up. It's a pretty significant damage buff. Here we go, second overload. Riley drops below, cauterizes, and gets taken out by the overload. They have the battle res, but he lost everything. He lost his SKB stacks, he lost his combust, he lost his lust. He's not doing anything for the rest of this pull, and that's just going to be all she wrote for this pull once again. 3 times in a row, it's taken them out.
Yeah, this is just such a big problem for Shinra, this pull. I do think that they changed up the routing a little bit to have all of their defensives available and all of their cooldowns available for this waterfall pool, and they still just didn't manage to pull it off. Having the Shadow Priest go down at the very end to that Squall and losing out on all of that extra damage he could have done, plus just losing the mage at the start of this pull to all of the effects there. It's just crazy how much they have to watch out for there. Now, of course, for us as an observer, it looks easy, but these swirlies are also really covered by the water effect on the ground as well. So if your camera angle is a little bit differently, it's super hard to see. On top, of course, having to worry about all of these interrupts that you have to do and all of the rotations that you do onto this pack that is incredibly dangerous if anything fails. So yeah, I mean, things like that can happen, but 3 times in a row, it's just incredibly unfortunate. I wonder what Shinra has to do to get this pull done. Do they just go again and hope they don't make those same mistakes? Or do they maybe, I don't know, like just split up the pull, do it a little bit smaller? I know, it's definitely causing so many issues for them.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. It's causing issues for everyone. For Madge, Dr. J just died to a swift stab as well. Don't think they use the res as well. I think he's just flying back. They're saving the battle res. The Shadow Priest should be able to deal with the rest of this pull, but that means he's not here for the blast wave, so a little bit of Sanguine goes off on these longbows as well, and with how much HP they have left, the Sanguine could continue to be an issue for them here. Lamike doing a good job of keeping them controlled, though. And oh, wait, the knock was into Sanguine! A second knock coming out from Dr. J, finally back with the group. Keeps the Sanguine healing low. But pulling the boss at 7 minutes, 10 seconds, there's no way that's a good enough split for them, right? I guess, though, they do need to get the reps here. This boss is going to do a ton of damage. You need to let Roybin get comfortable with the Master Root strategy as well. You need to make sure you have the wherewithal in the heals just to live through every single one of these Shards of Stone casts as well, because they do start to stack up and do a lot of damage on this key level with that scaling that we were talking about earlier today. So we'll see how it goes for them. Pedro's per hour also engaging Granith, but you can see a minute faster than what we have from Madge on the left-hand side. I don't think this is going to be a full run from Madge. I don't think it's going to be a timed run, but it'll give them a good baseline of what they need to do to live the pulls in this key.
Yeah, this is going to be incredibly difficult for Madge to actually get this timer done. Just for a comparison, Mandatory finished off Granith on their 21 at 7:34. Now, of course, Mandatory also had almost 2 minutes left at the end of their dungeon, but yeah, Pedro's per hour also a minute quicker almost in engaging the boss here. So definitely some time Madge would have to catch up if they still want to time the ski, or maybe just get some practice in, as Sarah mentioned as well, because some of these pulls after Granith can be incredibly dangerous. But yeah, I mean, Sanguine is just an affix that slows you down a lot in no-code offensive. This first area, you have so many hunter-type mobs that are just difficult to move. Then you just have a lot of mobs that cannot be CC'd at all. The stompers, they cannot be displaced, cannot be knocked. And they have really long casts that they stand still and can't be moved in either. So just so much danger to get Sanguine heals onto these mobs. And then later on, we have the Terra and Maruk area, which again has similar mobs that just stand there and cast for a long time, are not CCable, not knockable. Just so many areas where Sanguine can be such a difficult affix.
Yeah, I want to bring that graphic back up for the Naka defensive here really quick. When we're talking about the Granith kill times, I almost wonder if Mandatory might be baiting people into thinking this key is easier than it is, because Madge pulled Granith at a point where Mandatory already had the boss dead.
Yeah.
Look at their Granith split, 729.
That's crazy.
Like, that is crazy. And they had less than 2 minutes left on the key. So if you're killing Granith off at 9:30 at 10 minutes, and you pull the rest of the key as well as Mandatory did, you're not timing the key. So, how easy is this 20-wood Naka defensive actually for the rest of the teams? I don't actually know if it's something that they should be going for.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about it either. There is one thing, though, to look at their second boss split. Like, that one is a little bit longer than the rest of the splits I've seen, but still, yeah, I think Mandatory is just incredibly fast in its Noko defensive, especially in that first area, making up so much time there. Yeah, this is difficult to say. What do you think, like, what other keys could the teams go for that would potentially be easier, though?
I don't know. And I think it is important to mention there is a slight discrepancy in trash count percentages in the first area. Mandatory pulls about 5% less trash in the first area, but still, it doesn't make up a 2-minute difference, because that trash is easily reobtainable in, the Terra and Maruk section of the dungeon. It's easier to pull extra trash in there. Now, of course, the teams don't really want to do that, because that makes Sanguine more of an issue for those Death Speakers, but if you're able to pull it off, that should technically be a lot faster. So, I don't know. It remains to be seen. We'll have to see where they are in the Raging Tempest splits on the 21 to see if it's something that's doable. But like you said, what actually is the next easiest key to go for? Because right now, the 2 points up that Mandatory has on everyone are obviously in the Naka defensive, and then also in the World First Alcathar key that they just completed. Those are the 2 points of difference between them and every other team. Between those two, I would say that clearly the Naka should be the easier one to do, but we also think that the Azure Vault might be on the table. Obviously, the Halls of Infusion we know is on the K-table for at least Mandatory, and, of course, as we see, they're back from their 20-minute break timer that they took all at once, as kind of a drop-the-hammer moment after dealing with that Alcathar Academy. Drop the mic, rather. And here we go, back into the 21 Halls of Infusion, which they were able to just about get done yesterday. But they had Catastrophe at the last moment here, and I love the way that they group up this poll. They do one extra pack based off of the more than the live poll, and my team and I actually learned something from this poll. Those apparatus orbs, their expulse casts actually have a range of 60 yards, so you don't have to waste an interrupt on them if they're far enough away. So good info to know. If you can outrun the first couple of ones in the dungeon, you won't get hit by them. That leaves open kicks for later expulses and open kicks as well for the demoralizing shouts. And look at the buffs on their character. Not a shout has gone off yet, and they are dealing with this pull almost perfectly so far.
Yeah, I did also want to talk about Match and Pedros per hour, top left and top right side respectively. They both just did that waterfall pull, and they executed it perfectly, with Bloodlust even coming up late for Pedros, not being able to use it initially in their pull, using it as soon as it came up. Now, I do also want to mention that both of them did not pull that extra side pack. There's like 2 mobs on the right side of the waterfall if you look towards the boss, and both Match and Pedros did not pull that, while Shinra did. And maybe it's those 2 extra mobs that is causing so many issues for Shinra. Maybe they have to try and split up or pull them into another pull later on. Either way, yeah, Match and Pedros not having as many issues on that pull compared to Shinra. Mandatory, though, that pull finished off, and look at the damage numbers. This is just absolutely insane. This is one of those pulls that people just love to do in the Halls of Atonement, just because there's so many mobs that you're gathering up, and you can just do insane amounts of DPS.
Love the spot from Stove here to dodge those stomps from the defenders as well. safe spot up on the wall. You know, that's a little bit of classic wall scenario for you, finding spots to wall jump up. Maybe he learned how to do that from playing the classic revamped WoW when that came out a couple years ago. Remains to be seen. Mode now joining him up there as well. 2-minute cooldowns back off pool. Oh no, they actually saved them for quite a while. They probably actually won't commit 2 minutes to this pull. Depends on how low it is. If they get below half HP, they might not hit them. They might try to chain as well into the next pack. Let's see what the decision is here for the squad. Maestine already hit the Breath of Eons, so not waiting for anything. Of course, that Breath of Eons does also stun the mobs, which can be extremely useful as a stop for a myriad of the casts they do. Not only the containment beams for damage on the squad, but if you can get demoralizing shouts gone as well, that's always useful. Looks like the idea was just to kill off the apparatus as quickly as possible, remove those expulse casts, remove those containment beam casts so the squad isn't taking any extra damage, get up on the bench here so you don't have to worry about the disorienting slams, and then chain that trash into this pull where you pull everything, and this is where the 2-minute cooldowns are going to come into play here. Stove dotting every single available mob up here, and when they all have their dots, that's when we pop the Void Eruption. That's when the ghosts start to go ham, and you'll see him stay even and actually climb from that 2.5 million DPS mark that he's been on since the first second they got into combat this key. Oh man, Shadow Priest damage is just wild when you have this many mobs.
It really is. I do also love... Oh, Hopeful actually having 2 debuffs from the bleed there, from the frontals. Did use the Dwarf Racial to get it off, but still going down to a melee from the Geomancer here. They do have a Battle Rush available in case they want to get him up, but there's so many bursting stacks that Mode has to heal through. And a Fixate from the... Oh, Mode having 2 bleeds as well.
Oh no.
No Cauterize available. Does go down. I think that's it. They're going to have to reset this key and go again. There's... this key is just too close for mandatory. They have to play this almost perfectly to get this done, so cannot afford a death here and there, so they're gonna have to go again.
And if I'm not mistaken, as I was looking at their debuffs for that entire first section of the dungeon, I'm pretty sure they only let 1 shout go off, which is pretty impressive considering the size of the pull they're going for. If you can get away from pulling all of those mobs and only let 1 shout off, you're feeling pretty good. Unfortunately, the deaths there are going to cost them. But again, this is another section of the dungeon where you're front-loading a lot of the difficulty so that you know early on whether or not you're on a run. Of course, the other wall is going to be 25 minutes into the key when you're well into Kajin the Undying as well. But we've already seen Mode can deal with that with a little bit less left in the tank, right? Even saving their third set of 2-minute cooldowns to not burst down the boss, but save it for the bridge pull afterwards. So Mandatory have already shown off the proof of concept. They can do this key if they just get through these early pain points of the key. But it might take them a couple tries to get back there. Let's check back in, though, with our other 3 teams still pulling away at this 21 knockout, causing all of them so many issues. Pedros per hour, though, relatively quickly on a good run on Raging Tempest here. Remember, in order for them to actually have a chance of timing this key, we're looking for them to have somewhere in the realm of an 18:30 to 19-minute kill on Raging Tempest here. 16 minutes after just pulling the boss, I don't know if that's the pace that they're going to be on here.
I think so. I think Pedros is good, but yeah, they're definitely going to be closer to the end of the timer of this dungeon compared to Mandatory for sure. So they do have to play very clean here and cannot make any major mistakes at all. There's one thing I do want to mention that all of these teams are doing, but Mandatory is just like doing it maybe a little bit better compared to the rest of the teams because they're just so far ahead as well, is just being so efficient with chain pooling. That is something I've noticed Mandatory just doing incredibly well. Now, because the meta comp that we have right now has 2 classes that really are just doing so much single target damage within their AoE rotation, just really making sure they're focusing certain mobs down. I think Mandatory is doing such a good job. Of course, the other teams as well, but just Mandatory has a little bit of an edge over the rest by just finishing off the important mobs so quickly. And then as soon as that happens, as soon as the mobs are dead, Shinra having issues again on that same waterfall pool. The X is that they did manage to get the battle rest onto the healer, but this is so difficult for them. Bloodlust is up. They're not committing it just yet. Where's the Bloodlust? They maybe are waiting for PI and for breath from the Aug Evoker. But yeah, this is this pull that they had so many issues with. Did they not pull the right side this time, though? Am I... I think they didn't. I think they are playing this a little bit smaller now.
I don't think they pulled in the neophytes off on the side that they normally pull into it, so it's a little less tank damage there, but like that hasn't been the issue for them on this pull, right? The issue for them on this pull has been the residual AoE damage from the totemic overloads, in addition to potentially dying to a swirly that you might not see, or maybe a surge going off on somebody. The totem is going down here, so there aren't going to be any more of those overloads that will overlap with anything here. The Lust still is off cooldown after the 2-minute press here, so maybe they opted to just not press it because they wouldn't get full value out of that. Little bit interesting decision-making here, but we'll see how it goes. That Squall is just sitting in Sanguine, but it will finish itself off with the Surge casts. Looks like Shinra Tensei have finally gotten through this pull, but we'll have to see whether or not they're going to be able to continue on with this trash in the dungeon that's been causing them so many issues. Pedros per hour on the top left here have made up a pretty decent amount of time on this boss, and they will probably end up killing it off at around the 1930 mark. Not sure if that's going to be enough. They do have a little extra count compared to mandatory, though, so that might end up making the difference for them.
But yeah, looking at the time, as you're stating, match. It's gonna be well above 20 minutes for their split here on Raging Tempest, and they do have the same amount of count as Pedros, so yeah, quite a bit slower in comparison. We'll see what that means for match, if they can maybe make up some time in the Terra and Maruk area. Yeah, match's timer definitely not looking ideal. They would love to have a little bit more time for the rest of the dungeon at this point. Shinra, though, did manage to get rid of that waterfall pool finally, still holding on to that bloodlust. Very interesting decision. I wonder what they're saving it for. They did change their route a little bit, as we talked about, not pulling those neophytes into the waterfall pool because it caused so many issues for them earlier. Nerf actually proccing both cheat deaths on that previous pull as well, so maybe good that they didn't pull the neophytes in as well. And mandatory now on their third attempt on this 21 hulls. Not atonement, infusion it is. We have so many hulls dungeons.
I'm honestly a little personally disappointed that our Season 4 didn't just consist of all dungeons that had halls in their name. We could actually fill an entire season of 8 dungeons with halls dungeons if we really wanted to. Halls of Lightning, Halls of Stone, Halls of Atonement, Shattered Halls. There's tons of them out there. Would have been interesting, but of course...
And you only are allowed to call them halls. Like, you cannot specify.
Think about how happy you would be every single week you open your vault and you're like, oh, got a halls. Let's go!
Where are we going? Halls. Everyone ports to different dungeons.
Sounds good. Yeah, but looking at the timers here, Pedros per hour, 1935 split on the Raging Tempest, Madge 2037, so an entire extra minute here with the same trash count. And honestly, I'm already scared for Pedros per hour with the amount of time they have left on their key here. They really need to be perfect in this section of the dungeon. They can't afford any stray sanguine pools on the death speakers. They need to be perfectly chaining between the pulls as well. They really need to go for it, right? Like, Madge, I don't really know how they're going to be able to get this done. They popped the Bloodlust on a big pull here. They've got a Death Speaker in the back, fortunately just out of that Sanguine pool. I think if that Sanguine healed at all, this would already be a reset for them. But at this point, you're kind of committed, right? You're 22 minutes into the key. You just have to see if it's even possible at this point.
Yeah, one thing to note as well about Shinra is that their split now, and granted, is so much slower than what we've seen previously. Did they maybe pull more trash at the start so they don't have to pull those neophytes into the waterfall pool? Did they like change their route completely? Because their first split in the 21 was 8:02, and now they have a 10:20. So either they had an insane amount of sanguine heal going on, or they changed their route to play a little bit more trash earlier, like mandatory.
Let's see where their count is when they end up pulling the boss here.
Yeah, because 299 is what the enemy forces were for both Pedros and Match, while they were engaging the Raging Tempest. Let's see if Shinra manages to get to more than that.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Mandatory have engaged Watcher Iridius, so they've gotten through that trash at a pace that they're comfortable with. Do we have their splits from yesterday's run written down anywhere? I'm not sure. Yeah. Let's see. Halls of Infusion, their Iridius split yesterday was 1040, so Yeah, it looks like they're actually on pace for that. They are losing some of their cheat deaths, though, on this boss. I believe we just saw one of them pop from that last static surge. But honestly, cheat deaths, good use if they ever actually get used. Because remember, once you get to Primal Tsunami, they all get popped anyways on the first Tempest Fury. So it's not like you want to hold them for anything in particular. Using them on a static surge that you would have died to otherwise is pretty comfortable. These are our times for the 20s that have been timed. We don't have the 21 run from Mandatory yesterday with their splits. Mandatory's 21 yesterday. Their splits were 1040 on the first boss on Iridius, 1849 on the Gulping Goliath, and then a 26 flat on Kajin the Undying. So you can see, as that 10% scaling comes into play, certain sections of the dungeon start costing you an extra minute of time to get through. It's pretty difficult to deal with that scaling.
Yeah, definitely. We do see Shinra now engaging the Raging Tempest. Did finally manage to get to that boss, as they unfortunately had. Yeah,
same.
Okay, that's the same, but they lasted the Raging Tempest, so they were saving last this whole time to just use it on this boss. So they basically sat on last for 6 minutes, which is crazy. Like, all the other teams used their last on the waterfall pool immediately after Granith, and then they used last for this first trash pool here in the Tira and Maruk area. So Shinra really respecting the Raging Tempest here, and maybe also the trash that they're pulling into the boss here to start. But interesting decision considering that they wiped on the waterfall pool twice, 3 times actually, without committing the last there.
Yeah, that's an interesting change from them. I still am worried about the timer, though. I mean,
yeah,
we were already worried about Magic. Okay, we're worried about Pedro's to start with their timer, because it's a minute behind what we saw from Mandatory. And remember, Mandatory's finished 21. They finished at 38:14, so they had a minute and 45, 1 minute and 46 actually, of wiggle room there. Pedro's per hour going a minute slower halfway through the key. You would assume that they're going to go a minute slower for the second half of the key, which means that they just wouldn't be able to time the key if they played at that exact same pace. So they need to up the pace here and get that done. And that's talking about barely being able to time it for Pedro. Madge a minute slower. Shinra Tensei also going to be at least a minute slower. We'll have to see what these teams are able to do in the Tierra and Maruk section of the dungeon just to get this done. And also, you have to remember as well, one more thing before you send me off. So you have to remember.
I've come to send you off, Zyrani, but no, go ahead and finish.
One more point. That was with Mandatory play safing with Big IO. They killed the trash on its own and then pulled the boss afterwards. So maybe that's one of the things they can do. They can keep in their back pocket for extra time. They can pull trash on top of Balakar Khan, but that's a scary thing to do in a 21 fortified key. If you kill one of those mobs in the wrong spot and you sanguine heal the boss, it's going to be all she wrote. So I'll leave you with that thought.
There you go. I feel like the Grim Reaper for casters, but don't worry, he's ironically back. It's not the end for him, but it's going to be the end for it seems like one of these 3 teams, one of the teams not named Mandatory, and it feels like a lot of it's going to depend on being able to get the 21 Nakud done at all, right, Dratnos?
Yep. I mean, there's a chance that will be the difference between 3rd and 4th, is that one of these teams will just be unable to convert in the next 2 hours one of these Nokuds. I think, if I had to guess, I think all 3 of them will eventually succeed here. But if it takes you an hour and everybody else finishes it on this run, then there maybe other teams are in danger of getting another point somewhere else, and you're just toast. Or they have time to improve their time tiebreakers, because most of our teams have a vulnerability somewhere on their timers, right? Like, whatever team you're looking at, there's a dungeon where it's like, oh, we could get 2 more minutes there. And so if you're slow to finish your Nokud, the other teams maybe go back, get their 2 minutes in another dungeon, and then you're getting demolished on the time tiebreakers. Because as it stands right now, less than a minute separate Pedro's, Madge, and Shinra Tensei across their tiebreakers, right? So it's a very, very close race for 3rd, 4th, and 2nd, and the stakes couldn't be higher, because 4th place doesn't go to Global Finals and 3rd place does.
Yeah, that's of course a huge difference. We did see Mandatory in the bottom left. Of course, they are very safe in their first position here with 2 more points than the rest. But they did finish off Watcher Iridius here. And of course, we want to see the 21 hulls timed because of how unfortunate their deplete was at the very end of the dungeon yesterday. And looking at their split here for Iridius, they did improve their time by 16 seconds. So yesterday they finished the boss off at 10:40. So this is valuable extra seconds that they do need, because we do know how close it was yesterday. So the fact that they managed to improve their time by a little bit is great, and it also means that they could maybe even have a death somewhere, if it's not like a most costly death during Bloodlust and cooldowns, and maybe still be able to time it.
Yeah, we don't necessarily need perfection out of mandatory, but it does need to be pretty close, right? Like there isn't much room for error, but they've proven that they can do almost the entire dungeon, and it was just a stray water orb, I think, that ran into Skylarked and killed their previous 21 attempt. So I think that mandatory are in great shape to put another point on the board here. If they advance to 126 points, not only are they safe to make it to Global Finals by a huge amount, they're probably safe to end the day in first. Like, they could probably go home after putting a 126 on the board, and it would require 3 timed keys in a row, 2 of which are like 22s out of the other teams, to actually get ahead of mandatory. It would be a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. We do see Pedros and Match now on Tira and Maruk. This boss also can cause some issues, of course, huge amounts of damage coming in every time those cyclones spawn. And on top of that, you have these shoots coming out that can also just deal so much damage to your group, especially if that person gets targeted multiple times in a row, running out of those defensive cooldowns that are available to them. Not interrupting the wins as well, making sure that the shots are not being spammed, just having some free time, rather taking the pushback than those shots coming onto the group. Shinra, though, because even though they were actually the first ones to be in this dungeon, in comparison to Pedros and Match, they are last right now because they had to reset the key so many times, having so many issues on the Raging Tempest trash area. But finally managed to get through that point, and then now fighting the Terran Maruk area as well. Sanguine management, not looking too good for them, as they had 74 million healing go off on that pull. And they already have a little bit of a... Like, they were already behind with a 10-20 with a 20-32 split on Raging Tempest, so any Sanguine heal that goes off here is not ideal, because they do need all of the time to make sure they get this done.
Yeah, it's not only fighting against that 40-minute timer as well, it's setting up to be able to win a time tiebreaker. Yeah. There's a very good chance that these teams are going to end up with the same keys as each other at the end of the day. Right now, all of our bottom 3 teams have exactly the same key level done in each dungeon. So if it comes down to that time tiebreaker and your no-code is 39.6 or 39.50 and other teams have a 38, that is a huge weakness. So Shinra Tensei absolutely need to avoid any further sanguine healing here. Need to keep this not just in range to time the key, but to do it with a couple minutes to spare so that they can potentially win a time tiebreaker. As it stands right now, they do have the weakest of any of our teams on time tiebreaks, so it's not by a huge amount. They're 7 seconds slower than Madge and 47 seconds slower than Pedro's. But Pedro's actually have a stealthy extra advantage there, where Pedro's are slowest in the existing no-code run, but all those existing no-code 20s are going to get overwritten soon, so Pedro's actually have even more of an advantage if you're just looking at the other keystones.
Yeah, that is definitely something we have to take a look at after they finish this dungeon. And another question is going to be for them, what are they going to do after this? Are they going to try and get another point and actually do a higher keystone wear, which of course would be the safest play if they know they can time it. But if they think that doing a 22 or 21 key in any of the other dungeons is too difficult and might take too much time, then improving their time in a dungeon that they've already done might be the play for some of these teams, especially looking at how long it took all of these teams to get through these no-codes, and they still haven't timed it, of course. So we're going to have to see what the teams decide on doing. It's going to be a very... we're getting to this point of the day where these strategic decisions are incredibly important. Match, though, they are now done with Terra and Maruk, and they are on their way to the last boss. Looking at the timer, a little bit less than 7 minutes left, which, I mean, should be doable, but it can be... I mean, they have to pull the the mobs onto the last boss, right? I don't think they can afford a separate trash pool and then the boss afterwards. Which is something we've seen Mandatory do because they had so much time left.
I think that you're right. If you just fight this trash pack, it's going to take you 2 minutes, then you have 4.5 for the boss. I mean, maybe that's okay. It looks like Madge are thinking about it. Maybe you can afford to kill the 2 casters first and then go into boss with the 2 mini bosses, something like that. Although the thing is, those casters don't do anything, right? Like, you put them on focus, you interrupt them. They really don't add too much danger to the pull. They add sanguine when they die is honestly the biggest thing they do. It seems like Madge think that they don't need to go straight into the boss. I think they maybe do have enough time for this, but it does mean that, we are going to be getting very close to that 40-minute marker. You can see Pedro's setting up with Crims over in that safe spot on the fence. So they have a slightly different pull planned in this area, but it also looks like it looks like they're maybe taking this into boss because, look, they have
I think so.
Drogo off to the side. Okay. And he's potentially going to pull the mini-bosses. Yeah, they are, I think, having this discussion now as well. Balakar Khan getting close. Drogo off to the side. I think he's about to tag that mini-boss, but we do have Madge now going into boss as well. So that is indeed something that they had to do. They think they need this for the timer, and I think they might be right. 5.5 minutes left in this dungeon as they get started on Balakar Khan. Lamike in some danger here, too.
And this boss can be... it's obviously more dangerous in the last phase, but this phase can also be difficult if you have all of these other mobs. Pedro's having some issues. They did have a full vibe.
So they must have tried it to go into the boss and then ended up
Did they get the rest out?
Not having it work. I don't think it matters. Maybe, if they had landed a battle res on Drogo, but of course, Drogo is their only battle res.
They have the savior.
Okay, so here's what they tried to do. We were seeing Drogo before we moved off this screen, off to the side there. Oh, and then he got charged by some war spears. So now he had that double bleed on him. Tags the mini-bosses, melds.
Oh, he did
The
manage.
mini-bosses do get dodged, but a blood-curdling shout from a Noku defender goes uninterrupted and takes out the team.
So it had nothing to do with that.
Yeah,
it's
it was
possible
probably
that there were some comms for the riots. Like, there was probably some confusion on the comms because they had to pull and then reset, and then they were focusing on that, and the call for the interrupt maybe not coming through properly.
Or it may have been a range issue as well, because we saw that all the range were over on that fence, and they had to move over to get Balakar Khan, and they were bringing the pack in that direction. Especially if that was an evoker interrupt that they were planning to use there. That is not a long-range ability unless you've got spatial paradox rolling, so... Yeah, brutal for Pedro's per hour. That's 35 minutes down the drain.
Yeah, we did see them, because the timer, I think they still had 5.5 minutes once the wipe went through. If they would have recovered like super quickly and then managed to immediately pull the boss with the trash again, I feel like there would have been a possibility for them to still time it. And I'm not sure what happened, but the savior definitely was placed, I believe, by one of the range that was up on that pole. And I'm not sure if they just ended up wiping again, or if they had... they felt like, okay, now we don't have enough time anymore after resting everyone back up. But at least it was a good idea for whoever did place that savior down. Like, nice heads up. That's something that we saw Divine Field do for Perplex in one of their keys on Friday, I believe. So, yeah. Unfortunate for Pedro's. They're going to have to do the whole dungeon again, which is just like so heartbreaking when you were at the end of that key, just wasting 35 minutes almost. Very, very unfortunate. Mandatory, though, they're about to pull Cajun on a 21 Halls of Infusion. The amount of HPS required here by mode is going to be insane. And looking at the split here, they improved their time so much compared to their last 21 run. 18:11 for the Galloping Goliath, while yesterday was 18:49. So actually very, very good on time here for Mandatory.
Yeah, they are making... I mean, it's kind of comical, right? Because... they don't need the timer, right? The time tiebreakers are never going to matter for Mandatory, but this kind of show of force from them is, this is the sort of thing that makes you think, is this team going to be able to defeat Echo for a second tournament in a row? If they play like this in the Global Finals, I think the answer is probably yes. Honestly, the thing that makes me most worried about Mandatory's chances against Echo was the decision to go into all of those lower keys than the ones they had access to, right? Like, they spent a total of like 2 hours this weekend out of their 15 upgrading keys from a 2 chest to a 1 chest at the one higher level, right? And that sort of time, I feel like when you're up against Echo in the global finals, you're going to want to just go into the 21s and get those done and not waste any of that time. And that sort of is going to... That kind of confidence, I think, is something that I want to see from them once we do get to the global finals, once it is all to play for there. This weekend, I think it maybe did make sense to play it a little bit more conservatively and just make sure that there weren't any accidents that somehow led to you getting eliminated.
Yeah, I think so as well. And to note on that as well, like sometimes you get a +2 and you just know that key is literally just not doable, or you've never done it in practice, so there's no point. But they went on to actually time a lot of the keys now on that key level that they could have done immediately, right? So we definitely know that they were capable, like for example the 22 Academy that they had 2 chests and did at 21 before. But match on the top left side, they are about to finish off Balakar Khan, but looking at the time, they only have 50 seconds left, which I think is doable as Bloodlust is running right now as well. But they cannot have any mistakes here as another spear does come through soon. Yeah,
looks like they're baiting this next spear. As long as Soda was the last target, then this next spear should go on somebody who has an invis. Actually, Roybin doesn't have meld available, so it's okay though. It's all good. Boss is dead, well ahead of schedule, and that is 39-33 for Madge, so not the fastest Nokud 21 we've ever seen, but honestly, they'll take it. That is putting them at 124 points, and that means now they're free to go and look at the rest of their scorecard and think about what makes the most sense. Madge in particular, their 20 Ruby was with 5 deaths and a full wipe. So if you're Madge and you're looking at this scorecard, I think maybe you're thinking, first of all, how do we feel about 22 Azure Vault? How do we feel about 22 Algathar? How do we feel about 22 Bracken, 21 Halls? Do we like our chances in any of those dungeons, even 21 Ruby? If the answer is no, I think that the 20 Ruby time improvement might be your next best course of action. I think that, you know that you wiped in there. You could easily shave 2 minutes off of that Ruby by just doing what you did without that wipe, which was just pulling a dragon that didn't need to get pulled, right? So I think that might be what Madge decides to do now. I'm not sure. I mean, there's still an hour and 45 minutes left in the day, so maybe it's a little early to go and start improving times. You run the risk of you start doing that, other teams go into the 125th point, and then you kind of start sweating if they make it, we've just eliminated ourselves. I don't know. I'm curious what they end up doing.
They're definitely in a good spot now. I mean, looking at Shinra on the top left, they're about to finish off Terra and Maruk, but look at their timer. They have only 6 minutes left, which is definitely not a comfortable time. They are going to have to be quick. They're going to have to quickly move to the last boss. They don't have Bloodlust for 4 minutes. Yeah, they're going to have to be really fast. I don't think they have the luxury compared to Pedro's and what Match had earlier, where they can deal with the trash a little bit before they engage the boss. I think they probably going to have to engage the boss pretty quickly here. I think they have the time still, but it's for sure going to be closer for them. And yeah, that can be dangerous if you have to rush through a Politis. So we'll see if they can finish it off. But yeah, Match, so good for them that they managed to get this key done, especially after they had some issues earlier on in the day. And yeah, up on those 124 points, I think they have enough time left in the day to attempt a higher key level. But yeah, as you said, which one? All of them are very difficult.
It looks like they're going to take their break right now as well, which is another important thing, right? Got to make sure you get those breaks taken. So there is actually a little bit less time in their day even than I thought, because they did still have to take that break as mandatory finish off. Kaj in the end yielding with 10 minutes to spare here in this 21. 809,000 HPS out of mode to get them through that fight. Almost 250 million total health restored by that druid during that encounter. What an incredible fight. That's one of those fights that the healers, every single time they get through it, it amazes me that they've been able to do that. So huge credit to every single one that has done that so far. Just mode on the 21 key level, but even on the 20 key level, it's always very impressive. So hopefully they can avoid any incidents on Primal Tsunami and put up their 126th point. But I think we should focus on Shinra up in the top left now, as they are working on that Balakar Khan. 4 minutes and 20 seconds to finish this fight, and they do have those 2 mini bosses in. Now their route is a little bit different than the other teams. We don't see them pulling that patrolling side pack. We don't see them pulling those casters. So they just have the 2 mini-bosses to deal with, but those 2 mini-bosses will also drop Sanguine when they die, and they can't really afford to try and kill them off. They have to be focusing Balakar Khan here, because they only have 4 minutes left to stop the clock here. So this is going to be very, very, very close. They have 3 battle reses. They are going to get Lust coming up at the end of this dungeon, but I think if they have to use those battle reses, even just the time loss from doing that is pretty likely to be costly for them. Might cost them the dungeon.
Yeah, and as you can see, they're fully focusing the boss. So you can see the boss is almost lower than the 2 trash mobs here. That very likely means there we go. The intermission phase is starting. So they're going to have to deal with those 2 mobs through the intermission phase and probably also in phase 2 as well, which is going to cause some problems as it's hard to gather them up with them charging around and throwing spears everywhere. So now they have to deal with all of those casters, have to interrupt the Stormbolt. So Riley actually fucking cauterized one of those casts going through, thankfully on the mage with that cheat death available. But yeah, they have to make sure they're interrupting all of that. Plus the incorporeal spawning too. That was mind controlled to the very last second. It looked like the cast is going to go off, but they did manage to interrupt it. But yeah, this is just so dangerous, and they're not dying, these ads. They're in this phase for so long. Look how much damage they're taking as well. DX doing such a good job keeping everyone alive.
Yeah, it's kind of okay to be in this phase for a while, because it's the only time that you get, non-one-shot damage on this fight, right? So you can just use all of your stuff like health potion, like those sorts of effects, these minor defenses, darkness even, healer throughput cooldowns, because those don't really work on anything else during this fight. So it's okay. They've been able to get through it, but the timer is becoming even more suspicious now. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to finish this fight. Most important of all, there cannot be any sanguine healing on the boss here. We have those ads getting ready to die here, and Nerf is really trying to set up to make sure that he's able to manipulate where they are when they die, so that Balakar doesn't get even a single tick of sanguine. Because honestly, I think 1 tick of sanguine depletes them at this point on the boss. First mini boss about to die here gets interrupted, so it'll now be free to move it. It does look like they are able to get that first one dying off behind. Now the other one is enraged though, so those spears will be like instant cast. You got to be pretty much constantly moving to avoid getting hit by them. Another spear coming out, and it's going to kill Fu. Oh no, so that's going to be their battle res now being sent. And yeah, once one of the mini bosses dies, and now the grip from that static spear is going to kill DX Og too. Does get the res.
Yeah,
now they just have the 1 res left.
Incorporeal went off. They all have the incorporeal debuff here. It's going to be a little bit of a problem.
During Lust,
Bloodlust is running as well. So they lost Bloodlust on 2 players, and now they're going to die to that AoE going through. It was just too difficult for them to recover after those 2 deaths on the damage dealers, losing the last on everyone, and that's going to be a full wipe. 39 minutes, 25 seconds into the dungeon.
Wow.
Just another huge amount of time loss for Shinra, unfortunately. Oh my god, just devastating for them.
Yeah, that was absolutely catastrophic for Shinra Tensei. The only silver lining for them is that a similar thing happened to Pedro's, so they, at least another team is in the same position as them, and that means that Shinra Tensei aren't out of it just yet. But both of those 2 American teams now fighting to avoid elimination. At least we're going to have 1 NA team through today, but it looks increasingly likely that it's going to be one of them going home, as Madge did succeed at timing that key, and will now have the free time to go and either improve score or tiebreakers and try and cement their place in the global finals. Of course, we do also have Mandatory looking to run up the scoreboard even more. They are already in the lead by a full point over the field or more. They're looking to expand that to become completely unassailable in the number 1 position.
Yeah, we do have Shinra taking that 10-minute break now after that reset, or after that wipe at the very end. They probably need that 10 minutes to just, reset their mental, make sure they can get back into the key and time it to move on. They are not out yet, obviously, because as we mentioned, Pedro's also having a catastrophic issue there at the very end. So Pedro's also needs to time this key to be above Shinra. But yeah, not great. We still have 2 teams that have to take another 10 minutes. I think it's Pedro's and Shinra? Or is Shinra on their last 10 minutes? Either way, there's still some breaks they have to do. Keep in mind, they have to take those breaks before the last hour of the day. So they have another 40 minutes left to take their last few breaks. Mandatory did take their 20 minutes already. They're good to go, but some of the other teams still have some time left to do. Mandatory in their intermission now on that 21 Primal Tsunami that they wiped to yesterday at the very, very end. So we'll see if they can get through phase 2. Of course, Primal Tsunami getting buffed by these infusers, so doing a little bit more damage in that second phase. And yeah, let's see if they can do it. Damage, timer-wise, they're looking fine. Yeah, for sure. 3.5 minutes. That should for sure
Just
be
gotta
doable.
live.
Yeah.
They've just got to avoid any waterlogged deaths here, anything like that. There goes that Breath of Eons as well. They'll even get to another set of 2 minutes with Lust if they need to, but I don't think that this boss will even live that long. That AoE comes out, Vampiric Embrace coming out to top everybody else up. Mode not even really needing to do any healing with that VE rolling, just staying in that cat form, doing as much damage as possible here, trying to end this encounter as quickly as possible. It's not just for time, right? It's for safety. The fewer of those AoEs you have to deal with, the fewer of those tank blasts you have to deal with, the smaller the chance of an unfortunate wipe like we saw from them the last time here. 3 whole minutes still on the clock here. I mean, they're going to be able to win this key with minutes to spare on this 21 level. That is incredible. I mean, this seemed like one of those keys that they were barely going to be able to time, but this run has been almost flawless out of them. 0 deaths on the board so far. They generated like a minute on their Kajin split compared to their last attempt in this dungeon. They are making this dungeon look easy, and we know it is not.
Yeah, this is just incredible. Bloodlust is about to come up in 13 seconds as well. There's still a minute on their PI and 40 on their breath. So let's see if they want to line that up and hold it for a little bit, or if they just want to send it for safety, maybe for some healing or for Skylark as well, to be able to survive. There you go. They are sending that Bloodlust. And yeah, if they time this, it's actually going to be the highest tyrannical hulls in the world, so we'll see if they manage to get that done. But yeah, absolutely crazy feast for Mandatory if they finish this off. 16% left. They just have to live, as you mentioned, and it's looking really, really good for them. They still have some defensives left to use as well.
Instant alter time back up to full for Hopeful there. 1 pixel, one frame was he low health, and then immediately returns to that full HP. No healing needed. Next blast on Skylark here. This Focus Deluge, big damage, but he's got Darkness to help him get through that. Darkness, such a powerful tank cooldown now as well, having been buffed for 5-player content recently. That is a 33-35 in the Halls of Infusion, plus 21 for Mandatory. A minute and a half to spare. They advanced to 126 points, and now they can take a victory lap in whatever dungeon they want. There are no wrong answers for Mandatory at this point.
Can they just do a 23 Academy, please?
That would be cool. I'd be down.
Yeah, I would love to see that. And I would just love to see them attempting it, because at this point, I feel like there's no chance any team can even get to the same score that they have, right? I mean, it's going to be incredibly difficult.
So. I mean, it's maybe possible if Madge are able to put up 2 keys in the next hour and 30 minutes. It is possible. I wouldn't put it past these teams, but I feel like it's like 2% or something like that to happen. As yeah, Brackenhide Hollow. All right, but in the meantime, we do have we have an MDT up on the board, which I believe means we have a Tettles analysis segment queued up here. All
right, so this is, I would describe this as the nightmare situation for Shinra Tensei. So Shinra Tensei, whenever they were doing the 20 on day 1, they were actually running a different route in Noku Defensive, and they amended it to copy Mandatory's route on day 2. The main differences of the route between the two teams was like this section where Shinra Tensei was third pulling this area right here. And so then that allowed them a bit of an easier time going into the second area. But whenever they went to the 21, they were 2 pulling this first area, which in theory should be faster for Granith. But then this pull 7 down here, where it's this double pull with like the Neophytes and then 2 of the Storm Shields, kept wiping Shinra Tensei over and over again. Then, whenever the 21 that you guys just watched that they wiped to, they actually converted back into their old route. And as we know, that old route really wasn't that fast, and they were really tight against the timer. And so now that makes me question, like, what is Shinra Tensei going to be doing moving forward in the Noku Defensive? We knew that they were like a point ahead coming into today, but they have basically blown their entire lead by trying to amend the strategy going from Noku 20 to Noku 21 just because they thought that they were going to need this additional count in the second area for the timer, which they probably do. Like, it's a situation where their timer is going to be incredibly tight unless they have near perfect sanguine management, which is possible. But things aren't looking great for Shinra Tensei, and it seems like them and Pedro's are really up against the clock today now.
Yeah, sometimes we talk about this difference between like a slow and safe strategy and a fast and dangerous strategy. But in Nokud, it feels like if your strategy is slower, then you're under pressure to pull trash onto Balakar Khan aggressively right at the end of the dungeon. And
yeah,
so
exactly.
The strategy that's more aggressive early on is actually, to me, the one that feels safer, because then you can just do what Mandatory did, and you can be like, look, we're going to fight, these trash mobs by themselves, and then we'll take Balakar Khan also by himself later, and, we've got a minute to spare, we know we just need to live, instead of the frantic, pull everything, we just got to go, we got to focus Balakar Khan, try and land the kicks and all this while doing that, and that just has seemed like a recipe for disaster for the teams that have tried it.
All right, cool. That's all I had to show. I just wanted to talk about the routing of Shinra Tensei and the Noku defensive. Good luck with the two of you guys.
All right, have a good day. Bye.
I'll be back later.
Okay, so we're still back in the dungeons now. The tunnels heading out there. So Madge have decided to go into that 20 ruby in the bottom right, which this was I suggested this as being one of their primary options at this point, right? This is you're making the call that you don't think Pedro's and Shinra Tensei will both make it to 125 points, right? You think that those teams, either one will stay on 123 points and you're good regardless, or they'll make it to 124 points but not improve further. And then you're worried about your time tiebreakers, right? And so you're looking at your board and you're thinking, okay, my Halls of Infusion's good. My Azure Vault's not great. We could fix that maybe after we fix this. My Nokud's not great, but that dungeon's really hard and long, so maybe, probably not, but maybe the last dungeon of the day. Algathar Academy, my timer's good in there. Brackenhide, my timer's okay in there. Ruby is the biggest one where it's like, okay, there's a short dungeon, we can get in there, get out in 25 minutes, 26 minutes, and we know that we put up this 2804 with a full wipe on the middle of a trash pull, so we can easily get that time by just doing the same thing we did without that happening. I think this is it's a good call from Madge. It has the potential to look really bad, is the thing. Because if you're spending your time in the 20 ruby, and then Pedro's and Shinra time their Nokuds, and then those teams go to, say, a 22 Algathar, a 22 Vault, a 21 Halls, all of a sudden you're sweating if you're Madge, because you might have you might get eliminated without, ever getting to 125 points or even having a chance to.
I personally love this approach by Madge. I like them going into this 20, just increase, like they know they can be much quicker in this dungeon. And yeah, it's not what we like to see as the viewers, because we want them to see the highest keys possible. So seeing them going into a key they've already timed is not the greatest thing, but I think strategically it does make a lot of sense, especially considering the other teams struggling so much with that no-code offensive. But yeah, as you said, they also there is a chance for them to look very foolish if the other teams manage to get that additional point on the board after timing the 21 no-code, which doesn't necessarily look very likely because all of the other dungeons that they have left to do are really difficult. It looked easy when Mandatory was doing it, but I don't think that is a measurement that they can rely on. But there we go. Pedros are now fighting the Raging Tempest again. They came back from their break after having a wipe, heartbreaking wipe at the very last boss there. So hopefully they did manage to reset their mental. Just pretend it didn't happen. Just pretend this is the first time you do that 21 no-kid.
Yeah, exactly. This is you can be bolstered by the knowledge as well that this happened to Shinra as well, right? So you're not in too much trouble yet. You don't need to worry about the fact that Madge got it finished, because ultimately you're not fighting for the difference between second and third, right? You're fighting for the difference between third and fourth. You don't need to outrun the bear. You need to outrun the other campers. And right now it's Shinra and Pedro's that are the two campers. The bear is long gone. That's mandatory. They are super fast. I don't know if my metaphor is working here. I think it's flawed in a lot of ways, but you get what I'm trying to say.
Can you explain?
No, under no circumstances can I explain.
What I got from that is we just don't want to go camping with Ratnos. I think that's the takeaway here. Yeah, pretty sure.
Yeah, it's you and everybody else. It's tough out there.
It sounds dangerous. Well, how fast can you run, though? I mean, that's really what it comes down to, doesn't it?
That's true, yeah.
I mean, if you're not that fast of a runner, then
costume on or not.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't run very fast, maybe I do want to go camping with you then.
I think in general, if you're chasing the bear, you're doing it wrong. But I don't.
Well, no,
That's what mandatory
we're not chasing the
at this
bear.
point. Yeah.
Anyway.
Anyways, Raging Tempest nearly dead here for Pedros. This should be the last electrical storm that they have to deal with, so they're able to commit whatever CDs they need to here. Actually fired up even holding Mass Barrier here, so they're going to have access to that for the next Trash Pull even, or for this Lightning Strike perhaps as well. Very collected, very calm are Pedros dealing with this fight. You know, you can see that just every defensive getting clicked on the right person, not having any deaths here, still a 0-death run. Actually, all 4 of our teams right now are in the midst of a 0-death run, so they are locking in for the end of our day. Just 90 minutes left in our final day here. One of these 4 teams will not be making it to Global Finals, and unfortunately for Mandatory, Mode dies, but fortunately for Mandatory, they're already one of the safe teams, and this was just the start of their dungeon, so that is one of the least dangerous quarters of our stream to see a death on, is the Mandatory in the top right. They are playing for bonus points at this point.
So we do have a 19-20 split here for
Shinra.
Pedros. Oh no, Nerf actually going down for Shinra. That's release.
Okay.
That's going to be another reset for Shinra. It is early on, 3 minutes in, so not losing that much time, but definitely not what you want to see after taking a 10-minute break and after having all of these other issues. They're in this dungeon for probably 2 hours at this point. So yeah, they just want to get done with this. Pedros, though, they did finish off the Raging Tempest. 1920 is their split, which is 15 seconds faster than their previous split. So definitely improving their time a little bit, which means that it's going to be a little bit safer at the end. I do want to mention one thing as well. Both Shinra and Pedros that had wiped in the last boss, if they were fast, like if they had the time that Mandatory had, I think they were able to even just like go again. Right, so the fact that they are a little bit slow in the dungeon, playing it a little bit safe, having some sanguine heal here and there, is making it very, very close for them at the end. So they have to do some risky pulls. They have to pull the mini bosses immediately into the boss, rather than fighting them a little bit and then pulling it into the boss once it's safer, which causes the mini bosses to still be alive when the intermission starts and phase 2 starts, and it just gets so chaotic. So if they would be able to clear the dungeon a little bit quicker before getting to the last boss, they might be able to just be safer at the end.
I do think, though, that, yeah, for Pedros, the 1920 on Raging Tempest is a good sign, right? Like, that does mean that they are keeping the pace up. You know, it's obviously not as fast as Mandatory were able to move through this dungeon, but it should mean that they'll have, you know, a minute of wiggle room at the end, compared to feeling obligated to just go straight into boss, right? And to not give themselves any time to set up their kicks and get the mobs, you know, under control first.
Yep.
I'll have to see, though. A lot of that's going to come down to sanguine management in this area, because that Raging Tempest split, you could easily see time get added if any of these corruptors bathe in some sanguine while they're casting these uninterruptible abilities.
Yeah, sanguine definitely not a nice affix in this dungeon. On top of it also just being that long, but yeah, that was well done.
Yeah, no, I mean, 5 million sanguine healing, we'll take it. That's a really good number.
Definitely acceptable, yeah.
Extremely strong from Pedros per hour. Now they're going to head up to the next pull here. This should get them most of the remaining count that they need. Shinra, on the other hand, working on the start of the dungeon once again. This area, I mean, the very start of the dungeon is one of the biggest sanguine pain points as well, because you have all these horn sounders and longbows that are archers and do not move. So if you get sanguine under them, you have to use an ability to get them out of sanguine, and you're using all those abilities already because you need to group the pack up and you need to, you know, displace mobs on their casts and stuff. It's not an easy area. You can see they're starting to send those knocks now to get these mobs out of that sanguine, maybe keep them a little bit more spread now as they sort of start prior targeting down those medium high health mobs that are near where others are dying, but still a little bit of sanguine healing creeping onto the meters for Shinra Tensei. Pedro's approaching that point in their pull as well. That danger.
Match on the bottom right, they are now fighting the destroyer packs in their 20 ruby. That, yes, they have timed this key already, but they're trying to improve their time because they're like 2 minutes slower approximately compared to all the other teams in this 20 key, because they had a full wipe in this area, actually in this destroyer area, on their 20 run. So they're trying to just run this key again, improve their timer in case of a tiebreaker that is pretty likely to happen even if both Pedros and Shinra time the 21 no-cut and don't time any other key from here on out. So Match playing it safe. They know they can do this dungeon quicker, and it's also a really fast dungeon, just a 30-minute timer. So they feel like they're not going to be wasting too much time here for a pretty big gain in case it does come to a tiebreaker. But looking at their first split here on Melodrosa, they do have 7:57, while previously they had a 7:51. So 6 seconds slower, which doesn't really matter, I think, as long as they don't have this like big wipe again. They're still going to be faster. That 6 seconds not going to make the difference.
Yeah, exactly. It's, you know, if they ever have a Melodrosa that's like 8:15 or slower, maybe you just reset it. But I think you're not worried about 5 or 10 seconds here or there. You're trying to get minutes, not seconds, out of this dungeon at this point. If we get to a point in the day where teams are trying to gain a couple of seconds, I think at that point you just try and get a higher key level rather than worrying about like getting 5 seconds in a dungeon, because the odds of that mattering is going to be so much lower than the odds of, say, those 2 full minutes that Madge are currently fighting for in this Ruby, which, yeah, they're definitely still on pace for that to happen as long as they can stay on 0 deaths, avoid pulling the dragon, which they've done once again there. Nice. It's flown past harmlessly. Well done. Meanwhile, Mandatory in the top right, still just on that one mode death early in this dungeon, not a particularly costly one, as Skylark now grouping up the mobs. Mode off to the side, goes and grabs a couple of more enemies to come into this pull. And they're now heading over to this rock. Probably a rescue will be coming out of Maystein soon to bring Stove on up there once they get all these mobs grouped together. Maybe just Hopeful gets to stand up there. Nope, there it goes. There's the rescue, and everybody is up on this rock. Now they get to just blast damage into this pack while Skylark gets to deal with all of the other stuff those enemies do.
Yeah, their timer also looking very good. They have a 7:03 first boss split.
Gamer down for Shinra. That's the Augmentation Evoker death. That's actually their second death of this 21 no-kud. They have already used that battle res as well, so they're just going to play without an AUG for a little while here, it looks like. Not a great start to this dungeon. Are you thinking about resetting this one at this point if you're Shinra Tensei? I mean, you're 5 minutes in.
Yeah.
It's still okay. But you know that you get to the end of the dungeon with so little time on the board.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd be thinking about resetting.
I think so as well. They also had a decent amount of Sanguine Heal going through as well. I mean, there is a lot of pressure on them, right? Like, they've been in this dungeon for so long. Maybe they think they can't be losing any more time, and there's still an opportunity for them to play this. But yeah, it's a tough decision. One more thing to mention as well. Production is saying that the only team left that still has to take a break today is Pedros. And they have to take the break within 20 minutes, because if they don't, then they're gonna take a 5-point penalty, which of course would mean that they're gonna just go out fourth.
And they just have to start their break by that time, right? So if it's basically after this key, they have to go and start their break. They can't do anything useful after this key. Whether they time it or whether they deplete it right now, they have to go take their break. So hopefully they realize that, and we don't have a repeat of the mandatory day one situation where they start a keystone that they're going to be obligated to hearth out of or forfeit 5 points, which forfeiting 5 points is pretty much an elimination sentence. There's, even if mandatory lost 5 points right now, they would go from first to last. So there's no way that can ever be recovered, really.
Yeah, but they can finish off that key because, of course, there's
they have time.
more left in that dungeon than it is until 11 p.m. So they are fine.
Until 2 p.m., you mean, I think, yeah.
I do mean 11 p.m., thank you.
All right, well, we'll agree to disagree.
Well, actually, I'm talking about Pedros here, so they are using NA time. I guess I am wrong.
Yeah, although NA, we got a lot of time zones here. They got gamers from all over the country, I believe.
That's true.
So
that's true.
That might be, I wonder what time zone they game in. Even sometimes you play with groups that are in different time zones. It's always a fun thing about playing WoW. People all over the world join together by a love of dungeons. Yeah, just say a number, just use a different time zone every time.
We practice tomorrow at time zone and then hope people show up. Do the calculation right. It actually is good practice because you need to do a lot of calculating here at the end of TGP whenever you have to figure out the tiebreakers, right? So I think time zone calculations could be good practice for these teams.
That's very true. All right, well, we do have Pedro's getting into Tira and Maruk here, getting the boss pulled at about 28 minutes. So they should be able to get it dead. The timer we're looking for it to die probably is around that 32, maybe 32:30. If it's past 33, we're in danger of Tira and Maruk dying. That's what I'll say. And of course, every second counts, right? It's not just a binary pass-fail dungeon at this point. There's a very good chance that Pedro's Per Hour and Madge and Shinra, some combination of those teams, are going to go to time tiebreakers against each other for not necessarily just second and third, but for that crucial third and fourth. Which team makes it to Global Finals and which team does not. So every single second here is absolutely vital. Pedro's Per Hour actually have some pretty good times overall as well. So this could be very big for them if they can put up, say, a 38 or a 37 no-cood would be huge for them.
Yeah, and those time tiebreakers might actually be incredibly important. That's another reason why Match on the bottom right is in that 20 ruby right now. And they're about to finish off Kokia here with a very good time in comparison to their last time. Of course, this is where they lost the most time in their 20 that they already have on the board. Their last timer was 20:48. And now they have an 18:33, so improving their time by 2 minutes on this split. So looking very good for a match if they don't have any major mistakes from here on out.
Yeah, this is it's crucial here. It's all about the execution from this point, and it's kind of, there's an interesting question for Pedro's Per Hour, which is, do you try and pull trash into the last boss even if you're safe on the 40-minute timer just to try and get some extra tiebreaker time? You know, I wonder if that's something that you can consider doing here. So we'll see how aggressively they decide to play this. That's going to be all coming to a head in the next 5 minutes or so when they get to that last boss area. Meanwhile, Shinra in the bottom left continuing this run that I was speculating about the possibility of resetting it early. We can see that their initial split here on this on Granith was actually still pretty good here. 8 minutes 39.
They
Not
changed
bad,
around again.
We'll take it. Yeah.
This is very interesting because on the last run they had a 10:20 split, and now they have an 8:39, even though they had issues. So that certainly means to me that they did change their strategy again. And again, they're pulling this pack instead of the waterfall pack after Granith. So we'll see if they now, because the 3 times that they wiped on the waterfall pool was when they pulled those neophytes into that pool. The last time they did not pull those 2 mobs, and they did not commit Bloodlust for it. They saved the Bloodlust for Tempest Mandatory having a full wipe. Unfortunately, on Treemouth, it looked like such a good run. I didn't want to talk about Mandatories too much, just because they're so far ahead, and obviously this is just for bragging rights at this point. But I was keeping an eye on them, and they had such a good run. Like, it was so clean up until the Streamout pull, so a little bit unfortunate for them, but obviously doesn't matter because they're going to be in the #1 spot no matter what. But yeah, Shinra, we'll see if they can do this waterfall pull now, if they pull in those neophytes, and also if they're committing that Bloodlust.
Yeah, that is the pivotal question here, because they're actually not under too much pressure to lust immediately, right? Like, you have a little bit of time. You want to probably lust by, 14 minutes or something like that, so that you know you can get it when you want it at the end of the dungeon and on your next lust, not being too much pressure. But it's not urgent. You can they could do it on their next set of 2s or the set afterwards, and it's probably fine. Meanwhile, Pedro's are going to be finishing off Tira and Maruk here, 32 minutes, pretty much on the dot when that goes down. So that is a good timer for the boss 3 split. They're on pace here for maybe a 39-minute dungeon. Something like that, maybe even a little bit faster, depending on how aggressively they are contemplating pulling trash into boss here. I think Pedro's pulls that 5-pack, though, which that is a sketchy one to fight with the boss. I think that's sketchier than the 2 mini-bosses because there's just so many enemies and so much sanguine. So it might be a case of just fighting that by itself first and accepting, say, a 39, maybe a 39-30, instead of something like a 38 in this dungeon, which it's still fine. As long as you get this dungeon on the board, I think you can't be complaining too much.
Yeah, I think so as well. At this point, they've been in here for so long, they just want to get done with it. Play it as safe as you think you have to play it. And the tiebreaker, that is something that they can improve in another dungeon still. There's still more than an hour left in the day, so they do have time to improve their time somewhere else. So yeah, definitely playing it safe is something that I like to see here. You can see Fired Up and Crim's already on those poles, making sure that they're in that spot that is not available to charge to, just getting more damage out as well. And yeah, looks like they are playing it safe. Just getting the trash down a little bit lower before they pull the boss. Last time we saw them have issues with Drogo pulling the boss, and then the trash being out of range, not being able to drop that shout, or having some miscommunication going on. So playing it safe, I like it here.
Yeah, I think this does make a good deal of sense. I mean, they're still going to have 6 minutes for the boss after they finish off this pack. It is certainly looking good for Pedros per hour. No pressure to go straight into the boss. Meanwhile, Madge in the bottom right are already on Urquhart and Kairaka. They are definitely in position here to improve their 28-minute Ruby to a 26-minute Ruby, gain those extra 2 minutes of timer, and put themselves in a position to have the time tiebreaker over both Pedros and Shinra Tensei. This is a very important run as well that we are witnessing out of this team. Bloodlust not available for another minute and a bit. They are going to get a second set of 2 minutes. I wonder if you actually hold these 2 minutes for Lust at this point, because I think you probably are only getting one more press of this Power Infusion Void Eruption combo. So I wonder if you hold that for Lust. We'll see what they decide to do once they get there. They are going to be pushing to 50% in the very near future. Meanwhile, Pedros in the top left are getting Balakar pulled. They've successfully executed the Shadow Meld to avoid fighting those 2 mini-bosses. So now they just have to fight Balakar in a slightly more constrained room than the other teams do, because of course you can't walk near those mini-bosses or else it is very bad. That Iron Sphere getting baited on Fired Up, who can easily meld it in this case. Gonna hold the Invis. The Invis is a little bit more powerful, right? Because it comes with a damage reduction too, so that can be something they use for that later on as well.
That's right. But let's talk about the opposite of doing things later on. And let's talk about something that's happening right now, which is Tettles rejoining the broadcast. Nagura.
So bad.
Great having you. I work with what I've got, all right? I am like a sculptor. And my clay is whatever the last thing, the caster says before we bring someone in. I'm doing my best. Welcome back, Tettles.
You're representing Moonkins while I'm gone. Bye.
I got
Bye.
you.
Bye!
Bye.
Is 124 the final score that Madge, Shinra Tensei, and Pedros per hour are going to have?
So Madge have certainly decided that that's a strong possibility. The thing is, it kind of doesn't matter if one team makes it to 125. It would need to be 2 teams, right? So the question is if third and fourth are both at 124, and I think the chance of that is very high, but not guaranteed. Shinra Tensei are the team that is in the most danger of just not being able to put an 125th point on the board or even try it. But, looking at Madge and Pedros per hour, they're both going to have an hour after they finish their current runs, if nothing goes wrong in those runs, to go and put another point on the board. That's got to be at least in the double-digit % chance of happening, even if those keys are very hard. You give these teams an hour on something, and they will make something happen. But look at the timer that Madge are going to put up in this 20 Ruby life pools. This is going to be a minute faster than mandatory even. This is a really, really strong tiebreaker improvement for Madge. I think a great decision.
2.5 minutes?
Yeah,
they're literally 2.5 minutes.
They're just coming into this dungeon, and they're gonna put up a huge improvement to this tiebreaker and solidify that the only way for them to really get eliminated is going to be for Shinra and Pedros to get to 125, and Madge have an hour to make that not a possibility either. So great play, great strategic decision out of Madge, heading to that Ruby, becoming the fastest team in there, securing some huge tiebreaker equity. In the meantime, Pedros per hour up in the top left, hitting another one of those Pedros. That's why the team's called Pedros per hour, by the way. I know there are some people that don't know this, but in fact, Fired Up has a weak aura that plays the Pedro animation and song anytime Lust is activated. So that's what it means to try and get as many Pedros per hour as possible, is just hitting as many of those Lusts as possible. You can go to that weak aura site and search Pedro Lust if you want it. Yeah.
That's what it means. Okay,
that's why the team is
all right.
Yeah,
I was wondering all weekend too, and I was afraid to ask at this point.
Well,
so it's good to know.
I knew it had to do with the week, or I didn't realize that it had to do with pressing Lust as many times as possible.
Yeah, and if you reset a dungeon over and over again and you keep lusting the first pull, that you can really ramp up your Pedros per hour, right? That's it
all makes sense.
It's a forbidden strategy, but it is available if you want to just try and get over the usual 6 that you're allowed. per hour, although mages get way more as well. So that's one of the other advantages of being a mage, at least for this expansion. That's going away in War Within, but this is the kind of the last hurrah of the double lust mage that is so powerful right now. Drogo down for Pedro's. They are going to be able to battle res him if they can get somebody close enough to cast it, but now that's a long cast. Sang does land it. Nice work. Drogo is back up, able to land those dispels. But yeah, that's actually pretty scary, because if you're down a healer here, you're not going to be able to dispel more than one of those.
You can
debuffs.
mass, yeah.
Yeah, you can mass one of them, and then it's and then you're in trouble. So looks like they're able to invis the spear there. So that's nice. Balakar now 11%. Still a minute and 15 seconds to stop the clock here, although the tiebreaker might matter here as well. So every second does count for Pedro's per hour.
I think that Shinra Tensei in the bottom right in the Noku defensive, if they're able to get Raging Tempest killed off, this routing decision change is actually going to be pretty fruitful for them. The last time, whenever they killed Raging Tempest, whenever they were going to deplete that key, they killed it at 20 minutes and 30 seconds. And so I think that they're going to be probably 45 seconds under that, which means that it's going to be tight, right? Like, they can't have any major sanguine mishaps in the Tyrion Maruk area, but it should be fine.
All right, Keystone upgraded for Pedro's per hour. We'll see where they head next.
Maj Alg.
Yeah, so we also can now see how that tiebreaker maneuver has paid off for Maj. That Ruby Life Pools has moved them from being behind Pedro's on timer to ahead by 57 seconds. So here's my next question to you, Tuttles. If you're Pedro's per hour, do you want to go and earn 58 seconds in a dungeon? Or do you want to go and earn +1 point in a dungeon? Looking across the scorecard, where even are there 58 seconds that are reasonable to accomplish? Possibly the Halls of Infusion, possibly the Azure Vault, possibly the Algathar Academy as well, or do you just go 1 key level higher and try and get to 125? That is the question that Pedro's will have. They'll be taking their break right now, so they've got a 10-minute break during which they can mull this over. That is the final break that any of our teams need to take, and then we are into the final hour.
I don't love their AV route. I mean, they could have changed it. I think their AV route is what's effectively limiting them, and so unless they've fully changed that route, I think that they're gonna have to go for the +1 somewhere. Their Alg Academy, unfortunately, wasn't even that fast either, to the point where I'm questioning their ability to be able to time that dungeon on a 22, because whenever Mandatory went from that 21 to 22 to get that world record, they were like 29:30 or something like that for their 21.
Yeah. That's like
so
Maj
they had like
speed, right?
They had a Maj time, yeah, exactly. Which
now, Maj having a death here on this first pull. One of the characteristics of Maj's 21 was that their first pull was deathless as well, so they gained a lot of time there. Probably something that they need to replicate as well. We can't just have a pretty good first pull. It's probably got to be perfect out of Maj to make this 22 feasible. But they've got some time, right? They're not under too much pressure. They know they have the time tiebreaker right now. They know that Pedro's are currently in a break for the next 9 minutes as well. So Maj are not feeling too much pressure from Pedro's. And it's not just Pedro's, right? Maj would need to get beaten by Pedro's and Shinra Tensei to go home. So I think that staying in that 22 Algathar makes sense, because the other option for them would be to, say, go to Azure Vault and try and get another minute.
Oh my god, Shinra Tensei had a bird go off. Are they going to live this?
Danger.
Is trying to heal this as fast as possible. He got a dispel on himself, and then he was just trying to focus on healing the rest of the group. And Cauterize got procced, Defy Fate got procced, but they lived.
All good.
Oh my god.
That's why we talent those things. If you're not going to let a bird cast go off every now and then to let those Cauterizes proc, you may as well not talent it. So,
but neither of those are talents, I don't think. But it doesn't matter.
I'm pretty sure they are, but you just always take them. But yeah, it's either way, something that you need to make sure you're getting your value out of. And yeah, we have Shinra Tensei now trying to avoid sanguine healing at the end of this pull. That's the main variable here that can cost like 30 seconds or a minute if you're not careful, is getting a bunch of sanguine healing on all of these mobs, especially those death speakers. They are immovable objects that love to stand still and cast for 10 seconds. If that's in a sanguine puddle, that is 30 extra seconds of time that it takes you to do that damage back to that mob. So Shinra using their CCs. It's annoying though, because you want to use your CCs to stop the mobs from casting while they're all alive, but then you need to use them when they're dying to avoid the mobs bathing in sanguine. So it's a very tense decision being made by Shinra on how they want to sequence these.
I think that Mandatory did something that was like really subtle but really impactful. They actually had their Evoker Mace team was playing that AoE Soothe and Rage, which then allows you to kind of keep the mobs in that chant, and you don't have to use any of the displacement effects on chant. Instead, you're just going to be using the displacement effects to get the mobs away from the Death Speakers whenever they are casting that chant.
Yeah, it's a very powerful, very powerful. This comp just has a lot of tools for dealing with it. It just requires you to use them, intelligently, not overlap them, right? And communicate about how they're going to use them, because there's nothing worse than like knocking into a chain sigil, right? Or like chainsing into a knock, right? Like doing something like that.
Oh my god, we got nailed by the
and
eagle.
Canceling out. Ooh, okay, that's okay. That's pretty common actually here. I wonder if they're gonna. No, they're gonna keep this going.
I mean, can you afford it? Like.
This is the most common thing, like the most common cause of one death on this poll is the healer getting threat from those eagles as they snap over, yeah. And we've seen teams usually continue it, but I agree, maybe on the 22 you can't even afford that to happen, but it actually costs pretty small amount of time for your healer to die here, right? Like you're losing out on what, 200k DPS or something that they'd be providing, and
exactly, yeah.
There's not really
like
much relevant healing to be done here, so I think that making the continuation call, if it's just your healer, makes sense because that's going to happen such a high percentage of the time here.
It's tough. Let me see if Mike has splits for this dungeon.
Ooh, Dr. Takedown, that's going to be a town portal for sure. Yep, there it is, town portal coming out for Madge. They'll be able to give this one another go, but it's okay. Again, they're not under too much pressure as it stands right now. The pressure is really on Shinra Tensei up in the top right corner. This team needs to time this keystone on this attempt, or else their fate really will be leaving their hands, because other teams will be able to just improve their tiebreakers and or potentially put that 125th point on the board and send Shinra Tensei not to the global finals, keep them in those spectator position when we get to those global finals in 2 weekends, which what an exciting TGP season. It's just weekend after weekend of nonstop action here. Hope everybody's got all your snacks ready, you got your meals prepped, you're ready to watch some TGP. Next weekend we've got another group with some equally as exciting teams. We got Echo showing up next weekend, and then we'll have the global finals the weekend after. It's just it's nonstop here.
I think we'll probably talk about this at the end of the show. I have a suspicion that I'm picking Mandatory to win this TGP. The performance that they put on today is very, very telling. They are just completely wiping the floor with the rest of the competition, and arguably the most stacked competition that we've ever had. Like the rest of the field is performing so well, and then Mandatory is still going above and beyond.
Yeah, I was talking about this with Nagura a little bit, where I think that the one thing that I haven't liked from Mandatory...
Oh my god, Mandatory's wiping, by the way.
As mode down here, yeah, they do have the ability to res him. It's going to be Maystein landing that res, so we're okay. It's all good. Things continuing here. The one thing that I haven't liked out of Mandatory was the decisions to go and work on those like 21s and 20s when they had access to the 22s and 21s in some dungeons that they'd earned with those 2 chests. I feel like, particularly when they get to the global finals against Echo, you don't want to be spending 2 of your 15 hours on keys that you're planning to upgrade later if you don't have to. And so I think that degree of confidence hopefully is something that now that they've had this weekend, they'll feel secure in saying, you know what, we're going to get this key eventually. Let's not waste our time putting a 20 on the board if we have access to that 22 or 21 from a 2-chested 19. Let's just get straight in there. Get those extra points and save ourselves 30 minutes to then work on even more brutally difficult stretch goal dungeons that, we think we might need to actually beat Echo or whichever other incredible teams are showing up that weekend.
There are no eliminations in the finals, though, and that actually kind of changes the texture for what you're going to be going for.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
That is going to mean that the Friday and the Saturday, you're not under quite as much pressure to, do something that like what Shinra Tensei did as well, right? Shinra Tensei spent time on Friday in a 20 no-good when they had 2 chests at 19 as well. Not something that they'll feel obligated to do if they make it to the global finals. Yeah. That's an interesting rules change. We've had a couple of cool rules changes this time around as well.
I think the 3-2-1 is really good. Yeah,
absolutely. I agree with that as well. I think that has really made yesterday feel like a good mix of Friday and Sunday. So I don't know. The tournament has taken on an interesting texture. I love all these. It's not just the dungeons, but it's the decision of which dungeon to go to, where, seeing teams opt to, say, go and get 2 minutes in a ruby instead of working on a progression keystone, I think it's really tests players' macro and micro level decision making, right? Yeah, impressive performances for sure, and I think there will be a lot of thinking about what decisions got made this weekend. Particularly, whichever team comes in fourth, I'm sure is gonna.
I mean, dude,
have a lot of thoughts about how they got there.
I mean, there were 5 teams that came into this weekend that had the 42 points from time trials. This is. You should not be embarrassed to come forth. The amount of practice, amount of time, amount of effort that all of these teams have put in is immense. And I think that, like, at the end of the day, the competitors just, like, really want to be acknowledged for all their time and effort that they've put in. And it's kind of crazy just to see, Madge is going for a 22 Algothar Academy. Like, this is a world record level key that they're just attempting right now.
Yeah, this is incredible performances so far, and we talked about Mandatory looking really strong, looking really impressive, but it's absolutely a great point. We shouldn't forget that Madge, Shinra, Tensei, and Pedros per hour are doing the same level of keys pretty much as well, right? Mandatory, sure, they put up that 21 Halls of Infusion that nobody else has done.
Ooh,
they put up that 22 Algothar, but Madge is now working on that as well. Those two keys are the only difference in points.
Infusion. This is crazy. Look at this.
I like this.
They're going for the timer in 20.
I like this. I like either decision here because their 20 halls was a 33-11, so they have more than a minute that they can gain if they could match Madge or Shinra's time in here, right?
But not if they get meleeed to death by the first Geomancer.
No, the Geomancers are some of those mobs you don't want meleeing anybody except your tank. That's in fact, most mobs are like that. That's one of the
ignore
key
that.
rules.
Nobody saw that.
All good. Minus 30 seconds, not a big deal. That's we take these.
It was just weird that we were hyping them up. They immediately get meleeed to the first pack and die.
Ooh, Skylark down for Mandatory as he's setting up the Vulture and Hyena pull. This is actually somewhat catastrophic for Mandatory
big time loss,
in this 22 bracket. It's huge because those Hyenas are now no longer mass-rooted, so they'll have to re-mass root them if they want to grab them.
Yeah. Okay, so we got the battle res.
icky.
Oh, Skylark was also off to the side trying to get the Warnstone snap. That's what he was doing. He wasn't getting the Hyenas. He was getting the
he already had the Hyenas with him, though.
Oh, okay. I see.
So it looks like now they're maybe going to be able to avoid grabbing them. Yeah, there it is, the Vengeful Retreat, getting over the past the side there, over on the bridge. Just off in the distance now, picking up a Rot Hexer as well.
He's going to Warnstone here.
Returning into the frame, dropping down. Does he have his Warnstone
he had to move the Warnstone.
Ooh, Maystein has to re-bestow it.
So you have to snap the pack to the... I understand what's happening now. You have to snap the pack down below and then re-snap it back up to make sure that it's able to cross that gap. But unfortunately, somebody got meleeed to death by Hyena, and, we go again.
That's okay. That's this is the kind of stretch goal keystone where it's almost impossible for it to matter. Mandatory are playing for the difference between 126 and 127 points, and we don't think any other teams are going to get past 125, right? So this is almost impossible for it to affect Mandatory's first place position, is whether or not they can time this keystone. Oh, Seismic Slams actually taking out Crims and Drogo for Pedros on this very first pull as they try and improve their plus 20 time. So Crims and Drogo are chilling on a bench there.
Yes.
And that bench means that those Geomancers can't leap on you. But if somebody else is standing near the bench, they can leap on that person, and then that splash damage can hit you on the bench. So that is what has happened for Pedros per hour. Luckily, it is only, again, 2 minutes going to take them to reset this and get started all over again. So not anywhere near as catastrophic as the Balakar Khan wipes that Shinra and Pedros had experienced earlier. Speaking of Balakar Khan, Shinra in the top left have the most consequential run of our teams going on right now.
I think if they fail this, they get eliminated, right? Yeah.
If they fail this, they'll have time to try it again, but they give Pedros and Madge enough time to just secure some time tiebreakers and lock them out, basically. I mean, it's not quite a lockout because Shinra would, in theory, still have time to finish this. Even if they depleted it right now, restarted, they would have time to finish it and then start one more key. So they could still get to 125 even if they deplete right now, but it would require them to one-shot one of the keys that is on their board, and there aren't any easy keys left. All of the keys that are left on their scoreboard are brutally difficult, so I agree. I think this is make or break for Shinra Tensei.
Shinra has also the worst time tiebreaker out of the teams this weekend, and so they definitely need to improve that. Them and Pedro's are pretty close in their time tiebreaker from memory, but Shinra still has the worst end of that.
Yeah, the odds are getting dangerous for Shinra Tensei. If you're a Shinra Tensei fan, you need Pedro's to continue to not improve this Halls of Infusion timer, right? As long as Pedro's don't improve their Halls of Infusion time, if you're Shinra Tensei, you can finish this key, and then I think you can head to Azure Vault and pick up 2 minutes there, or a minute and a half there, maybe. Now, Shinra's Azure Vault is not going to be... It's going to be hard to gain that time that Mandatory have, but I think if you know that you have to, you maybe can try and make that happen, or you could go and try and pick up a point somewhere else. But the problem with Shinra is they don't have any one particular dungeon that they're especially weak in. It's like Azure Vault and Algathar Academy that they could maybe earn more than a minute in with a rerun. Maybe Algathar Academy is actually the smartest for that. But they're kind of have distributed their runs so that they're just a little bit slower across the board.
Exactly.
It's a much worse position to be in than Madge. Madge had one, blemish on their scoreboard.
Oh my god, pages per hour had an expulse go off from the apparatus and just wipe them.
That's okay. That's all right. We tried again. Minus 2 minutes. Not a big deal.
They're making weird mistakes at the beginning of this dungeon. Not like... So a lot of the time, whenever you'll see deaths to like the first couple of pulls of the dungeon, it will be because the Algathar Academy snap is hard or something like that. Pages per hour, I think, are just kind of making weird gameplay mistakes, where it's just like, oh, somebody actually missed their kick on the expulse cast.
Yeah, it's okay, right? Like maybe they're pulling a little bit bigger than usual at the start of this dungeon.
Their pacing might be faster too. Like there's some things that you could cause that for sure.
Okay, so let's look at Shinra on the top left now, because they have 6 minutes left in this dungeon. They've started pulling this trash. Let's see if and when they feel obligated to go into Balakar Khan, because I feel like they don't have time to finish this pack entirely and then do Balakar Khan, right? I think they maybe have to go into boss. They are going to send the Breath of Eons without pulling the boss, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they actually think they do have the time to play this safe and secure that big IO. One problem with doing that, though, is, if you time this key, but it's like a 39.50, gosh, your time tiebreakers are getting even worse than they already are, and you don't have time to give across those time breakers.
So pages per hour did their trash separate from the boss. They killed Tira and Maruk at 32 minutes and 1 second, and then they did the trash separate, and then they killed Balakar Khan at 39.14. So... I'm going to say that you don't really have the time. Like, if you're Shinra Tensei, you don't really have the time to be playing it as slow as you were talking about.
Yeah, they are straight into Balakar Khan now as well, hitting that lust. A little bit awkward. So it's a little bit awkward the way that this is lined up with Power Infusion, Void Eruption, and Breath of Eons, all of which aren't going to be active during this Bloodlust. That's not usually something that you like to see, but sometimes it's kind of unavoidable. They are under some pressure to actually make sure they get the maximum amount of uses of those abilities
this lust is
in
bad.
the dungeon.
Like, I'm just going to go out and say it. I think that this lust is not very good. I'm pretty sure you have to be using it with the Spriest CDs.
Yeah, it is. It certainly doesn't feel great to have to press them desynced. Sometimes it's unavoidable. Like sometimes the circumstances of the dungeon have just led you to a spot where you're choosing between two bad options, right? Which is like either we lust now and we make this pull survivable, right? It's a pull. We're going to end the pull faster and we're going to get defensive value out of the lust. Or we hold it, or we hold our 2 minutes, and then we get one fewer cast of 2 minutes in the dungeon.
Yeah.
And so it's a bunch of bad options. But I agree with you that what they've chosen here is certainly a bad option. They just may not have had a good option for how they sequence these abilities.
Well, here's the thing: is the lust can just get pressed from any time from now until Balakar Khan dies, right? So in theory, they could have held that lust and pressed it on the Shadow Priest cooldowns. Whenever the boss is sub 60%, and like in phase 2, even if the boss is like 30% health and the Shadow Priest cooldowns come up, because the Shadow Priest is like the main carry of this composition. That's kind of their role, is to, do the most single target, do the most AoE. They kind of do a little bit of everything. But like I think that sending that lust, for lack of a better term, naked without any offensive cooldowns just feels really awkward.
Yeah, I mean it definitely doesn't. It doesn't feel good to ever have to do that, but. Sometimes you feel obligated to.
Maybe your mage
you
gets another lust or something, but like, is your mage getting the bonus lust worth the Shadow Priest getting lust outside of CDs?
I don't even think that they would necessarily get a second lust there. I guess with shifting power, maybe you just get a little bit. Roybin down for Madge on Croth. That's right at the end of Croth. Actually gets hit by the frontal, it looks like, from that boss. I wonder if maybe this is part of the plan. Maybe Roybin can now go set up some kind of pull. Maybe this is intentional. I actually didn't see the circumstances of that death. Let's see if she's got some kind of pull planned out. I don't know.
I don't think so. I think she's just going to stealth to the group from the other side.
Yeah. It would be a cool way. I mean, if you ever need to get sent to the start of the dungeon for some reason, that could be a cool little option. It looks like they're not waiting for her to get this pull started, so maybe this is part of the plan. Maybe she grabs the rest of the pack and brings it in. I
think their timer's Chalkington. I think you need to be able to get that lust. I think you have to be off Croth by like 10:30.
Yeah, that is a problem here for Madge, right? Is that they are not going to be able to press a fourth lust in this dungeon at this point, because you need to press your lust. Basically, you need to press it by 11 minutes and then 21 minutes, so you can get it at 31 minutes.
Did Lamike just proc cheat? Oh my gosh! Wait, he procced both of his cheats.
Yeah. Now he's got Fell Devastation going, and I suspect he's about to be.
If we lost,
okay.
Don't die.
Yeah. He's got a little bit of haste for a while. Okay, that bonus haste is now faded from that cheap death trinket. They do have this whole pull now going, so it's okay. All good over here. Not to worry. That Bloodlust, Breath of Eons combo. But yeah, like you said, I think the timer is doomed with the way that these lusts are lining up. Shinra also in that no cood are approaching the end of that dungeon too.
That's going to be really close. We need to see that.
Two vitally important dungeons going on right now. Shinra 38-34 on the timer here, so they've got 84 seconds to finish off the last 34% of Balakar Khan.
Okay, we have shadow
rescue
cooldowns.
Comes out here. One more. So we got one more set of 2 minutes. We can afford to delay this power infusion until a real combustion is ready, but we're not going to go for it. We're just going to slam it right now. And there's the Breath of Eons as well. Okay.
Maybe Riley's shifting his combust up, but even still, he's not going to have that PI during it. I feel like we could have waited, another 10 seconds to have those offensive CDs all line up. That way we have the Eons and the combustion and the PI. Like the mage, again, not the main character, but that seems like it's just like a minor, like suboptimal.
Every little bit of damage definitely is going to matter at this point, as we do see that Zephyr coming out. And they need to be very careful with how they move here. That next upheaval comes out, big damage, but there are big defensives available for everybody. We're going to have a mass barrier for the next set as well, so we are fine on surviving here. 10% of the boss HP, and there are 25 seconds to go here. They can't afford any deaths at this point. You gotta make sure that you don't send in any of those swirlies. And there's that next spear coming out. It's on Riley. No meld available. Is there an invis? Yes, there is. All good.
I think
situation normal. 10 seconds. This is going to be tight, but they are going to be able to just barely do it. 5 seconds left. 5 seconds of wiggle room. But Shinra Tensei are going to live to fight another day at least. They have made it to 124 points. They are 1 minute and 54 seconds slower than Pedro's. So what do you do now if you're Shinra Tensei and you're looking at this leaderboard? You don't have a lot of good options, right?
Because so the AA seems off the board, right?
Well, there's two different things you could do in Algathar, right? You could go to Algathar 22 or Algathar 21.
Sure.
If you can do a 29-minute Algathar 21, then that gets you the time tiebreaker over Pedro's, conditional on Pedro's not improving their hauls, right? Or you could say, you know what we need plus 1 point. We think Pedro's are going to improve this Halls of Infusion, so we think we're not going to be behind by 2 minutes. We think we're going to be behind by 3. And I think that's pretty likely. In which case, the only way that you're going to get... You're not getting 3 minutes off of the timers that are available right now for Shinra. So instead, what you might think is, all right, we've got 45 minutes. Maybe we're not a favorite to do it, but we've got a good chance if we put these 45 minutes towards our best dungeon of these that we think we can improve. And I love the Brackenhide call. I think Brackenhide is a great call for Shinra. They looked so clean in there yesterday. Obviously, their timer isn't super fast compared to Mandatory in that dungeon, but I think it's a good option.
And looking at that dot, it's going to Brackenhide Hollow.
Yeah, that's that I think does make sense. Their run wasn't the fastest in that dungeon, but there is the wiggle room for an improvement either in the 21 or
they could do timer improvement. That's a good point.
You could do either one, right? You could be going for trying to get it down to a 30-minute, a 29:30, a 29 flat would be crazy as well.
Yeah.
That would be huge. That would let you get some wiggle room against Pedro's improving their Halls of Infusion time. So there's sort of a multi-level decision making here, because you need to think about min-maxing not just your chances of winning if Pedros don't improve their time, but also if they do, right? And what gives you the best chance in when you aggregate all of that together? And you got to do some math, right? You got to think, okay, what do we think the chances are that Pedros improve their time, and if so, by how much? And the problem is you can't afford to sit there and bust out your calculator, bust out your notepad, because you're losing time if you're thinking about that. But it does look like Shinra have fired up the 21, so they are on a timer plan. There is another path to victory here for Shinra as well, which is instead of improving your timer in one dungeon by a lot, you could improve your timer in 2 dungeons by a little, and then hope that Pedros wipe a few times, right? And hope that Pedros make no improvement.
Which one do you think is harder between the 21 Brackenhide and the 20 Halls Infusion for improving timer? I think the Halls is a bit harder to improve your timer on it.
Yeah, I mean, Shinra's Halls is quite good. Their 20 Halls was done in 32:23. That's not much slower than anybody else's. It's faster than Pedro's already in that place. So
Pedro's had a 9:30 first boss split on the previous 20.
Yeah, so Pedro's are on pace to improve their time. Well, actually,
they're going to have about a 9:30 again, I think.
Yeah, all right. So maybe not. Maybe this Pedro's decision is perhaps going to be perhaps it's going to be looked back on suspiciously.
A lot of their time that was lost was like the bridge area. Because Yoda got knocked in the water.
Right, I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, I think you and I were casting that. Yoda got knocked in the water and they lost a lot of time there. So I think that, the 3rd to 4th boss split seems like there's a lot of potential time gained that can happen there.
Yeah, okay, all right. So Pedro's, I think it does make sense. Even if they have the same split on boss 1, yeah, they still got time they can gain later on in this dungeon. But yeah, it actually is going to be a little bit slower than 9:30 even on this Watcher Iridius split for them. So they do need to accelerate in the remainder of this dungeon.
Jorgo's
That's okay, yeah. That happens on this fight. He's still got like 10% mana. That's enough.
We got the Surge here. That's probably fine.
All good, yeah. Not to worry. This is a dungeon where you got to get used to your healer being because they are going to be for much of it. Yeah, all good. Pedros per hour, able to continue this dungeon. Definitely losing a little bit of time on the start of the dungeon split. But like you said, there's more time to be gained later on. Shinra, on the other hand, starting off that Brackenhide, yeah, they are going for the time improvement, not the score improvement.
Again. Oh my god, Skylar died gathering this large pack after the first boss.
Yeah, all good for mandatory. Again, mandatory. This is a victory lap.
Oh, they're playing for glory,
them.
right? Like,
yeah, this is that one that is to put Echo on notice, right? To say like, yeah, look, we can put 127 points on the board, right? That is a dominating performance if they can make this happen. So very important for that reason. But it's not important for getting first this weekend. They've already secured first in this group. There's basically no way that another team will be able to get to 126. I mean, it's not impossible, but it would require timing 2 very hard dungeons in like one attempt each. As Shinra having a wipe at the start of this 21, that's going to be a town portal angle for them. Meanwhile, in the top left, Madge are finishing off Veximus here. They're finishing off Veximus at about 2030.
Oh.
A little bit past 2030 even. I suspect that they are toast on this timer.
Oh, yes, that timer is awfully suspicious.
Yeah, I wonder if you even... I mean, I guess if you're Madge, the good news for you at this point is you're 3 minutes ahead of Shinra on time tiebreakers, and Shinra are improving their time tiebreakers, right? So Shinra aren't going for +1 point. So even if Pedro's improve their time tiebreakers ahead of you, you probably are comfortable not getting 4th anymore if you're Madge. Like, you probably don't feel the pressure to hearth out of this dungeon just in the middle of it.
They need Overgrown Ancient killed by like 24 minutes to be looking to time this key, which it doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to have that dealt with. Even though it's fortified to 21, boss is just not going to be 3 minutes at this level. I think it's probably going to be somewhere in the order of 4-ish. Plus, they're not getting that lust. Like,
yeah, there's only 1 lust in the dungeon for them. Unfortunate. I wonder when you use it at this point. Maybe you can pull trash onto Echo Dorgosa.
Left Brackenhide, by the way.
Okay, they're heading to Ruby instead. I like this. I feel like Ruby 21 is eminently doable for mandatory if they have a run like they did in their 20. it's very tough without avoidance is the thing, right? You're trying to fight the first boss without avoidance. You're trying to fight the last boss without avoidance. Like, that's sketchy, but without an extra leech as well. It's sketchy, but it's certainly doable. I like this play out of them. I think this is a good path to 127 for our favorites, for our tournament leaders right now. All right,
what do you think about Stove getting his 4-set stacks before every single dungeon?
That makes sense. It's a lot of damage for the start of the key. It is nice to do. I mean, you're right. It does cost like a minute each time, but it looks like they needed to wait anyways to get this key started, right? So
what, Skylar's like walk to the bathroom or something? What is even going on here?
They're putting down the feast. You're doing all this stuff. You're waiting. You're thinking. You're talking. Get that 4-set ready. Especially for a 21 ruby, you want that damage, right? You want that time. Any free time that you can get is worth doing. So I think it makes sense. I endorse it.
Mandatory apparently said that they were going for the slam dunk in all of the dungeons that they could.
I love it. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, it's a show of force. It's also just, it's fun. It's fun to do the keys to try and put those world records on the board, right? That's
showing off what you can do. That's the cool part of the TGP, right? Showing off the absolute highest keys and having everybody be like, wow, that is very impressive.
Yeah, and I think this Ruby is a great opportunity for them to do just that. The countdown starting for Mandatory. They will get this key underway momentarily here. Meanwhile, Madge in the top left working on securing their spot if they can time this Algathar Academy. You and I have some serious doubts about their timer, but they're actually on pace to not be that much slower than 24 minutes on Overgrown Ancient going down. They still have their Lust available as well, so they can maybe do something. Maybe they can do something crazy here and get a big pull with the last boss with Lust, save a bunch of time there, and put this 22 on the board, cementing their place into the Global Finals. And then it is Pedro's and Shinra Tensei, Shinra especially, under the most danger of elimination here. Shinra Tensei need to find 1 minute and 54 seconds to get tied up with Pedro's per hour, which means they would need to be able to do Brackenide Hollow in 30 minutes and 26 seconds.
That's doable.
27 seconds, yeah. That sort of range. So I think that they can do that. That is a feasible timer, but it is a very fast timer as well. The other option for them is to get a smaller time increase here and then go get a time increase from another dungeon. The problem is that Pedro's are also working to improve their time, which right now they're in a 0 death Halls of Infusion. Every second that they can improve their Halls of Infusion down from their previous time of 33:11 is another second that Shinra are going to have to find somewhere in the next 35 minutes before keys close.
Man. Look at Madge. Okay, Madge top left killed off Overgrown Ancient. I think that the way that they time this key is they have to do a massive trash pull here with their Lust. I don't think that they can afford to 2-pull the trash. I think that it's 100% of the trash that they need to in the remainder of the key with their Lust, and then they go boss.
I think that you do the pull here. I don't think you send Lust on this pull. I think you do this. Okay, now they pulled some extra stuff, so they are going to send Lust here. I was thinking of doing a smaller pull and then fighting the rest with boss. With
I think this is much faster though. Doing it this way.
Yeah, I mean this is good as long as you get this all killed off within the next minute and a half. I think we're okay, right? Echo of Dorgosa isn't that long of a boss fight.
I have no idea how long that fight was.
Yeah, it does somewhat drag on, as it were, in the 22 key level.
So good news is that Mandatory killed off Overgrown Ancient at 24:20, and we're 40 seconds under. So in theory,
yeah,
Madge could do this. Well, they lusted different things, right? Madge went for a more aggressive trash pull. I like this trash. I think the trash pull's faster, so I'm down for this.
Both Madge and Mandatory only got 1 Lust after that point, so it equals out, right? And in fact, this Lust is probably better than Mandatory's last Lust of that dungeon as well for time. So I actually think Madge are in range here. I think that this is looking possible. They have to avoid deaths in this area. And I wonder if they need to min-max the damage stacks on the last boss a little bit as well. Dr. J getting meleeed by an Ethereal Restorer there. That is a threat incident. Dr. J ripped threat on that Ethereal Restorer.
I think it was the Restorer that came out of the Shadow Priest that they faded off. And then Mike might not have gotten the taunt fast enough on that new Restorer, and then Jay was able to ignite, build too much threat on it, and got melee death by it.
It looks
Soda
like
was
they're
doing
making
so
the
much
call
damage
that we
there.
have to go. We have to start this boss. 5 minutes
5
left
minutes. Oh my
in this
God.
Algathar Academy here. This is a run that would lock Madge for the Global Finals if they can get it finished. Well, the soft lock, I guess technically it's not a hard lock just yet, but
Well, we could call it a
is
lock.
pretty
Let's call it a
close,
lock.
Yeah, exactly.
The caster lock.
Yeah, no way they would fail to qualify if they time this key. So they do have a couple of mobs still left alive here, and these enemies are dangerous not just because of their abilities, but because they're going to spawn spiteful shades as well. And Echo of Doragosa grips you in. Sometimes that can be into the spiteful, fiesta.
I mean, that's what you save Nova for, right? That's what you save Chaos Nova for. That's what you save any of your CCs for. You can incapacitating roar the mobs as well. You could even potentially Typhoon them off of you. You shouldn't get melee death by the Spiteful Shades or the Echo Knights, especially of teams of this caliber. The Invokers are definitely the scary part, making sure that you get the Invokers perfectly kicked. And Madge did something interesting before going into this pack. In that 3-pack patrol that walks around, the mobs aren't really linked. So Shelly sleptwalked one of the Invokers out of the pack, and Shelly actually gets gripped in and dies to that Whirlwind.
Yeah, that is that nasty combo when you fight Trash with the boss here. So that's minus 5 seconds that they maybe couldn't afford to give up here.
They have 5 minutes for this boss. Well, they had 5 minutes for this boss, or rather.
It's a long boss fight, though, right? They've only dealt with a quarter of its health, and they've used a minute and a half. At that pace, that is estimating to be a 6-minute fight, not a 5-minute fight. So now that was with Trash. They should be able to, once it gets to pure single target, be doing a little bit more damage to Echo of Doragosa, but it's not going to be by much. This is going to be very, very tight. Let's take a look at our cooldown setup here. So, of course, no Bloodlust is going to be available here. Soda's 2 minutes are going to be coming up here in 54 seconds. So the 2 minutes are going to be coming up at like 29:50. So if you press them right on CD, you'll get 10 seconds of them right at the end of the dungeon. I don't think that works, though. I don't think that's good.
I don't think you press
holding.
it.
I think you're just getting one more use.
I'm pretty sure you just wait for the bust. I think you just. I do think that you might actually rip this Eons immediately on CD, though. I think the Eons get sent on CD, and then the bust and the Void Eruption PI comes out at 50 seconds remaining on the timer.
Yeah, I think you, or maybe you hold those for the second breath. You press this breath right on CD right now, and then you hold Power Infusion, Void Eruption, and Combustion for when breath comes back off CD. Shelly does have that breath available. Moving into melee range, it looks like it's just going to hold that breath instead. So we're just, oh no, there it is. Okay, breath comes out. We are getting one more set of 2 minutes. The boss is now at 50% health, 2 minutes and 44 seconds into the encounter. So they're accelerating, but are they accelerating by enough to kill this thing by the 32-minute mark?
There's a couple of things that also will help them out a little bit. First and foremost, they get a little bit more damage from Twist of Fate whenever the boss gets a little bit lower. Yeah, and improve Scorch. So those are the two things that they give them a little bit of execute. I was looking around. I thought that they were going to have a Restorer in this group, but Madge electing to not even deal with the mind controlling of the Restorer, which gives that nice haste buff to all of your party members.
Yeah, that Celestial Shield, right? A powerful little effect there. So they also might have more stacks on average across their group right now. That could be up to 15% extra damage, right? Soda has 3 stacks. Dr. J has 2. So there's actually a huge amount of RNG here. If Echo of Doragosa puts a debuff on Dr. J, they're going to get more damage. If it puts one on Soda, they're going to lose a bunch of damage.
Yeah, 15% to be exact. Yeah. It is not a small amount of damage. Okay, so the Power Infusion and the Void Eruption got pressed there without the Eons.
Yeah, we are seeing the boss starting to melt now. They are catching up to the timer that they need here. It's going to be incredibly, incredibly tight for Madge.
I think they have this,
1 minute left. Yeah, I mean, they're ahead now. They're ahead of the 5-minute pace on this boss, just ever so slightly, but they are inside that Twist of Fate range. They're inside that Scorch execute range. This is going to come right down to the wire. 50 seconds left, 13%. LeMike once again getting targeted by all of these debuff spawning abilities. That's going to allow him to drop that Void Zone and crucially keep the stacks on Dr. J, but Soda actually got shot by one of those arcade missiles, which means he's lost that 15% damage
9%.
9% and
Soda.
30 seconds to go. Yeah, do you take an orb here? I think you do. I agree. I mean, there's no way you're going to spawn another Void Zone. We want that extra damage. Now there's just 5% left on the boss. 20 seconds to go as well. Energy Bomb comes out on Soda. That's good. Yeah, Breath of Eons. Here it comes, that pop, the Breath of Eons, and they've got this with 10 seconds, with 13 seconds to spare. Madge have done it despite our misgivings with the earlier pacing through the dungeon.
They're
only getting 3
split.
lusts as well. Yeah,
they're
they've done it.
cross split. They only got 3 lusts, but they really just accelerated in that Veximus split. They just went so fast compared to the other teams. That was sick.
Doubters in shambles here, watching Madge.
I think Dradus and I are Madge, as they
Absolutely, yeah, but that's a good place to be. Madge have basically locked themselves to the Global Finals as well now. It is very likely to be a mandatory Madge 1-2, and it is now kind of coming down to Shinra and Pedro's improving their times across these dungeons. Which of them will be able to have the better time tiebreaker? So, again, for those just joining us, 3 out of our 4 teams will qualify to Global Finals today. So that gap between 3rd and 4th is the most important one today. Shinra Tensei and Pedro's Per Hour are those 2 teams in that unenviable position of fighting each other for that spot. And they've both elected to try and improve their time tiebreakers rather than increase their score. It is Pedro's that currently have the time tiebreaker advantage by 1 minute and 54 seconds. So Shinra Tensei need to not only win this 21 that they're in, they need to do it in 31-30-ish, somewhere in that range. Actually, no, 30-30-ish.
Yeah, that's
not
tough.
31-30. That's going to be very tough for them to do. They still have time to finish this key and start another. But this is their last attempt where that's going to be true for Shinra. If they deplete this keystone, they won't have time to start another key after whatever they do. So this is their last opportunity to improve their score twice, is this run right now. Vitally important run. Already 1 death on the board for it as well.
Kind of surprising to mention here that Pedro's aren't really making any headway in this Halls of Infusion either. Their splits are actually behind on the Gulping Goliath, 15 seconds behind their previous time. The previous Kajin was 24-25, so they're going to be pretty much right in the vicinity of that here when the boss goes down, maybe a couple seconds faster, but they're really not gaining that much by doing this key here. That does leave the door open for Shinra Tensei if they can get a good Brackenhide run together here.
I mean, Shinra Tensei, they had a perfect day 2, but I feel like they faltered a lot during day 3, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, they spent 3 hours in Naka Defensive. It's pretty brutal, man. That's a tough dungeon, but they got it down eventually, but it took them so much longer compared to everyone else.
Yeah, that is it's one of those things you're going to look back at the end of this weekend with that was it, right? That was where it happened. It's going to be important to not start thinking that way, at least until the day is over, because they are not dead yet, right? They got to just keep focused on the dungeon in front of them right now. So, Pedro's though up in the top left, like you said, Zyro, their splits are a little bit slower, but this was the point in the dungeon where they lost the time in their 20 before.
Yeah.
So they
Yoda
could
took
gain
a
some of that
bath,
back.
and somebody died too, and they had to like res, and it was just like a bunch of weird stuff happened here.
I do agree with you, though. They're probably only playing for like 45 seconds of improvement here. But still, that 45 seconds could be enough to slam the door on Shinra.
It could be. Although Shinra do have a lot of time to gain in the Brackenhide, right? The fastest 21 Brackenhide we saw was in like the 29-15 area for mandatory, which was ridiculously fast. Shinra Tensei probably aren't going to be close to that, but any extra time on the board just puts that much more pressure on Shinra Tensei, right? You said they needed, what, a 30-30 right now to pass them up on time tiebreaker? Any extra time on that is just going to make it even more difficult for them to catch up.
Shinra edited their route. They're running the same route as mandatory in the first area now. So we should just, whenever we're comparing splits, we should compare it to like mandatory for looking for specific time, I think. Because this is not the route that they were playing earlier. Yesterday, whenever they were coming out of this first area, they were going to be at like 28% enemy forces, but now they're going to be at like 22%.
So what was mandatory's Hat Claw's Warband split that we're looking to compare Shinra to here?
What's the time that they need? So
yeah.
Mandatory did a 6:23, but the dungeon timer that they put up.
Mandatory put up a 29:17.
Yeah,
so
29:17 on a 6:23.
Shinra can be a little bit faster than that, or a little bit slower than that, and still be okay, but not hugely slower. I think they're currently on pace. Yeah, I think the start of their dungeon is looking sufficiently good here. You can see they kind of need to land like halfway between Mandatory and Pedro's on those splits in order to improve their time tiebreaker by enough here.
But Pedro's notably had a lot more count coming out. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
A lot is 5% in this context. It's not like a ton. It's, you add a couple of mobs into a different pool. It's a lot of it's like that second section area. You can do a lot of unique routing there.
Yeah, I think that is. Ooh, cheat death taken from Sang there for Pedro's per hour. That's, I mean, I guess it's good. I guess it's good that it happened to him and not to somebody without a cheat death. Yeah, that is indeed what it's there for. Meanwhile, Madge have decided that they are going to attempt a time improvement in the 21 vault. Now, I actually think that you could maybe go for the 22 vault and try and take first place from mandatory here, because if you put a 22 vault on the board, time tiebreakers don't matter. You'll have the best key levels tiebreaker that you would get. You'd steal first place from mandatory with an incredible run of a 22
now,
in time.
I will say I'm a bit shocked that nobody ever went for the 22 AV. That seemed like that, like coming into this weekend, that we all as casters thought that was going to be.
The problem is it's bolstering Tyrannical, right? So Tyrannical makes the bosses take forever. Bolstering makes some of the trash take forever and / be super scary. So even if 22s are possible on some affix sets, right? Look at what they have to do to kite these trees right now. If one of those trees autos the leg, his life is going to flash before his eyes.
I also didn't check calcs, but the first boss without avoidance is also really hard on Tyran, and so it might be a situation where you just lose too much.
It's livable, but it would require like 6 minutes of time to get through, and these bolstering trees causing way too many issues for them. Going to wipe it and go again. The thing that's interesting about this, the fact that both Shinra Tensei and Pedro's per hour are going for time improvements rather than +1s, that means Madge is just safely through. They're going to be in that top 2 spot regardless.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Is Madge are in second place no matter what happens in the 21 Azure Vault, right? If they improve their time, if they don't, it doesn't matter. They're second place regardless. But if they do the 22, there is a chance, right? Even if you think you only have a 0.5% chance of timing the 22, then that's first place, right? That's first place, baby. That's what we're gaming for. That's extra money. That's extra glory. That's style points right there. So if I was Madge, I'm slamming the 22 keystone in 100% of the time here. But the problem is that you maybe don't have time to like fully do that math and think it through. And maybe you're worried about Pedro's or Shinra leaving their current keys and starting one key level higher. So maybe that's what you're worried about if you're Madge, right? You're worried that Pedro's and Shinra finish their current keys and then go and start a +1 key, and now you're back to needing to think about your time tiebreakers. Yeah, that's tough. That's going to make their time situation a little bit ickier. Not hugely. It just means that Sang has to get back and land the res, right?
It's just hard to get him res. I don't know where his corpse is going to be. If his corpse is in the main boss room, it's not that big of a deal. If his corpse is at like the end of one of these platforms, then it could be a bit tricky to get him resed.
I think it does teleport to the boss if your body's on one of these walkways. I think when the boss respawns, it will teleport you in there.
Dude,
wow, Crims is in the trenches here.
What am I watching?
Go back to Crims. Go back to Crims. Hang on.
Dude, this can happen.
This can happen to Priest because Priest doesn't really have that many movement abilities to get them through this. So if you get a really bad lineup of left right waves plus bad orbs, you can just get stuck in the back for forever as a Priest. The ideal scenario is you get ported up with either like anyone else in the group actually, and they just stop the RP for you. But if you're on your own, man, dude, sometimes there's just nothing you can do. Now, the problem with this is it's costing them a ton of time, right? They're going to be in this intermission for a ton of extra time. In addition, the boss is going to gain a lot of extra stacks here too, right? So if he wasn't able to get his interrupt or his mind control off, which of course he wouldn't have been able to up on the bridge, so this phase is going to be that much more scary. And check that out, fired up, cauterizing to the very first Tempest Fury here. Not having that for the rest of the fight can be scary. The timer they're looking to beat for an improvement here is 31:54, and that's not... Wait, sorry, that's Brackenhide. Sorry, looking at the wrong one.
Yeah, 33:11.
33:11. So, okay. Yeah, they can still get an improvement after all of that, by the way. So, we're loving that for them. Just got to live it.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to be able to improve their timer here, but it's going to be by seconds, not minutes, right? So,
yeah.
I mean, but that's the thing is they only need seconds to potentially lock Shinra Tensei out from being able to beat them, as Shinra working their way through that Brackenhide. Shinra Tensei are in this really tough spot where they kind of need to finish this dungeon in like 30 minutes. At this point, they not only need to finish it in 30 minutes so that they can get more time tiebreakers, they need to finish it so that they can then start another key and improve their time tiebreakers further, right? Like, they need to be able to hearth and go next key insta after this, and that means that actually every second counts for being able to do that before our day ends.
We're getting our first look at what a 21 Tyrannical Kokia Blazov is going to look like for mandatory here, and this is one of those bosses that kind of starts to scale out of control, especially on Tyrannical. Yes, the Blazebound Firestorms don't scale with Tyrannical, however, they have more HP due to the key level. The boss has more HP due to the key level, so you have to spend more time DPSing the ad, less time DPSing the boss, which means you're going to get even more ad spawns throughout the fight. And what was like maybe a 4.5 to 5 minute encounter on the 20 can easily go up to 6 minutes because of 2-minute cooldown timings, and just having to focus the ads more so you don't get that second Inferno cast every time. They engaged the boss a little bit after the 15-minute mark, and I think in order to actually time the key here, you're going to want to look at something like a 20, 30, 21-minute flat kill on the boss for them to actually have a chance of timing the key.
Yeah, we know they can do that last boss very quickly, but that also stops being true as the key starts getting really high, right? Like, as the key starts getting up to that 21 range, maybe you're in more danger of dying on the last boss if you don't get out of that double phase as fast as possible, right? If you don't take Kairaka from 50 to 0 as fast as possible. So maybe you have to cleave less and focus on the dragon more. And again, you sort of have two boss fights that double dip in time increase as the key level goes up. So Kokia more than our cart, though, for sure, takes way longer as that key level increases. In the meantime, Pedros were able to put that time improvement on the board. They gained
how much
about
of an
a minute.
improvement was it? I didn't see.
They gained a little bit less than a minute, so they're now 2
45
minutes
seconds.
Yeah, they're 2 minutes and 30 seconds ahead of Shinra. So Shinra needs to, if Shinra wants to win with just the Brackenhide, they need to put up a 29.50 now. A 29.50 Brackenhide is not out of the realm of possibility. Mandatory have done a 29.17, but it is going to require close to perfection. And the problem for Shinra is if they are slower than that, then by definition they're not going to have enough time to start another keystone, because that's going to take them longer than the remaining 18 minutes left of our day. So it's a double whammy for them if they are slow. At some point, if they think they're going to be slow, their play might be to hearth out and just start one of the +1 score points instead.
Oh man, this is really rough.
Victory.
They're getting caught by this tree spawn patrol. In addition to that, these lashers that are left alive at the last second
DXM
here take down DXM. They have a battle res, but it's going to have to be the Arclight correctors that can do it, and usually your Og Evoker is the person that has those. EX Og is setting up to pull trash into the boss. He's not there to res. They did eventually get the res off, but the time cost is going to be brutal here. And remember, the time split on Treemouth for this team in their previous Brackenhide Hollow was 16-18. They had a 45-second faster first boss, but this is not looking great here in the second section of the dungeon for them, and they're running out of time.
Yeah, they are. The pressure to leave and start something else is going to be growing for Shinra Tensei. You know, if you're thinking about maybe our path is a 22 Algathar, for instance, well, if you want to try and do the 22 Algathar, you want to give yourself a bit of time to try the first pull a few times as well. So it's tough, though, because can you afford to dedicate any brain power to that sort of consideration when you're in the middle of doing this dungeon? I don't think so, right? Like, you need every single spare neuron firing to keep your character alive.
Dude, they just need a Jimmy Neutron brain blast.
That's right. They need
just sitting here, Drados is commenting on their thinking process. I'm just like, what's going on?
Brain globals are a real thing. It's a limiting resource in these dungeons, especially if you're trying to think about the strategy as well as the tactics. It's hard out there.
All right, pages per hour in that 22 Algathar Academy now. Using all their brain globals to go through the overgrown ancient area and snap these mobs. Pages per hour probably had the hardest time getting their snaps consistently into this Guardian Sentry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very sketchy. Very sketchy start to this dungeon, but Pedros do get a couple of attempts at restarting it, which they're going to use one right now because this time it didn't work out setting up the pull. Sometimes it's annoying because the mobs just don't snap nicely. That one looked like that was just an error on their end of setting it up. Meanwhile, Mandatory are backed themselves into a bit of a corner here with Kokia Blazehoof. Fire all around them, a fire dragon near them, waiting for this fire to despawn.
Ooh, Stove going down is huge.
Stove had his
really
pinky toe in the fire. Oh, DXM is dead for Shinra Tensei, too.
Also down on Treemouth. They have the battle res. That's their final one, though. It's going to be a wipe for Mandatory. But look at this, man. They've been in combat with the boss for 4.5 minutes at this point. I'm not going to count the last 15 seconds because they were down a DPS, but the boss still at 30%, 4.5 minutes in.
Ooh.
It is
their timer's fine. Okay, so
long boss.
I
don't know if their timer's fine. They need to kill this boss off by, like I said, I think around the 21-minute mark. Maybe a little longer than that. But
you know,
We'll see.
doable. Let's not say fine. Let's say doable.
Not fine, but it's in the realm of possibility. Unfortunately, they're really
It's
going to
hard.
have
It
one
is
more
really
attempt at that second boss, right? That we only have 15
He's
minutes
in the
left in
fire.
the day now. Well, see, the thing is, at this point, they're trying to wrap back around to the original area, and I think he just moved a little early. You can see right now the fire has just disappeared from before, so
Yeah.
just moved a little bit too early. They got a little bit ahead of himself there. They were on pace to get the boss done at least. Not sure if it would have been in time. Shinra Tensei though still plugging away at Treemouth here. Remember, their previous split, like we were talking about before here, was 16-31, although, like we were talking about, they did change their strat up a little bit, so it's hard to actually draw a direct comparison.
They're not running the same route that they ran earlier. Yeah, I think they're running that mandatory route. And mandatory at this boss was at a 15-20. So
Yeah.
I'm not in love with the timer here.
I am in hate with the timer. In fact, I think it's time. I think it's time to hearth out for Shinra Tensei. I think that the odds of getting this done in 29:50 or faster are approaching zero at this pace. And
Well, they need
I
a
think that,
+1 then, right? Because they need to get to 125.
Yeah. But you can do that, right? Like you can make that happen. There are dungeons where they can do it. Obviously, it's hard, but I think they're in a position now where they're getting close to 0% if they stay in this dungeon. But don't necessarily listen to me. I didn't think that Madge could do the Algathar 22 that they stayed in and won, so I could well be wrong. It happens all the time. These teams know better than me, but you can see that is how long is left to make a decision of that type. 12 minutes and 50 seconds.
Did they get another dungeon?
They only get another dungeon if they basically get the timer that they need in this dungeon anyways. They could get like a 30-20 or something and then hearth out and quickly start another key and improve it by a little bit as well. But if it's like any slower than that, then no, they don't get another dungeon.
I'm not a fan.
Stuck
They also got
between
Bad Pat here.
boss and a seed there. Pedro's have Crims go down on their first pull, but they rest him up. They actually got this first pull together on their second try, so maybe they're on for an attempt here. Who knows?
Ooh,
Nope,
sang
never
down.
mind. Never mind.
We go again.
Caster curse.
All good.
Sorry, my bad.
Not to worry.
I'll stop
again.
talking about Pedro's, guys.
Yeah, these things happen. These things happen. Meanwhile, we see at the bottom of our screen 2 teams working on
Oh,
some
they're getting
bonus
spawn
points.
camped by eagles too.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah, that happens
Oh,
that happens
wow.
with Fire Breath from Evoker if they release too fast sometimes, where the mobs will just like snap to you.
Yeah, or that set bonus, right? The obsidian shards sometimes.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right,
yeah.
Shinra getting into gut shot here. 19 minutes on the clock as they get this boss fight started. Not a particularly long boss fight, especially because you have all these ads for extra
Look,
damage on.
they
And they
did
have
the,
gotten this pull going nicely.
They did the Skylark snap where the
Yeah.
Nerf went across the gap with Vengeful and Glide and then grabbed all this trash. You see the Rot Hexer there, only native to that end part of the dungeon. They're also silencing in that Filth Caller, trying to get all these mobs stacked as much as possible. They're not going to be like really AoEing. They're going to be just kind of passively cleaving, let the Shadow Priest just do all the damage to these ads, and then they're just going to be fully focusing on single targeting gut shot here.
Yeah, making sure they don't die to these hyenas, keeping them in the traps, keeping
Bursting
them
is
under control.
bursting's a bit sketch too, but you know we can throw a mass res or a mass spell if we want it. What was it, mass spell?
Yeah, Resto Druids have always been excellent at dealing with bursting as well, right? That's
Yeah.
kind of been the the natural predator of
Dude.
the bursting affix, the Restoration Druid.
There's a clip on DXM's Twitch page where they rolled, like his group rolled like a 20 stack into like a 24, and he like healed the entire thing last season.
Incredible, yeah. It's such a well-suited kit for dealing with that incoming damage pattern. Sort of the same reason why we see them succeed on Kajin the Unyielding so nicely, right? Is it's just so good against that predictable tick damage, even if it's a very high amount of incoming damage. As long as it's predictable, if it's on the whole group, you know, you hit that Swiftmend Wild Growth and everybody is topped. It's great.
You have to have everybody pre-ramped too, and if you have like Grove Guardians out, it's like you just do a jillion healing.
Yeah, absolutely. Those Grove Guardians. I think we're going to see a lot of those in War Within as well, with the Keeper of the Grove hero talents on those Resto Druids. When
You
they
think they're
pick
playing
that up.
Keeper? Interesting.
The Wildstalker one is also pretty cool, right? Those little vines you can put on people if you want to be a little bit less based on those treants.
I heard that most people were playing Wildstalker whenever they were playing beta, but you know things can change so rapidly with any of the beta tuning.
Yeah, the Wild Soccer one is really cool. You got a little mini game of like, swift bending the right people and
Dude,
growing those vines around on everybody.
We're definitely going to maintain AUG meta, by the way, next expansion. AUG looks insane right now with
Scale Commander.
Scale
AUG
Commander
as
is
well.
nuts.
It's so cool. The only thing cooler than Scale Commander AUG is Scale Commander Devastation with the mass disintegrate, AoE disintegrate. Oh, it's so cool.
Guys, can you stop talking about hero talents? You're distracting Fired Up. And by the way, just want to call this out. It is Fired Up's birthday today. So.
Is it really?
Wow.
Happy birthday to Fired Up. Yeah.
I feel like... Would you make that up, I guess?
No, I wouldn't.
It's actually Skylark's birthday as well, so happy birthday to Skylark.
Incredible. What are the chances? Actually, the chances are pretty high, right? If you get if you got like 22 people in the same room, the chances that 2 of them share a birthday is 50%, something like that. That's a cool math fact.
Is that... Did you just make that up?
No, that's true. That's true lore.
I have heard that before. I will
feels
say.
like it's made up.
It feels wrong, right? But it's true. Anyway,
Okay.
Shinra here. This is the team that is in the most pressure of elimination up in the top left right now. 22 minutes on their clock right now. They need to finish this Brackenhide in 29:50 to tie Pedro's on the time tiebreaker. And they kind of need to finish it that fast if they want to start another key as well. So if they are not on pace for that 29:50, and they're not going to be very close to it, they're going to need to hearth out and try and find another way to get that point or to increase their time. Even just restarting this key with a better run to try and get the time tiebreaker on it is another option that is available to them. Not too much pressure to do it right away, but at some point soon during Decatriarch, they need to kind of look at their how long the fight's going to take and decide if they are on pace.
Dude, this is going to be... It's
gonna
so
be close.
Hard. It's so hard to be able to estimate whether or not you're on pace to be able to beat that. Also, there's a question as to do they know the exact time that they need for this dungeon? Because that's difficult for the competitors to calculate while they're doing it. That's why a lot of these teams have somebody else helping them that's not actively playing the dungeons, so that they can kind of look over the numbers and will often in times too tell the players what dungeon they should be going to next after knowing what's possible for them. But I don't know if Shinra Tensei has somebody like that helping them out.
Yeah, it's especially hard to do the calculation as a player when it's changing in the middle of your run because another team has timed a dungeon while you are in a keystone. DX AUG going
Dax
down.
goes down
For Shinra Tensei. That is bad
B-res
news.
that. That's fine. We don't have any more B-reses, but it's okay-ish.
It's okay.
What was that timer again? 29:50 they need?
Yeah. So here's the funny thing. A player dying makes hitting 29:50 harder. It doesn't affect the ability to start another keystone timer, though. You don't lose 5 seconds off of that.
Yep.
So it's kind of okay. Kind of. I mean, it's not great. Look, you wouldn't choose for somebody to die, but that is at least a silver lining here as Pedro's wiping once again as they begin the start of their dungeon. So Pedro's having to restart here. That's good news. If you're a Shinra Tensei fan, you need Pedro's to not put up any further improvements to their scorecard.
The admin said that they're going to let us know too whenever all the runs are locked in, because there's kind of a question as to when the day officially started. Did it officially start at 0-0? Is there plus or minus a minute some aspects? And so we don't know the official time for when the runs are final, but we will learn that as they are.
Yeah, that is a vitally important thing for Shinra in particular. That may end up mattering by quite a bit here. 6 minutes or so left in our day. This is going to be right down to the wire. We got to get this boss pulled.
So they also want to maintain combat with these mobs too, for Codex and Signet brand damage. They actually end up taking some of these War Scourges into the boss. So, but I don't think that this pack by itself is enough count. I don't think this is 15% enemy forces.
No, the mobs in this area of the dungeon are always worth a little bit less count than you'd think. So I agree with you. I think this is, now that they have this patrol, I think we're maybe okay.
Is this patrol even enough? Do they need the third pack from here?
Well,
I don't know, but you gotta go. You gotta go. You can't spend any more time on the trash pack. You gotta go into the boss. They need a 29:50. This boss takes longer than 4 minutes. They might not. That is true.
That is the question, right? Is are they aware? Do they lack vital information? Have they been keeping up with the goings-on for the other teams? Are they aware that Pedro's improved their time in that Halls of Infusion, or are they still playing like they only need a 30-30? Even if they only need a 30-30, you got to go, though, is the thing. Yeah, this
still.
it's getting bad here for Shinra. You can
here's
see
the real
now Dax
thing.
is going to go and grab them the last little bit of count they need. So yeah, they do need a little bit more even still.
If they do think they need a 30-30 and they do get a 30-30, I think their day's over. Because that's what our timer looks out to be, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, I don't have the official timer, but I'm pretty sure there are, at this point, just about 4 minutes left in the day. So those 4 minutes are what they need for a 30-30.
Guys,
I think they need to
at this point
I
they
think
have to
portal.
hearth out.
do
Yeah.
you
portal
guys,
and
do you
go
guys hear
again?
that? It's Pedro. He's dancing.
Pedro is definitely dead. So yeah, Pedro's per hour are resetting once again the Algathar. But there he is. There's the Pedro.
He's preying on Shinra Tensei's downfall.
He is indeed, as mandatory wipe again in their 21 or not wipe, but we have a couple of deaths coming out. Looks like they're just going to keep this.
Oh, dude,
dungeon
I thought they were gonna zone out after I saw those deaths. That's
Yeah, me too. I was surprised to see them take these dragons. I don't think there's enough wiggle room in that timer, but I think we've got to keep our focus on Shinra up here in the top left because they have gotten Decatriarch engaged now, but we know that they need a 2950 to be faster than Pedro's per hour.
okay. What do
There's
they need
no
to?
way you can do this boss in 2 minutes and 50
What do
seconds.
they need to?
right?
What do they need to like not be?
To be able to start another key?
Yeah, like what do we need to be able to start another key? So then just take that, and then they can go do another key and try to get a better time.
Yeah,
and
it is
something
somewhere
like the AV.
around that like maybe 31 at the latest. If they put up something in that range, again, depending on exactly what the admin clock says. The admins have the exact clock, so they will let the team know whether they are good to start another key or not when they head there.
Gosh, what's the best dungeon for them to go to for time approval?
I mean, if they get close
AV?
on this run, then they only need to gain like a minute somewher else, right? So
Oh, okay,
yeah, I
AV.
think
Oh,
Azure
yeah,
Vault
AV
is the one.
AV for sure.
It's funnily enough, it's Noku defensive.
That could be.
I don't know if you're supposed to go back to that, but
I think with their route, it's not, right? I think that the no-cood with their route is not. It's not going to be easy to gain a full minute in there.
my
if they need
my
one.
mental would be in shambles if you're like, yeah, we have to go back to
Here's what
Noku.
they need to do as well. They probably don't have time to swap characters either, right? They probably just have to, town portal and then take a. I don't know. I mean, this is just getting brutal. 2.5 minutes or so left for them to start another keystone. I think Shinra just have been eliminated here by I think they needed to town portal. I think their only chance of surviving in this tournament is to run into the green fog right now,
Okay.
die,
Okay.
and then go start a +1 key level somewhere.
They're doing it. Oh, no, they're going to a totem. Okay. That would have
running
been
into the
insane
totem.
timing. That would have been insane timing if they just instantly went into the green fog. Oh, man. Dratnos mind controlling the teams almost.
I
you can
don't
see the
know if
timer
they're going
that
to be
they-
able to finish this dungeon within the timer of the day.
I don't think so. I think they are eliminating themselves here. That's I mean, it's tough, right? Like again, you can't necessarily. Oh, there we go.
Oh, I
Rod
know.
burst goes off.
Oh,
That's good. That's
that
actually
intentional?
really good. If that wasn't intentional, it was lucky. That's good. Now
go
they have
again.
another minute to decide where to go, and they can figure out that. I mean, you could even start another bracken again. You could just try the bracken one more time and try and be doing it under 2950.
okay.
That's
They
definitely
got
an option that
two
they
really
have.
bad patrols too. So like if you get a
Yeah.
slightly faster patrol on both the
I think
secondary
they were
and the
just
third area
saved
ones.
there though by that wipe. That if that was unintentional, that was extremely fortunate for them. But I think maybe they just made the call like, okay, yeah, we'll wipe. Let's let this totem off. I'm not sure. That I would love to find out later what their thought process was and just how much information they've had, what their process is of figuring out what's going on in the middle
Okay,
of
but
the day.
the bracken timer is still bad, so they have to
Yeah,
get a
but
+1 from somewhere, right?
Well, they could say, you know what, we can do a 2950 bracken. Like they could say like, you know what, our best chance is still bracken. Just try it again and put the 2950 on the board. But it looks like they are zoning in to an Algathar Academy. So our options here are a 21 Algathar Academy
Okay.
in 2830 or a 22 Algathar Academy timed. Those are the two paths to Shinra Tensei surviving in this tournament. There is only enough time for one more attempt at this. One shot. One chance for
opportunity.
Shinra Tensei. That's
Mom
Everything
spaghetti.
you ever wanted.
That's right. This is it. This is Global Finals or Noble Finals. Those are the choices here for
You're
Shinra Tensei.
so dumb for saying that, by the way.
The key is started.
It's a 22.
It is a 22. So
Okay.
just have to Shinra Tensei have to time this 22, and they need Pedros per hour not to time their 22. That is the win condition for our heroes in the bottom left
All right.
here.
Runs are final. I have the word. Runs are final. These are what you're seeing on screen right here. If Shinra Tensei wipes to the first pull of this, there's going to be no more. These runs are final. Pedros per hour, similar situation. Madge actually able to get through Laymore on that 21, trying to get a time improval. But I think that they're locked up. I don't think there's any situation where they get eliminated. And then Mandatory just going for the glory here.
Yeah, Mandatory are locked up in first place. Madge, I think, could technically lose second place if Shinra or Pedros time their 22s with enough, fast enough, but I think it's pretty close to a locked second place here. Mostly what we are looking for is the battle between third and fourth place at the bottom of our screen. It is Shinra Tensei who are in the hot seat. They need to time this key, and they need to do it while Pedros per hour do not. Dax here is going to head over to this side platform, and this needs to work as they are setting up this snap. We've got those plants coming in, Riley and Ice Block as those mobs teleport over and are unable to kill him as he's in that ice block. Meanwhile, Dax grabbing those eagles and is going to be coming back over with that Wernstone bestowed onto DXM here. DXM needing to bait and then get over into position once it's time to be in range for the Wernstone.
Yeah, so he wants to make sure that those seeds aren't going to be going on to him. Oh, Dax actually made it over.
Back? Okay, nice.
He went to Nerf.
Excellent.
That's actually really cool.
That's
Excellent.
that is
Yeah.
wow.
Oh,
That's
no.
actually
Oh, no.
scary.
Foo down to a seed detonation from a Vile Lasher there. They
Got
do
the
have battle
res.
res. Okay, all right. We're chilling. -1 battle res, -1 bloodlust from our Shadow
lost his
Priest. We
cooldowns,
also
though.
lost the Void
And his
form.
lust.
Yeah, so it's look, I'm on a level with you, Zyro. It's not great, but it's not over.
It's
Okay, so
it's
I think that they could still time it if they have like a perfect run, but that losing your CDs on a timer that is so tight, such as this ALG 22, is very bad.
One other problem, every death is 5 seconds of lust flexibility lost in a dungeon that already has basically 0 lust flexibility.
The lust flexibility.
It goes down to the deadly winds. Okay.
not the worst.
It's not
you
over.
can do this without a healer. No,
It's over.
they're calling it. It's over. Shinra Tensei is going to be the one of our remaining 4 teams that will not make it to the Great Push, and that means
Hats off to
Mandatory,
them.
Madge,
GG.
and Pedros per hour will be making it through.
GG's to Shinra Tensei. They actually put up an incredible showing this weekend. You know, Nerf coming out of retirement, not really. He said that he wasn't going to compete again, so him showing back up, and they almost qualified for Global Finals. If they had a slightly better day 3, they would have qualified. And it's, you know, I just want to give them their flowers. They actually performed super sick. I'm really interested to see how they're going to perform on live keys and how they're going to do in the War Within, because this team is phenomenal.
Absolutely. So now our focus shifts to the other 3 teams still alive and actually still competing for something here. Pedros per hour can earn a second place finish and usurp Madge if they time this 22. And if they do it pretty quickly. They do need to also get the time tiebreaker over Madge, but they're actually not far off of that time tiebreaker overall. In fact, I think they maybe even have a slight edge from a little quick survey of the dungeon times between the teams. I think they do. So I think as long as Pedros time this 22 Algathar, which is no easy feat, but if they can do that, I think they will yoink second place from Madge, unless Madge gain a ton of time in this Azure Vault, because it will come down to time tie breaks in that universe.
Madge
Nerf keeping this poll alive for Shinra.
Dude, Nerf is just what, like flexing? I was just looking, I was
That's
just
right.
watching him run around and like. Did you know that this team put by far the least amount of practice time out of the top 4 this weekend? It was like, I heard like how much time some of the other teams were putting in, and Shinra Tensei put in, it was like not even close. Like they put in like half the amount of time that some of these other teams were putting in.
Yeah, an incredible performance, and Nerf really just taking matters into his own hands here, saying, "Fine, I'll do it myself. I don't need my DPS players alive. I don't even need them logged in. Riley
Put the team on my back.
offline.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. I can win this. I've
wait,
I've
hold
won
on.
these before.
Okay.
No, I know what's happening here. Let me explain it. The kid has a dirty diaper that needs changing, and he's just like, no, we're still in it. The run's still going. I can't. Sorry, you'll have to do it this one. I guarantee you. That's what's up.
All right, so that is finally that's it for Shinra. They are certainly out of this one. So I guess the next thing that's going to happen is we get to keep watching Pedro's here. We get to keep seeing the next order of business for them is, are they going to be able to finish off Croth fast enough to get a second Lust at around that 11-minute mark on a good pack? If they can do that, they were in really good shape.
Point here about mandatory. They need to know that they need to bait the molten boulder downstairs because it's going to explode on that wall right there and kill them all. Oh my god!
All right, well,
Zyro can see the future. He's cursed with the visions.
dude, okay,
It's a precog.
that was an insane caster curse. I've never heard of such a worse caster curse.
Oh my goodness.
There's an
gracious.
invisible wall on this platform here that causes all meteors to explode instantly, and I guess they've never encountered that before. Now they know for
Here
the
it
global
goes.
finals.
Yeah, look at that boulder it's just chilling there. Bang!
Dude, like Zyronic about to get picked up by the World of Warcraft Department of Pre-Crime or something like
Dude,
that.
it's insane that you just like call it out 5 seconds before it happens too.
Oh, wow. All right, well, that is mandatory. Despite that, despite not improving their score at all in the past 90 minutes, they have still secured first place this weekend. And now it comes down to Pedro's per hour and Madge, the fight for second place, the fight for that silver medal. Of course, the teams want to be first, but if they can't, second is what they want to be.
Thank you for the 6-year-old callback. All right, I'm pulling up some splits for Madge. So Madge on their second boss in the previous 21 that they ran, their Azure Blade split was 20 minutes and 40 seconds. So anything over or anything better than that is an improvement on their timer.
Yeah, this is it's doable, right? It's within range. It's possible.
Yeah, but Pedro's apparently need to time this 22 with a timer of 32 minutes and 18 seconds per second. So basically just time the key.
Yeah, of course. And so here's the thing, though, is that if Pedro's do time this key, Madge can still yoink back, do the old reverse yoink, right, by improving their time in the Azure Vault. So it's a multi-level game going on here. Madge can lock in second
yoink.
place. If they can put up like a 34-minute Azure Vault, there's going to be no way that Pedro's will be able to make up that time save in this Algathar, right? So it's there's pathways for both teams. Both teams have agency over their own future at this point. I love it. Again, both teams we will see again in the global finals. They've already both qualified. Now we are fighting for the glory of second versus third, and a not insubstantial amount of extra money as well for second versus third. So this is a high-stakes dungeon that we are watching for both Pedro's and Madge.
Can we bring up our predictions real quick as well?
I'm sure we can. I'll speak for production here. Yeah, that's coming right up.
Oh, I don't think that's necessary.
Yeah, we've got that coming up right in a moment here. Go ahead and get that ready for you.
I'll speak for production.
Predictions. We would like to see predictions. Predictions. Who of the casters was the smartest at the start of the weekend?
Yeah, let's see. Which person is now sad?
I have all three of the teams. I think I have them in an incorrect order.
I had Shinra Tensei, unfortunately, so that one's not looking great for me. There you can see in the bottom left all of our predictions. At least I don't have Perplexed. But yeah, Tettles, yours is going to be the closest.
Tettles is the only
You're
one.
still live for it to be. You're rooting for Pedro's here. Pedro
Lock
certainly
in.
could win this key. Their cross split is looking great.
I'm just a love watcher. I want to see all the teams time all the keys. I'm not here hate watching anybody. I will not be praying for anybody's downfall.
That's good.
I will say that for my third place team, I was choosing between Madge and Perplexed, but I just chose Perplexed because I wanted to be different from Tettles. So you got me on that one, bud.
Yeah, I was a believer. I was a believer in our North American teams here. We are sending a North American from this group to globals as well.
Let's go!
Always a good spot.
Yes!
Always a good spot to be in. Yeah. And next weekend as well, next weekend's groups, not to spoil the discussion that I'm sure we'll have after these keys are over, but we've got some powerful American teams in next weekend as well. It's going to be a good global finals, I suspect. These teams as well are going to be, I think they're going to be enraged after this weekend. They are going to be going hard to try and make the global finals happen, because I think that all three of these teams have had a taste of the power, of the glory, of their own skills in these runs, right? I think even if you're not mandatory, if you're Madge putting up that 22 Algathar like they did, I think that's going to help you get the confidence that, like, you know what? we can keep up with anybody, right? We are not that far behind Mandatory, and by extension, probably Echo and everybody else as well.
I've heard through the grapevine, Dranos, that you're going to be the sixth-man shot caller for your team when you're not casting on the desk. How's that going to work?
Is that not a conflict of interest? Hold on.
Well,
Well, you guys have had guildies in these competitions all the time.
I'm not
Happens all the
six
But we're
time.
not
Six-manning for
six-manning them.
Yeah.
Well, where's the proof? Have you been recording yourself when you're off the desk?
Dude, right,
oh, so if there's no proof.
right when we said this group,
got
I
it.
wasn't
I got
sixth
it.
manning this group.
If there's no
That
proof,
we
there's no
know of.
crime.
That's- oh
that's
my
a
gosh.
legal doctrine, I think.
For legal
Pedro's
reasons,
Powers
I'll
gonna
say
get the-
that I
okay,
made
okay,
that
okay.
You do require it, yeah.
Let's take a look at what's actually happening on screen. Pages per hour is actually going to get this lust off in time,
beautiful.
which is big because we didn't.
They need to press it right now if they want to get full value on the end of the dungeon.
Now.
So every second they don't press lust now is a second that they're losing it from the end of this key.
Please
But
lust.
that's okay. We're still going to get 30 seconds of lust at the end of the key if we hit it right now. Looks like they're waiting for that Ravager to get grouped up with the rest so that they can really be focusing here. But actually, at this point, now we only get 20 seconds of lust at the end of the dungeon. Maybe we're just playing for 2 lusts. Maybe we're saying, you know what?
I
Okay,
think
no,
we
here we
are,
go. Okay,
yeah.
lust. So we are going to get, in theory, 4 lusts, but it's going to require us to press the 3rd lust right when it comes off CD, and the 4th lust then will only get like 14 seconds at the end of the dungeon. It might be better to just take 3 good lusts instead of 4 where 2 of them are like mediocre, which I think is what would happen if you tried to get 4 at this point. Plus, any deaths they have will cost them 5 seconds of lust if they're going for 4 lusts as well. So I think they're on pace. If you compare this to Madge's run in here, Madge were slower than this in this part of to get to this part of the dungeon and finish the key, with 13 seconds to spare. So Pedro's, I think, still very much in it with this.
With pretty bad RNG on the last boss, too. They didn't keep their 3 stacks for very often, and they weren't even really attempting to go for them. So there's still some time to be gained for sure. As long as they keep it clean, they definitely have a chance. And as we've been told, they just have to time it to get second place here. They don't have to go particularly fast.
Assuming that Madge doesn't improve the time. Yeah, exactly. Assuming that Madge doesn't improve their timer at all. I will say that pages per hour still has probably the hardest part of this dungeon ahead of them. I think that Veximus fight is brutal on this level.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very dangerous spot to be in for sure. This fight as well, you're worried about it on Tyran, but on 22, it's kind of just also tyrannical, right? Even if it's not tyrannical, this fight feels tyrannical, so it's going to be tough. The good news is that I think Pedros per hour have been among the best boss executing teams. We haven't seen them really wiping to boss as much. It's usually been the trash that has gotten their number when they have wiped.
I will say that pages per hour moving into the global finals, the thing that I need to see from them the most is just consistency at the very beginning of the day. At the very beginning of each and every day, they were always super slow to start, and I feel like if they were able to start off just a bit more warmed up, a bit more composed, then they would have had an even better performance, and they would have locked up second place a lot faster.
Yes, yeah, I agree with you. I think that every single team this weekend, even mandatory, have places that they can look at, not just dungeon decisions, right? Like sometimes you at the end of a weekend, you're like, if we just got that kick, right, we would have been okay.
Yeah, I mean,
I think teams
you're
are
always
going
to worry about that.
That's
later.
unavoidable.
Yeah.
But I think that every team is also going to have this spot where it's like, if we just went to the Ruby instead of the Brackenhide or those sorts of decisions, maybe that would have worked out better for us. Maybe that was a better decision. I think even mandatory, like I've been talking about, I think that their decisions about not exploiting their 2 chests that they had earned are going to be something where they'll look at it and maybe be like, okay, especially when we get to a global finals without daily eliminations, we are going to maybe make a more aggressive play and potentially build ourselves enough time to earn another point.
I wonder if a team like Pedro's is going to be better without the daily eliminations too.
I suspect they will. I mean, Pedro's was a team that I think was under pressure on both Friday and Saturday, and that pressure, maybe affected their decision making and maybe made them optimize for points on Friday or points on Saturday instead of points on Sunday, right?
That's true. And the other thing as well is that the eliminations it's an interesting concept because when you remove the eliminations, I don't think that changes your strategy too much per se, because the idea behind the eliminations is that you have to put up a good time in every single key, right? I think you're going to want to do that anyways, because the last thing you want to do, especially at the global finals, is push up 1 or 2 keys too high compared to the rest, because that means you'll be showing off what you're doing in those higher keys, and that gives other teams a chance to copy what you're doing. So I think we'll still see the keys evenly pushed up on day one. So I'm not really sure the eliminations thing plays into it. Maybe they'll play with a little less stress, though, because of it. Not too sure.
Yeah, and you don't have any need to, like, go and get the 20. Say you 2-chest a 19, and it's the end of Friday. You're not feeling any pressure to be like, oh, we should do the 20 instead of the 21, right? Because you don't need to do it to avoid getting eliminated on Friday, right? And you can save those 30 minutes of the weekend. As Pedros per hour at 15 minutes and 54 seconds have engaged Veximus here. That is fine. Their timer is fine. They're on a 0-death run. This is going well for them. The question is, how well is this Azure Vault going for Madge? Because if Madge can gain some time in this Azure Vault, Pedros per hour are going to be locked out of that tiebreaker against them. Pedros per hour needs to have this key go well for them, but they also kind of need Umbral Skull to to wipe Madge perhaps here, because Madge's Vault is going very well so far.
Yeah, and for the purposes of Pedro per hour being able to time this key, we're looking at something like a 1930. For them to have the potential to actually get this done, that's going to be a tall order for sure. 22 fortified. It's going to take well over the 3-minute mark. Now, they already have the boss at 75%, so there's still potential for them as well. But, of course, for them, for the purposes, whether or not Pedros will be able to get second place, it's really going to come down to Madge and how much of an improvement they can gain in this key.
Pages per hour needs this this third boss dealt with by about the 20-minute mark. Killing Veximus off by the 20-minute mark is what we're looking for them to be able to time this dungeon. It seems like they're going to be about even 45 seconds under. They're making really good time in this key.
Yeah, this is indeed going well. Fired up, dropping super low for Pedros, but you know, the only point of health that really matters is that last one, and he's kept that alive. Plus, he's still sitting on a Cauterize as well, so Sang also has that Defy Fate coming. Is that off cooldown soon? I can't quite see what that debuff is. Yeah, okay. Or is that just the Withering Dreams potion debuff?
Oh, wait.
Perhaps.
Hold on, let me put my glasses on.
Yeah, hang on.
Okay, it actually didn't make any difference. I can't tell.
Unlucky.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, that Potion of Withering Dreams, by the way, a very strong potion option that we've seen a lot of people using. That's the one that it heals you for more, but it damages you over time. But especially with the Season 4 health values being as high as they are, all of the other health pots just maybe don't heal you up enough to avoid the one-shot, as we are going to see Drogo going down to that initial hit of the Arcane Fissure. Does get the Arclight Vital Correctors cast from Sang, so it's okay. That's minus 5 seconds. That's the worst of it. Plus Sang's cast time, which it's an Ogvoker, so it's not that big of a deal. And then, hopefully, what hasn't happened is that this hasn't scuffed defensives or anything like that. Looks like it's okay, though. Drogo convoking. Does go into bear form and goes down again. Sang obligated to send another battle res, but interrupted by that volcanic affix. Does need to get Drogo up quickly, because Drogo will need to top the group up soon.
He's going to take it after
and it looks
the
like
fissure.
Drogo's going to wait. Ooh.
Yep.
Ooh. Sang proccing that Defy Fate. Crim's dropping extremely low as well.
Low.
Fired up.
Oh, they're
preserving.
so dead.
They're dead.
Yeah,
Beautiful
dead.
block from Fired Up, but Sang is now down. So here's the question. Has this depleted our keystone, or are we still maybe alive?
You've depleted it at this point.
I mean, they need to have this boss killed off by like 20 minutes, 10 seconds. Is that the worst case scenario?
I think we're still on range for that. We're going to get our battle res up kind of soon. I think we can just send it on Sang when it comes up and be like, look, for us to time this key, no more mistakes can happen.
They already weren't. They weren't getting that extra lust anyway, so it's not.
Yeah, we're still getting the same number of lusts. I don't know. I think it's maybe still in range here. I'm not panicked just yet. I'm a believer for Pedro's. One more mistake and we're in trouble. Ooh, Madge. Shelly down for Madge as well. This is good news if you're a Pedros fan, because you need Madge to not improve their timer if you are hoping for Pedros to secure that second place finish. Drogo entering bear form. This time it is going to be enough to avoid another death here on Veximus. B-Res up in 1 second. I think you just have to click that on Sang right away and just bring him back.
No, there's no reason to use it.
He can release.
There's no reason to
release even.
You can just release and join the team.
I
we
feel
need the
like
timer.
Even
We
those
do need the
10
timer, but-
seconds, we need, yeah.
It wouldn't save any time is the thing. Like the buffs, you would get like the first 5 seconds of the buffs and then the boss would die. Having the res in the back pocket would be the smarter play in general. If the timer's bad, the timer's bad. There's nothing you can do about that at this point. He can also just release up. The timer is looking rough, but I mean, okay, there is a Hail Mary play. They can do all of the trash into last boss. So they can still go for it. The skip failed. They skip failed. They broke the trash out. They gotta die. This
has got to be, as the kids say, over.
Yeah, this is Chalkington.
This kills the run.
No one says that. What does that even mean?
What the kids definitely do say over.
No, the other thing.
I mean, people have been saying something is over for like hundreds of years at this point.
Yeah, the kids actually say it's Jover even.
No, the other word.
It's over.
I'm not going to say it so you can say
TikTokers can't claim that. Oh my gosh. What has this stream become?
Dratus and Tuttles explain the English language is ironic, I think.
I just want to let everybody know that I had a really mean barb that I could have sent at Doa there when he said the thing about people saying it for 100 years, and I didn't say it. So I'll leave to your imagination exactly what the barb was going to be.
Honestly, he was just like grinning, and I didn't know what he was about to say.
No, I want to get points for not saying it. Okay?
I appreciate that.
Yeah, it could have been anything that I was thinking.
You've shown some maturity today, and that's impressive to me.
Pedro's keeping this run alive, but Madge are looking to improve timer here in this 21 vault. Madge's previous best AV was a 36-21. If they can kill off Umbral Skull here, it's looking to be maybe in that 34-30 range. That is going to represent a huge improvement for them, and that's going to make it effectively impossible for Pedro's to overtake, right? Even if Pedro's somehow pull out the miracle run and put up this 22 Algathar, I think Madge will secure the time tiebreaker with something like a 34-30 in this vault.
Hey, apparently we have some guests joining us here as well. Hopeful and Stove, been hanging out for a little while. Welcome to the stream as we see these last runs for Pedro's Per Hour and Madge. But you guys have nothing to worry about. You're through, dominating Group A. I'll go to you first. Hopeful is the newest member of the squad there. How did it feel? How'd the weekend go for you? Uh-oh. I can't hear him either. Oh, I'm sorry, Hopeful. We have technical difficulties. Try it one more time. It's probably not you.
It's always the producer.
It's not you.
Yeah,
there you go. Yay. All right. Take two. Yes, we can now.
Okay,
how was your weekend here in Group A?
I mean, the weekend went great. Other than little reset on the first full here or there. I think it went pretty good.
Yeah, the points seem to indicate that. How did the team gel? I mean, obviously the practice has been going for a while now, but is the synergy where you'd like it coming in?
Yeah, team's gelling pretty well. Practice has been good. Vibes are high.
Is Pedro's Per Hour going to time this key? Oh wait, never mind. They're wiping. Both teams are wiping at the exact same time. I was asking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a new thing people say called "it's over." Apparently.
Yeah, exactly.
We've been learning about this. Yeah, that's right. Stove, I want to hear your take on the weekend, just in general as well. The keys, the dungeons. We're showing a screen right now that's proclaiming you champions of Group A, so congratulations for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, give me your take on that. Also, give me your take on the opponents too.
First of all, I think the weekend.
Can't hear Stove.
Am I?
Oh my goodness.
Did he mute himself in VMix?
I don't know.
The eternal question.
This is going great.
It's okay.
He's just like the rest of us, honestly.
That's right. Well, anyway, mandatory coming out in first. There's Stove. You can see Stove. Hopefully we can hear Stove soon.
Hello?
Too.
Oh, stream could hear him, but we couldn't hear him.
Oh, the
I
stream
can hear him too, yeah.
We couldn't? Oh my gosh.
Wait, you can hear him?
Yeah, I can hear him.
All right, we're getting sabotaged by production.
There's some poltergeist stuff going on here right now. I don't know what's happening.
Huh.
All right. Well, I guess if the stream can hear you, that's the important thing. So
Okay, sure.
continue. Go ahead and give us your take, and then when you're done,
just
give a
wave
big
it up,
thumbs
do
up to the
this,
camera.
but you're not talking.
Let us know.
Somebody's done talking.
Okay, this is great.
Oh, there we go.
Perfect.
There we go.
Oh,
Nice.
hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We're good.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
All right, we're so back. Okay, so my take on the weekend, I think it went pretty good. Obviously, we had day one, the break incident. That was a little bit unfortunate for sure. And then in the second day, we had the host, which went a little bit, not our favor, I guess, on the last boss. But other than that, I mean, I think we played really well. I think we timed all of the hard keys like basically first try, except the host, I guess. And yeah, really proud of how we played and how the weekend went. Would have liked to time another key at the end of today, but sadly we couldn't manage. But that's more for globals maybe.
I wanted to ask you guys about the decisions you made a couple times this weekend. Of you had a 2 chest, and then you went in the key like 1 level higher, and then a couple times you end up coming back another level higher. What was the thought process like for doing that? Was that like we just need to make sure we qualify, we need to make sure we don't get eliminated today? Or is it just, more comfortable to get that 1 level down before starting the really, really push key?
Well, how I thought about it is that we were already ahead by 1 point, and at some point like 2 or 3 points as well. So I was just thinking like, if we extend this lead and we just keep timing a key level higher, we will eventually win, right? And yeah, that was my thought process on it. I think other people disagreed. I think Hopeful disagreed. He wanted to go for the highest keys instantly, and yeah, that was mainly my thought process at least.
Hopeful, I have a question for you. What happened with the break shenanigans on day one?
Okay. We thought we could do the key before the break ended, and then some incident happened. I might have sticked the mob, rooted, my healer got meleeed, and then we wiped. And then we pulled Thunder Beast accidentally on the second boss. And then with all those mistakes, we ended up not being able to time the key before the break time is required, so we just had to wipe it on the third boss.
Zone out mid-dungeon? Yeah.
Yeah.
That was tough.
Okay, and I guess I have one final question, and I guess either of you can take this one if you want to figure that out between yourselves. So, we've heard from other teams, especially I think Miraz has said this on stream, that with key level scaling, that most of the 21s, regardless of the affixes, are pretty doable, but once you get up to the 22 level, it really becomes super affix dependent. What do you think of that? Do you agree with that? Are there any keys that like you're really excited to show off if you get the right affix set, or are you going to hold that a secret for the global finals?
I personally think every key is doable around the 22 range, besides like a select few. But like the jump is huge. I remember time trials, we were like 4 minutes under on Ruby life pools, and then 22 was just super tight on time. It was like you could theoretically do it in a perfect run, but it would be really tight on time. So I think the 22 keys are doable, but the jump is just so big that it makes it really hard to be able to commit it in like a tournament.
Indeed. So, one last question before we let both of you go. I will look ahead to the global finals now that you know you're going there. Now, this is obviously the last big WoW dungeon running competition in Dragonflight. What would it mean to each of you to come out on top to be champions? Obviously, Mandatory coming in, reigning MDI champions for the speed side of things. How would it feel to get that and the key pushing side here at the end of Dragonflight? We'll go to you first, Stove.
Okay. Or maybe Hopeful should go first. I need to think about my answer.
Okay, so put you on the spot. All right. Hopeful, you've had some time to think about it. Go ahead.
Sure. I mean, it feels great. I went from being on Legendary. We didn't really do too well last MDI. We kind of got last place in Cups and Globals, but, now that we're winning, and it feels great.
Someone in chat reminded me of something, so I recognized that this was going to happen to you as it happened. Did you guys know about that boulder spawn in Ruby Life Pools? That platform?
The last
one?
one?
Just instantly explode up there. Always.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Guess not. You learn something new every day. We got a little replay.
We've even got a replay.
We have
how
played
nice.
that boss so many times in practice, and it has never happened. Never happened. I've never seen this.
Huh.
Look at this. Oh my god, that is crazy.
Aw. Well, made it through at least. Now, I said it was the last question, but I I told a falsehood, perhaps, or I got a great suggestion from production as well. We've got all the Group B teams we want to show you. Who would you like to play against, and who would you like to avoid? And don't just say Echo.
I would like to
Those
play
are
against
beautiful logos, by the way.
Logos.
I think Miscount is.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I think Miscount is looking really good this tournament. I think I'm excited to play against them for sure. I think they're gonna do really, really good. Also, Dratmus' guild team actually. I think those guys are looking really good as well. I would like to see how they can do, and obviously the Hope. I think yeah. I think they get gonna do good as well.
I want you to do some theory crafting with me. Why is there blood on the teeth and mouth of the Dratnos rat there?
I was looking at the finger and the belly button. I kept getting mesmerized by the finger and the belly button.
There's a lot of stuff going on in this logo.
I think it's
isn't
just
there?
a photo of me that they've used for this. This is crazy. That's
Do you know the back?
incredible.
Do you want to guess the backstory to this character, Hopeful?
I would love.
Tell us the story.
I mean, I'm gonna guess it's Dratnos being a pirate and he's coming back from his voyage, just with a haunted, like the wanted sign, you know?
Right. And he's killed
That
someone.
sounds pretty compelling. Yeah, I
There
like
you
it, especially with the tricorn hat. Yeah, pretty cool logo.
Beautiful.
I like the GIF logo as well.
Yeah,
That
the
one's,
reverse
that one's
Pedro.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good one. All right. Well, on that note, thank you, Stove and Hopeful, for joining us. Congratulations again to you guys and the rest of Mandatory for taking first place here in Group A. Yeah, and best of luck in the Global Finals. You get a week to watch Group B, some time to prepare, and then looking forward to seeing what you can do in a couple weeks. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us.
All right. So now let's look again at the overall structure of the Great Push here. We just saw the completion of Group A. That's right, our three teams making it through Mandatory Match and Pedros per hour. And then next week we got Group B. Right, gonna see three more teams go through to the Global Finals and fight for that chunk of $200,000. That's right. And today, sadly, we had to say goodbye to Shinra Tensei, falling alongside with Perplexed and Exposed over the course of the weekend. Didn't quite make it through, but still showing us some very impressive dungeon running, of course. It takes a lot to get here, and props to their skill that was on display all weekend. And, you know, props to Nerf specifically for coming out of retirement, showing that he's still got it, even though the team didn't quite make it through. Still an impressive showing on the tank side there. But yeah, our teams going on to the Global Finals, Mandatory Madge and Pedros. Who was it? Tettles that had 2 of 3 correct for predictions?
I had 3 out of 3 correct.
3 out of 3? Oh my gosh.
Just the wrong
Wrong
order,
order.
right?
Wrong order,
Yeah.
but still impressive stuff. The only one to have all 3. A lot of us picked Perplexed. That was not the right choice, apparently.
Yeah, and anybody who didn't have mandatory in first must be feeling pretty foolish right about now.
Dude, they crushed. They looked
They really did.
insanely good.
They really
Absolutely.
did. Yeah. And so that brings us to the end of the weekend, the end of the broadcast. And as usual, before we go, I want to get everyone's final thoughts. We saw a lot this weekend. We witnessed a lot of crazy things. We witnessed a lot of impressive things. Ironic, I'll go to you first. What stands out when you try to go to sleep at night tonight? What about this weekend, the broadcast specifically, is going to keep you awake?
That's a loaded question, man. I don't know. I don't know if anything's going to keep me awake at night, but I will say one of the things I was worried about coming into the weekend was whether or not world record keys were going to be done, because the discrepancy in gear from live to TGP has always been very TGP favored, right? Even for the MDI, the gear levels that you can get on TGP are essentially perfect gear sets, and that's not something you can usually get on live. However, this time around, with the addition of the Season 4 vendors where people can spend their bullions on getting that super rare gear, and then in addition to that, also get a lot of tertiaries from your vault, the amount of gear and tertiaries you can have on live is much better than it is on the tournament realm, so it was going to be difficult to get it done, but still, we had a world record in the Algothar Academy, we had a world first 21 Tyrannical in the Halls of Infusion, although Fortified has already been done. So I'm still wholly impressed and glad that we're still seeing the world first keys despite the discrepancy in gear.
Yeah. Well, Dratanos, how about you?
Yeah, I guess my take on this is tyrannical is really tough. Those tyrannical, those high tyrannical keys, those
seem
are
a bit difficult,
especially
yeah.
not just on the timer, but like Zyro said, the avoidance gap on these high keys compared to the keys that we see people doing on live, which it's often a similar level, right, that people are able to do on live. Usually in TGP we see teams able to exceed what's done on live, but I think that it is largely that avoidance that is keeping the TGP level at around the live level instead of ahead of it, except for, of course, that unbelievable Algathar Academy that we saw out of Mandatory, and then equally impressive, the matching of that run from Madge, too. So that is really impressive.
I agree. Well, Tuttles, we finally come to you. What did you enjoy this weekend?
I just want to shout out the format changes. Going from 4-1-1 for dungeons to 3-2-1, I felt like was a good choice. I also thought that thinning the field down from 18 teams to 12 teams and having 3 go to the finals, it really has improved the quality of play during the cups to the point where we have 5, if not 6 teams that could reasonably qualify for global finals every single weekend. And I think that just the level of the play that all of the players are also putting forth with how much they're practicing and how much effort they're putting in really makes this event super enjoyable to watch. So shout out to the players, and I think that the changes to the format have been really well received.
Yeah, absolutely echo that 100%. This has been the most exciting TGP Group A weekend already. I think that we've had in, what is this, the 4th now, I think, that we've done? 4th or 5th TGP? I think it's the 4th. It's been a while now. Either way, the format changes, making it exciting, because I think a lot of people, us included, like it when we get to the point where the real pushing starts, right? And we get to see the really impressive stuff, the people finishing keys with just like a 1/10 of a second to spare, all that kind of stuff. So the format changes definitely helping out. But that's going to bring us to the end of the weekend here at the Mythic Dungeon International Great Push. Once again, from your host, Doa from Tettles, Dratanos, and Nagura out there in internet world somewhere. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. We'll hope you had a great time. Hope you enjoy Group B next week. Thanks again to the players, as usual, for putting on a fantastic performance, and to our production crew behind the scenes for making it all work. Except microphones sometimes. We gotta mention. I'm sorry. We have to. Anyway, we're going. Congrats, Mandatory. See you next week, everybody. Enjoy yourselves.